Gizmo caca. Stop making Hawk Tuah jokes. Shut up. Fuck. I'm not here, technically. But, I mean, the ad is still playing, so... I mean, it's almost there. The Hawk Tuah lady is in legal trouble? What the fuck did she do? She was summoned... Okay. Oh, crypto. Cool. Oh, man. All right, shut up. Go to the ad. Something viral. Is he about to hit him with a high note? This way. The ad's what now? back up at the gravesite. This song is so fucking good. Holy shit. Hello. I'll thank the subs and shit after the ad ends. About to hit him with a high note. I know. Is he about to hit him with a high note? Is he about to give him something viral? With a high note. I'm in my prime. So take him on a high. Oh shit. Ad's over. Your sub gave birth. Okay. All right. All right, hold on. Let me look at what we got here today. So Radless, thank you for resubbing for 6 months. Thank you very much. Subscribe for 5 months. Wow, that's crazy. Twylister, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Squints of the Red Hood, which is a really cool, really interesting username. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. La la la's, thank you for the follow. And Bougie and Val, thank you guys so much for the resubs. All right, you ready for this shit? I'd rather eat YouTube. Arise. Behold. 1 line tall. I can deny it no longer. I am small. I know, crazy. Anyway. Clip is broken. Sorry. I don't feel like fixing it. Accurate to real height. Hey, fuck you, pal. Fuck you. It's not lore accurate. You guys are mean to me for no reason. No fucking reason to be so mean to me. Angry eyes. Why is my neck like that? I've got a long little neck. Don't be mean. You guys want to see how big my eyes can get?
Alexa, play Hall of the Kazoo King.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's very lore accurate. What are you talking about? That's not true. Got that Candace from Phineas and Ferb neck. Hey man, I got this fucking model for you guys to have some fun and enjoy me being a long piece of paper. Don't be mean. Computer pull up Atlas IRL. You drink water of that thing? Yeah. Yeah. I love it. Creature moment. Thank you. Thank you, Hannah, for being nice to me. Cuddle Dot, thanks for the follow. I'm very small. I'm very small. I'm not like every other VTuber, though, that is like, oh my god, I'm like 4 feet tall. Like, fuck, man, I'm a bitch. I'm not a girl that pees. I'm a bitch that shits. I'm so long, I know. I know. I know. You look like a squeaky toy. Thank you. Okay. I have some alts. Okay. There are some toggles to this model, okay? Even though it's a little guy. This model can't be balded. Anyway, so first one, wrong. Hold on. That's not the toggle that I'm supposed to have. Hold on. Let me delete that. Okay, so I can give myself these like little dot eyes. So it's harder to tell what I'm thinking, but it's very cute. It's very cute. I can give myself little dot eyes. Head empty. Yeah. It's giving Elf on a Shelf, Loki. I do look like a cartoon character that has been removed of its glasses. No thoughts behind those eyes. There's no thoughts behind my eyes at any given point. Okay. Give me my other eyes back. I can also inflate my head. Just kidding. Me when I'm big brain. This is what it feels like. This is what it feels like when I think really hard. This is what I feel like doing plays in Overwatch. I feel like this. Big brain. Heart eyes? Yeah, I have heart eyes. I'm never gonna use these, but I do have them. Me when I see a ratty, disgusting man. Alice after trying to stop a Coke Mentos explosion by drinking it. So true. You make plays, that's not nice. That's not nice. Unfortunately for me, I can only express 2 emotions, which is this and this. So cat mouth and smaller cat mouth, which are the only 2 emotions that most people feel on a day-to-day basis. Now I'm just like every other VTuber. Holding it in doesn't do anything. Anyway, what is the next one? Oh yeah, I can also have star eyes. I can be a Steven Universe character. I'm just a little guy. Just a little guy. Yeah. Yeah. Big gremlin, that's me. Okay, let me get rid of this. I don't like those. I can also have these spirally eyes. Yeah. I can feel dizzy.
You heard it here first, chat catalyst confirmed.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Twilister. And thank you for the 100 bits earlier too. I think I forgot to say thanks. That's my street name. My street name is my street name is Atlas Anarchy because I am pasty. The Deaf Ghost. Thanks for the follow and giving me a way out of this conversation. Anyway. Oh, I can grow this on my head. When I am surprised, it gets bigger. Wow. So ridiculous. Oh, wow. Wow.
Boobies.
Wow. 2 inches is kind of disappointing. I'm a grower, not a shower. Okay. I can also do this. So unfortunately, this model still has a bald option. Unfortunately, pet and shit is not going to work right now because I don't have it. I don't have it on. How is every streamer bald? The stress of being a streamer causes male pattern hair loss, even if you are a girl. Did you request it or was it thrust upon you by destiny? Destiny. I would never request this, except for the first time that I did. It's less disturbing than other models. I look kind of like, Aang from Avatar. I look kind of like Aang, like this. Yeah. This is me dancing. You mean the Zenyatta skin? Okay. I'm moving on. Which one? Oh, the sprout. Oh yeah, that's my hair. Oh, whoops. My other hair. I do have this hair on this model. I like how the pigtails look. Like a bitch apologizing. And name gotta be registered and placed on neighborhood watch. English anarchy. Oh. Oh, and I can also put my jacket on. Without your arms or legs visible, this model looks a little bit like a littlest pet shop toy. True. Very true. But yeah, I can put my jacket on too. It's so jiggly. It's such a jiggly model. So I think that I'm gonna play like heavier games with this model at least sometimes, just because it's less technically required. Hold on, I'm getting a call. Okay, hold on. I gotta help my dad with something because my dad cannot fucking stop moving for 2 seconds. That's stream end. Hold on. Stream's not over yet. Where'd I go? Where's my VTube? There I am. Hold on. I gotta help my dad with something. He's annoying as fuck and he broke his foot, but he's still trying to do shit. So give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. He didn't need my help anyway. I love it when my parents bug me for no reason. Anyway. Okay. Is this that from that album with the shit nuke on the cover? Yup. Yup. That's Dookie. I love Dookie. Bro called you to hand him the TV remote. My parents got a new TV. And the guys, I think that they were going to ask my dad to help them bring the TV in, but my dad like busted his foot at work a long time ago. And so he can't carry shit like that. And my mom called me to go and help. But by the time I got downstairs, the TV was already in the house. And I told him not to fucking touch it because I don't want to have to help him right now. Does pet work? No, not right now. I have to assign it to this specific model, but I haven't because I forgot. Smile. Dookie rules. It's a great album. I love Dookie. But my favorite Green Day album is Nimrod. I think Nimrod is my favorite. I love the cat mouth. It's so peak. I know. It actually has pretty good lip sync too. I just had to adjust a couple of things, but like whenever I say my O sounds, it actually makes the shape. And I think that that's pretty cool. Hold on. I did a poll today because I didn't know whether or not I wanted to do Marvel Rivals or some other shit today. I think art won. I think. Art won. I don't know. Maybe we could peek into Marvel Rivals. My only problem is I have to like double check. Hold on. I forgot that the music was a little bit louder. I have to check how my computer is going to run it because I don't know how well my computer is going to be able to chug through Marvel Rivals. Hmm. But yeah, since you guys are here, what do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to just draw today? I'm nervous about losing the partner push status that I had, because I've been doing pretty well for these last couple of streams, but I also haven't streamed in a little while, and by a little while I mean like a week, so it's not that long. I just remembered that pet doesn't work. Stop using pet. Okay, hold on. By the by, this model was made by Hachi. And let me find her. There it is. Her Twitter is kind of inactive right now, but here is a link to her VGen. If you are also a VTuber or also, you know, just want to model like this, they open their model comms every so often. So, you know, just follow them on VGen and you can get one of these as well. It's very cute. It's very, very cute. Their credits are also in the panels below. So if you want to come back to it later, the link is in the panels below, and their VGen has a link to their Twitter and their Twitch. So, yeah, I'm sorry, I almost forgot to do that, but we're good. I love the gremlin model. It's so goofy and cute. Thank you. It is very silly. Very, very silly. Oh yeah, there's a poll if you guys want to do some art, if you guys want to do some Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals, I think, doesn't open up for another, like, hour, but, you know. Hi, Jeannie. Today, if we do art, we're going to be mostly working on ode art, and then also we'll be working on some, I think some Iron Mouse fan art and some other shit. I don't know. I haven't been really, like, focused on anything. Thought it was like half an hour. It might be. I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe at the end of the stream though, I might hop into Overwatch for a little while because I'm really feeling the urge, and I need to finish the battle pass because I haven't. Also, would you guys kill me if I ever tried to do placement, like comp placements of Overwatch on stream? Would that ever be interesting? You know. How good is the Overwatch Battle Pass this time around? The one that I'm completing right now, I don't know, but it has the Kitten of Discord title, and I want that. Streamer life at risk. Fuck off, man. Fuck off. Fuck off. My life is not at risk. I can stop whenever I want. But the next battle pass, from what I've seen, is actually pretty cool. And Hazard got a new skin. Hazard got a new skin, and it looks pretty cute. He looks much better with dark hair. I think he looks much cuter with dark hair. Yeah, already. He already has a skin. Mercy also got a new skin, and I really like her new skin. Man's not even out yet and has more skins than Venture. Well, technically not anymore, because Venture has the top skin and Hazard only has that one. And Venture also has the ice cream guy skin. I reset my main PC, which completely fixed it, and now I'm hooked on Overwatch again. This is on you. I win. I win. The top skin is ass. It looks horrible. It looks awful. And they managed to shoehorn Kiriko into another collab, even though she, like, what? How could you have an Avatar collaboration and not have Katara? Where is Katara? I'm planning to main Echo. Echo is fun. Echo is fun, but you have to know how to play a lot more people than just the one. Than just the one. Did Ryan get another fucking skin? You betcha! You betcha! And it's a big draw because it is a Thor. It's like a Thor skin or whatever. I think it's a mythic. Is Kiriko at least a Kyoshi warrior? She's Suki. She is Suki. Hi, Stardust. Excuse me. Yeah, actually, it's funny because Kiriko's skin, I hate the fact that they shoehorned her into another fucking collab, but her skin is honestly the best. Her skin is honestly the best of the collab. And I think it's the best of the collab skins overall because I really, 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 really hate the Overwatch collabs. When I played Overwatch, I liked Reaper because of the reload animation. His reload animation is great. His just like tossing the guns out. Oh my god, I love him. God damn it, I'm a Ryan main, and even I think that this is too much. I know. It's like a super busy skin. It's crazy. Is the Cybermonk Aang Zenyatta? Yes. I sure do love Blizzard sucking Kiriko's dick because she totally needs another skin. I'm so sick of the Kiriko skins, bro. It's like, at this point, it's like, okay, we get it. We get it. Pissman445 says, hello, how are you two doing today? I'm doing great. Thank you very much, Pissman. I appreciate your concern for my day. It's been all right. Another 200 trillion to Kiriko. I want more Junker Queen skins. Dude, I would love a good Junker Queen skin. I really don't like any of her skins. I just don't like her design in general. I want a skin that actually makes her design look good. You know who is an absolute ass design and isn't even in Overwatch is the fucking Wolverine design for, the base Wolverine design for Marvel Rivals is so goddamn ugly. He's so ugly looking. I know I literally just did exactly what I'm about to complain about, but I'm so sick of seeing people talking about Marvel Rivals on Twitter and then somebody quote retweeting it being like, this is so much better than Overwatch. It's like, they're the same. It's the same. They're the same. I missed one stream and Paper is back to her chibi. Yeah, sure. Question about the shop. Does the type of currency used vary from day to day? So there are 3 types of currency. The mythic skin currency is the like triangle blue ones. Those can only be used in the mythic shop. The gray one is like Overwatch coins or something. And then the gold ones are the stuff that you use to usually buy skins. The gray ones you usually use to buy like epics and color palette swaps. But the gray stuff is for the cheap shit. Gold is for like new skins and shit. I think that you can also buy the battle pass with the other stuff that you get. This model can do a good popcat. You're right. It's that. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm trying something different today. Gray is credit and the yellow is coins, yeah. Or like credits just give you stuff, usually stuff from like Overwatch 1 or like color palette swaps and shit. Yeah. I really do miss loot boxes. I don't mind if they have the mythic shop and then bring back loot boxes, but like the 3 different kinds of, at some point Overwatch had 4 different fucking kinds of currency because they had the Overwatch League coins or something like that. Or the league skins that you had to buy with like league points or whatever the fuck. Rest in peace, Overwatch League. I remember when I wanted to be in that. League tokens, there you go. At least with loot boxes, we can potentially get anything we wanted because of gold coins. True. Thanks, man, for the follow. Oh my god. I remember when I wanted to be in Overwatch League. Fuck. To be fair, I was 16. Hi. As long as loot boxes are pure aesthetic and you also have a way to obtain something through a shop, it's okay in my book. Exactly. Here's my thing. I would just stockpile, at a certain point in Overwatch 1, I would just stockpile loot boxes, you know? I wouldn't open any of them, and then I would open them all at once when I saw something that I wanted from like a skin drop or something. Granted, they didn't really do a whole lot of skin drops way back when, but... What up? Still sad that Overwatch went to shit before I actually went and tried playing it. Overwatch is fun. I don't know why people say that it's gone to shit. It's definitely not anywhere near as popular as it was way back when, but it's still fun. It's still fun. I have fun. They introduced a new game mode, and I think that was fun. It was what is it called? It's like called Kingmaker or something, and I had a fun time playing Kingmaker yesterday. I'm a loot box fan because I have difficulty making decisions. That's valid. That's valid. I usually only want to get Mercy skins, honestly. I have an extensive collection of Mercy skins. Oh my god, but the new D.Va skin is so cute. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's like her mech is made out of cardboard. It's so adorable. I love it. I need it. How many Mercy skins are you missing? I don't know. I have to check. Hold on. How many Mercy skins are there? Try being a tank main. I'm a D.Va main. I have fun playing D.Va. Okay, so I have Overwatch 1, I have Overwatch 2, I have all of the skin swaps. I don't have her camouflage, so I don't have that. That's kind of ugly anyway. If it's an ugly skin, I usually don't get it, but I have Summer Games, Winter Wonderland. I don't have the Overwatch League gray skin, I don't think. Yeah, no, because that was one that you get from watching Twitch. And I was not on Twitch back then. I still haven't gotten Owl Guardian because I think that it's ugly. I missed Zombie Doctor. I have that. 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 No, I don't have the rose gold one, but that's just a palette swap of the pink one. I have Dr. Ziegler now. I don't have the Atlantic All Stars. And I don't have Royal Knight or Royal Gladiator. Oops. And I don't have Miko. I don't have Mystic Swan. I think I have Formaware, but I don't remember ever getting it. I have Wyvern. I don't have Conjurer because it's just a skin, like a color swap. And I don't have Black Cat because I didn't want to buy it. So I have one. I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 Mercy skins. And she has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 5, 6, 7, 8, 30, 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, 39. She has like about 35 skins. So I'm missing like 12. I'm missing 12 of her 35 skins. More than champagne. Well, in fact, Paper is a Mercy main. Yes, I have like 400 something hours on Mercy. It's pretty bad. Simply how? How do I have fun playing tank? I don't know. I'm just good. I don't know. I'm good playing diva, so I have fun. I might also just be stuck in lower elos, but all I play is quick play. And I've been meaning to get back into Overwatch competitive, but I don't think that I would play tank competitively because I don't think that I'm that good at tank. I'm good in quick play, but I'm not that good in tank. In competitive, I mean. I enjoy Mauga quite a bit. That is a controversial pick, so I would be careful maining him. Would I get banned for admitting I've never played Overwatch? I mean, most people haven't. It's just a game that I like. I don't think everybody needs to like the games that I like. I just wish that people would stop shitting on it because it actually is pretty fun when you stop caring about like competitive and shit. What about Moira? Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I fucking hate Moira. I hate Moira because I've thought for the past like 5 years that her range on her excuse me. I've always thought that her range on her like attack or whatever the fuck has been way too much. I have thought for the past like 5 years that her range needs to be nerfed, and it just hasn't been, and it kills me, dude. Kills me. Because like if you're playing Pharah and you're all the way up in the fucking sky, a fucking Moira can absolutely suck you dry, and you just can't do anything about it. I do like playing her though. I mean, like, if you play Moira, I feel like you have like a power trip that you need to address so you don't start like, I don't know, killing people in real life. So, you know, whatever helps you get there, man, but I can't stand her. Psychopath, speaking of, thanks for the follow. Moira is my support main in Overwatch 1, but after Overwatch 2, I switched to Kiriko and Ana. Yeah! I love Ana. Ana is really fun. She's really fun. And you feel skillful for getting good healing on her. At least I do, because she's a little bit more difficult to play than somebody like Mercy, since Ana's whole thing is aiming. Once you start getting the quick scoping too, that's pretty fun. Gloomy the Bunny, thanks for the follow. Moira and Mercy were my mains, and I actually like Brig. Brig is fine. I think that her gameplay is boring. Having an anti-heal and a grenade is insane. True. Yeah, what's that? Nope. Hit him with the honk shoe maneuver. Oh, dang, it's the paper lady. It's me. I saw you on YouTube and I thought your model was one of the most unique concepts for one I've seen in a long time. Hey, man, thanks. I appreciate that, dude. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow and for checking me out here. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate my YouTube follows so much, my YouTube subscribers, I should say, because you guys are so sweet. You guys are all so sweet and very funny. There's a lot of really funny people in my YouTube comments. There is this one guy who was commenting paper on everything, and at one point I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing commenting paper on everything? And he's like, oh, I didn't realize that you would see. And I'm like, bro, look at my comment section. Nobody is commenting. Dude, I'm gonna see. Nuclear Fox IX, thanks for the follow. I'm sure that's a Roman numeral for something, but unfortunately, I haven't done math since I was in high school, so I don't remember. Speaking of, what's your next YouTube vid gonna be? I don't know. I don't know yet. Bro is exposed. True. I don't know yet. I really do want to do another one. Oh, 9. Right. Okay, so X is 10 and the 1 in front of the X takes away 1. Okay, cool. Steady, watch me navigate. Ha ha ha. What else? Oh yeah. For anybody that didn't remember or didn't do it last week, I have a merch store now. So if you want the link to the merch store, it's in the pinned, or you can do !merch. And he thought that that was really funny. Your next video should be an analysis on Avery. Me when Atlas starts talking about another YouTube video. I don't know, because there's a couple of ideas that I have, but I don't want to make them just because I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I want to do, but stuff that I don't want to, that I'm not sure if I can make them. I don't want to make them because I want to get like popular on that YouTube platform. I just want to be able to, I want to have a place where I can just like yap, but people can like listen to it played back. I would watch a video essay on your OCs. That is literally what I was about to say. I was about to say that I really want to do a stream where I just go over all of my OCs and all of their backstories, or at least like specific OCs and specific backstories. And I just turn that into like a YouTube video or a series of YouTube videos. Can I see your toggles? Oh, yes, of course. I can do this. I can do this. I can do that, and this, and this, and that, and that, and this, and that. If only there was a place that paper could yap. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I definitely can. I definitely can. Wide head? Yes, wide head. This is what it feels like whenever I talk about my OCs. Hold on, let me also show you my legs, because I got legs for days. Anyway, yeah, I want to make OC like a something where I just like sit and yap about my OCs in a YouTube video. And I also want to make it into a stream, but I have like Toy House bios and shit that I want to do for all of my OCs, because otherwise I have to just like rely on my memory, and my memory sucks. Can you fold yourself into an origami crane? No. 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 No, heart. No, smile. Not for your entertainment. Mm-mm. Sorry, I'm stretching, but because of how jiggly this model is, it's making me go everywhere. Ow. Is this the new permanent model, or will we see it every once in a while? It will be a every once in a while model. I'm not gonna permanently be this. Don't worry. Could be a redeem too. Yeah. I want to use this model mostly for like heavier games, because like my other model, my main model, is very good. It's very, very good. But it's I think part of the reason that sometimes my computer gets kind of overloaded is the fact that that model technically is like 3 models in one, because of the super it's the lines, you know, because it's 3 model, like it's 3 model lines drawn and constantly moving and animated, you know what I mean? So yeah, the line boiling. So it looks cool and it has a really nice effect, but sometimes when I do certain games or certain things, it will like completely overload the computer. So if I want to play something super, super heavy, like if I wanted to play like Detroit Become Human on stream, right? I probably would use this model just so my computer would not be as hot. And I have my hand on my computer right now, and instead of giving off air, it's warm, you know? Oh, oh, I got my ash pipe. bet you don't care, but I want you to know. A man that don't bother with the taste of a Tito. Come on and kick me. No. Come on and kick me. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. I got my hash pipe. I got my hash pipe. Hi. Looking forward to a Detroit stream soon. I really can't wait until I can play Detroit Become Human. That fucking game is so fun. It's so stupid and bad. I love it.
Take my money, you dumb paper.
Atlas #1 hater, thanks for the $5. Oh my god, Salt King 228, thanks for the follow. The gremlin model is so cute. Thank you. I went to Detroit and it was just like the game. Dude, I can't believe some of the shit that made it in that fucking game, dude. It's so... Hey, thank you for buying some stuff over at the merch store. I appreciate it. I'm trying to get to like 50 sales. And we already have like, I think around like 30 something. So get to buying. David Cage definitely wrote the game. Wait, oh my god. I watched a movie yesterday. Do you guys like it when I complain about movies? I have another movie to complain about. I watched a movie yesterday. And it was called, fuck, what is it called? It was called Dancer in the Dark or Dancing in the Dark. It's one of those two. And it has Bjork in it. And I don't give a shit about Bjork either way, but I was like, I didn't know she was an actress, so I'm gonna try and watch it. So Dancer in the Dark or whatever. It's a musical tragedy film. And hold on, I wrote like an entire plot synopsis to my it's not an indie movie. I wrote an entire plot synopsis to my friend because I thought it was so stupid. Hold on. I'm gonna read this real quick. Okay. So it's called Dancer in the Dark, Dancer in the Dark. It's a musical tragedy film with Bjork in the starring role. Basically, it's about this Czech immigrant lady who is using her eyesight and is working to pay for an operation to save her son from the same fate. The operation doesn't have a name. The disease that she has also doesn't have a name. It's just like mythical disease that will take away his eyesight. She often uses the sounds of the world around her to create musical numbers in her head, i.e. a song that starts in her factory job, uses the machines and people walking as percussion because she loves musicals. So again, she's a blind lady. She uses the world around her to make musicals in her head. So she lives on a trailer on the property of a rich cop and his wife, but one day the rich cop tells her that because of his wife's spending, he's out of money. She tells him that she's going blind, something that no one but those closest to her knows, and they promise to keep each other secret because if his wife finds out, she'll leave him, and if her job finds out, she'll be fired. However, because she makes a dumb mistake at work while daydreaming about her, musical stuff, she breaks one of the machines and is found to be lying about how good her eyesight is, so she's fired. She keeps a tin full of money for her son's operation, but that day after she gets fired, when she goes to put the last of her pay in it, she feels it and she sees that there's nothing inside of it. When she confronts the police officer, he admits that he stole her money so he wouldn't have to confess to his wife that he is going broke. The blind woman doesn't report him or anything. Her name's Selma, by the way. She just says that she needs her money back and she takes it from him, but the officer pulls a gun on her. They struggle and she accidentally shoots him. I think she shot him in like the leg or something. And when he begs her to put him out of his misery, because he told her before, he was like, I want to kill myself, but I don't have the bravery to do it. I don't have the guts to do it. When he begs her to put him out of his misery, she misses every subsequent shot and then bludgeons him to death with the lockbox he kept his money in. Why doesn't she report him? I don't know. She doesn't. And it gets worse. Hold on. She pays for her son's operation with the money that she stole back, I guess. I don't know. And she lies on the stand afterwards. She gets arrested, and then she lies on the stand because she doesn't want anyone to know that she was saving for her son's operation. And she still doesn't confess in court. She still doesn't say that the cop took her money. She's accused of faking her disability and being a communist, as well as being accused of murder in the first degree. And this is set in like the 60s, but this is where it lost me. She's sentenced to death. She's sentenced to death for this whole thing. She in the trial, she in the trial, she says that she's sending her money back home to her dad. And she, for some reason, uses the name of a Czech celebrity. Hey, thanks for the buy. Thanks for the merch buy. I appreciate it. She says that she's sending the money back to her dad back in the Czech Republic. And she, for some reason, uses the name of a popular Czech celebrity. And they bring him in, not the real guy, but a guy playing the guy that she's saying. They bring him in and they're like, do you know this lady? And he's like, that's not my daughter or anything. And it's like, okay, so she got outed for lying on the stand, and now all her credibility is gone. And she just refuses to say why she saved or stole or whatever all of that money. She doesn't want anybody to know that she's doing it for her son's operation. But anyway, her friends come in and tell her that they found a lawyer who could commute her sentence for whatever that they're able to raise in terms of money. It turns out her friends found out where her money went and why she was doing it, since her eye disease is hereditary and her son would start losing his vision soon if they didn't do the operation ASAP. But it turns out that her friends are going to try and take the money that she raised for her son's operation to pay the lawyer. So they're going to go to the surgeon that she paid off. They're going to try and take it back and then pay the lawyer. The blind woman throws a fit and basically says that her life is not more important than her son's vision. Her friend points out that her son would probably rather have his mom alive, but the blind woman throws a tantrum and says no, that any help is wasted on her because she's blind and going to be in jail for the rest of her life. And then they take her to the execution chamber, and the officers have to help her there because she can't fucking see, even though she was literally accused of, at the trial, of faking her disability. The prison guards still help her everywhere because she can't fucking see. Anyway, she has a panic attack because they're gonna fucking kill her. But then her friend runs in and gives her her son's glasses and says that the operation was a success, and she was right. And then the blind lady sings a song with no backing music, holding her son's glasses, and before she finishes the song, the floor drops, her neck is broken, and she's dead, and the movie ends. And like, so the way that I find new movies to, yeah, she's hung. She's literally hung. In the 60s, a blind woman who is accused of killing a cop by bludgeoning him to death is executed by hanging. In Washington state also, which is a pretty liberal state, so I don't know. I don't know the politics of back in the 60s, but was it like funny, awful, or just bad? It was like interesting. But the more time went on, especially once it got to the trial stuff, it just kind of lost me, because the lawyers, like, the acting was comically bad, and it was like, yeah, this lady, she'd fucked everything up. She's the one that we all are blaming for whatever the fuck. This should be the next YouTube video. But it's just like, also it's a Bjork. She is the one that conducted all of the music and stuff. She's the one that made most of the music. And it's just like the whole time, whenever she would start singing, I would think about this really old Vine from back in the day where it was like, this is how certain singers sound. And it was like, welcome to my kitchen. We have bananas and avocados. That's exactly what it sounded like every time Bjork would sing. Every time she would sing. And like, the funny thing is, she is supposed to be an immigrant from Czechoslovakia, but she still uses her Icelandic accent. There's also a guy that is supposed to be American, but I guess the actor just didn't get the memo because he is still speaking in like the heaviest Swedish accent you've ever heard in your fucking life. Every time I hear of Bjork, I remember the one creepy stalker fan she had. That guy was from Uruguay, like me. Swedish American. See, I would understand this, but his name was Jeff. He was supposed to be just an American guy, and I think they forgot to tell him. Are you sure it wasn't you? I'm pretty sure it wasn't me because that guy's dead now. He's named Jeff. You know what else I watched yesterday? I watched 3 movies yesterday. Because I usually do them when I'm drawing commissions and stuff. I watched that movie. I watched Fat Girl, which is a French movie, and I watched Honey Boy. Fat Girl was bad. Fat Girl is a comically bad movie. And see, the funny thing is, I find my movies by looking on Letterboxd and looking at the first couple of popular reviews, and if they are solid, I'm like, okay, I guess I'm watching it, and then I watch it, and either I agree or I disagree. For Fat Girl and for Dancer in the Dark, I absolutely fucking So Fat Girl is about these 2 French sisters, and one is skinny and one is fat. Thanks, Juno. One is skinny and one is fat. The skinny one is 15 and the fat one is 12. And the 15-year-old meets a guy who is a college. He's an Italian dude that is visiting, and he's in his like 3rd year of college or something. He's trying to study to be like a lawyer. And him and the 15-year-old, he's like 25, she's like 15. Him and the skinny girl like hit it off, and they kiss and make out and stuff in front of the sister. And at some point, the girls share a room, but at some point he sneaks into her room to talk to the 15-year-old girl, and he basically manipulates her into having sex with him. And like he manipulates her into having anal sex with him, and like there's like a shot of the sister, of the fat girl sister, because she's in the same fucking room. She's like covering her ears and just like staring at nothing while her sister is screaming a little bit because it's painful, and she's 15. And then the next scene happens. They're at like dinner or something. No, they're at breakfast. And the girl is angry at her sister for like sneaking, like she's like spying on them or something. But they're sleeping in the same room. So she's not spying on her. She's just trying to sleep. But because she needs to hang out with her sister in order to hang out with the college buddy, because of what her parents say that she needs to bring her sister everywhere. She pretends to be nice to her, and then she doesn't pretend to be nice. She is nice to her, and then goes to the beach with the college dude. She like makes out with the college dude on the beach, and then the next day, the sisters, talk to each other, and they have a really cute scene together. And the skinny girl says, hey, he proposed to me. Fernando, the Italian college dude that's 10 years older than me, proposed to me, and we're going to get married after I finish my high school exams. And the sister, the fat girl, is like, that's weird. She's like, that's stupid. I don't think that you should trust this. And the skinny girl is like, you don't know shit. You don't know anything. And she's like, I think I'm going to let him fuck me tonight. And the fat girl is like, can you at least please just let me like sleep? Because they're in the same room still. So He comes in at night. Him and the 15-year-old have sex. The fat girl is still in bed and she's crying this time because she can't get to sleep, and her sister is having sex in the same room. And I'm like, is anything gonna happen? Is anything gonna happen that is interesting? And then the next day, literally the scene right after the one where the fat girl is crying, the mother of the college guy, Fernando, the Italian dude that is 10 years older than the teenager, she comes in and she's like, hey, my son gave your daughter my ring. It's my ring. I want it back. He's not serious. He doesn't actually want to marry her. Just give me back my ring. And the mother of the sisters is so ashamed that, because they're on vacation to a different, I don't remember exactly where they are, but they're on vacation. And because the mother is so embarrassed, she gives the ring back, and then she takes her daughters and is like, we're just driving back home. This vacation is over. We're going back. And the skinny girl is like super, super sad because she like lost the love of her life or whatever. And at the beginning of the movie, the girls were having a conversation, and the skinny girl was like, I really want to lose my virginity to somebody that actually loves me. And the fat girl was like, I would lose my virginity to a guy that I don't care about because it's not that big of a deal. The skinny girl is crying and stuff, and she's really sad because the person that she thought she loved, who, you know, basically groomed her and raped her, like, he just left and lied to her and all this other stuff. And the fat girl is like, yeah, that sucks, but he doesn't care about you, so you should probably stop thinking about him. And the skinny girl's like, I guess maybe you're right. And Fumio the artist, thanks for the follow. And this was a French film, yes. But hold on. So because they are trying to drive back home from a vacation, the mom is like, I'm fucking tired. We're going to pull over at this truck stop. So they pull over at this truck stop and they all go to bed in the car. And then an axe murderer comes out of the woods, shatters the windshield, kills the skinny sister, strangles the mother, drags the fat girl to the woods, and has sex with her, rapes her. But she consents because she said that she doesn't, because she says that she consents. She consents to him. And so basically, like, there's a whole thing. Okay, hold on. I have to repeat this for when the ads are done, and then I will close this out. This part of this fucking, it's so much worse. I'm so upset because if I had known something about this movie before, I mean, oh God, ugh. It's so bad. It's so bad, and it gets worse. When'd you get a new model? Oh, this is my new model debut today. What movie are you talking about? I'm talking about Fat Girl, which is a French film from 2001. It is a French film from 2001. It gets worse. It does get worse. So for the people who were cut off by the ad, the sisters and their mother go to a truck stop, and they're like, I'm tired. We're going to keep driving tomorrow. So they go to a truck stop to sleep. And they all go to bed. And then an axe murderer comes out of the woods, shatters the windshield, kills the skinny girl, strangles the mother, drags the fat girl off to the woods, and rapes her. But halfway through, the fat girl consents to the rape. She just lets him. When her sister and her mother are killed in front of her, she doesn't have any reaction. She just stares at him. Quite literally like this. That's all she does. She doesn't say anything. And the movie ends. And I was like, that was stupid. Isn't she 12? Yes. She's 12. it ends. It ends with the police dragging her out of the woods, and they're saying that she was like, they said that she was found without her like underwear or whatever, but she insists that she wasn't raped. And the last line of the movie is the fat girl going, "Believe me if you want, I don't care. Believe me or don't, I don't care," something like that. And then the movie freezes on that frame, and then it ends.
I refuse to believe a French man's vote is equal to mine.
It was written by a woman. It was written by a woman. But the worst part is that because every time I finish a movie, I go back and I look some stuff up about it because I'm interested. You know, I'm interested in how things are put together. The actress that played the 13-year-old girl, the 12-year-old girl, was actually 13. But she's shown on screen during her rape without a shirt. And it's on HBO Max. It's just on HBO Max. And I didn't know. And it's so creepy. And I did more digging, and apparently this director is also somebody that has defended Harvey Weinstein. And I'm like, why the fuck are there so many people being like, wow, this is really a really artful movie? It's like, what? It's so gross, man. It's so gross. Did she also co-write Cuties? There was a lot of people mentioning that in Letterboxd. People saying like, I wonder what the idea of it would have been, how people would have reacted to it if this was released now. And it's a shame because the movie presents some interesting ideas, I guess, because the actresses, that sisters, are very, very, they're very, very cute. And if it was just about the sisters, then I would be like, that's pretty cool. They have a really nice relationship and they're really interesting to watch interact with each other. But then it's just an axe murderer out of nowhere. And people are like, you just don't get it. You don't get it. It's a metaphor for the patriarchy. And I'm like, no shit, I don't get it. Why the fuck did this happen? Did the actresses' careers decline after that? I have no idea. I have no clue. It sounds like an AO3 fic that's trying to be high art. Yeah. I also don't know why it's called Fat Girl. In French, it's something like To My Sister or something, but in English, it's called Fat Girl. And I don't know why, because it has absolutely nothing to do with the fact, besides the fact that the fat girl, the skinny girl calls her a pig and shit sometimes. It really has nothing to do with her. She's kind of like a background character. Well, not a background character, but she's definitely not as important to the plot as like this other thing. But I watched Honey Boy yesterday as well. Honey Boy was the first one that I watched yesterday. I actually explained them to you in backwards order. I watched Dancer in the Dark last. I watched Honey Boy, fucking Fat Girl, and then Dancer in the Dark. And Honey Boy was actually pretty good. Honey Boy was good. I won't give you the rundown on Honey Boy because it was a really good movie and I think that you guys should watch it. But it's basically about the actor Shia LaBeouf's life. And it's really interesting. It's a really interesting movie. It's a really interesting movie about how would I explain it? LaBeouf. Okay. It's a really interesting movie about how your parents can pass trauma onto you, but you can still love them anyway. And I think it does cover when he was on Even Stevens, actually. It doesn't outright reference Even Stevens, but it's basically it's just like characters that are given his entire life, you know. It's characters that are inspired by his life, like the character's name is Otis, but like he's on like a childish cartoon or a childish show or something, and his father is a circus clown, just like Shia LaBeouf's father was. Shia LaBeouf actually plays his father. in that movie, which I imagine wasn't awesome for him, but you know. Also, yeah, Shia LaBeouf is like super fucked up now. It's a really interesting movie. I think that you guys should totally watch it. Where did I watch it again? Oh, I watched it on Amazon Prime. It's free on Amazon Prime. It's really, really good. I definitely suggest watching it because it's really good. And it's kind of like it goes between Otis when he's younger to Otis when he's older, and it has some themes of similar to how to Fat Girl, but I feel like it's a little bit more delicately handled. Where he definitely, as a child, seeks comfort in a woman that is way too old for him. And it's uncomfortable, but it's meant to be, and it doesn't feel like the movie is showing it to you for no reason, you know. It's because it's about a guy's real life, you know. And I'm not gonna say that I think that Shia LaBeouf is a good person or whatever, but it's very interesting to see from his perspective the kind of stuff that he went through. So I definitely think that if you find that interesting and you find stories like child star going from child star to fucked up adult, if you find stuff like that interesting, you should definitely watch it. And then a few days ago I watched what was it called? I watched On the Count of Three, and that is also really good. That's one of my favorite films of all time now. It's really, really, really good. And basically, just to like summarize it for you, two dudes decide that they're going to kill themselves, and they're going to hang out and spend their last day on Earth together, trying to wrap up loose ends. And I think it's a really, 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 really good movie. Yeah, it came out recently that Shia LaBeouf was really abusive to FKA Twigs, who actually is in Honey Boy. And generally he admits that he's abusive to everybody. So I think he's married to Mia Goth now, I think. Yeah, he's married to Mia Goth. He's been married to her since 2016. What was the name of the last one again? The one that I just said, or the one with Shia LaBeouf? The one with Shia LaBeouf is Honey Boy. And the one that I was talking about of the two dudes that want to end their life is called On the Count of Three. Yeah. With Gerard Carmichael and Christopher Abbott. Talking about Even Stevens, the movie for that is fucking wild and basically just the Truman Show. I never watched Even Stevens back in the day. I'm gonna be real. I didn't even know that Shia LaBeouf was on Even Stevens. Dude, he looks so crazy in Honey Boy, though. Hold on. Maybe I'm just face blind, but I didn't realize that he was playing he was playing his father in Honey Boy. I think I might just be face blind. Hold on, I gotta compare these to you guys. Hold on. Okay, so Shia LaBeouf looks like this, right? He looks like this, right? He looks like this, like normally. In Honey Boy, because his dad is kind of a hippie, he looks like this. And I didn't know it was him. I really could not tell. I really could not tell. He does look like John Lennon. I couldn't tell. And then like in certain angles, I'd be like, oh, I see. And I could tell. But he looks like he works at a video rental. He does. It's so crazy. It's so crazy to me. John was also a piece of shit. True. Ethan Hawke's brother. I couldn't tell, man. I couldn't tell. He was like a scientist, a little bit. That's just the guy that used to sell the funny grass to my dad. Dude, the fucking like sideburns and male pattern baldness into mullet combo. Shit. Looks awful. Looks so bad. It's so bad. You guys should tell me what your favorite movies are, by the way. I love talking about movies as I set up here for art. Oh, is this from the new Kendrick? Interstellar. Ooh, I loved Interstellar. Mr. V659, thanks for the follow, man. I haven't listened to the new Kendrick yet, but I'm liking this one so far. I'll always be nostalgic for the original Spider-Man trilogy, even if they aren't the best movies as time passed. Spider-Man is such a comforting, like, I think that Spider-Man is a comfort like movie series for a lot of people because I find it like a very comforting thing. I find it to be a very comforting, like, just even if I don't like I didn't really love Across the Spider-Verse, but I can't lie, I'm so comforted by just like those characters and seeing them in all of their little situations and shit, you know. I can't help but be like, my little guys. Oh, and they're putting the Spider-Verse characters in Fortnite. They're putting the Spider-Verse. They're putting Spider-Punk in Fortnite. They're putting Hobie in Fortnite. I'm so excited. Is he already in there? I need to get him. I'm so happy. He looks so good too. I love Hobie. British Spider-Man. We're gonna have to pay for Hobie? Well, yes. Except Gwen, not even an alt, but isn't Gwen already in there? Oh, wait, no, wrong Gwen. Fuck. Mustard. They didn't put, oh my god, I can't remember his name. Indian Spider-Man, what was his name? Chai means tea. That guy. What was his name? I can't remember. I haven't watched the movie in like months. Pav. Fuck. That's also why I remember that it started with a P. Paper with mustard. Yeah. Thank you. I like my gremlin model. Look at how crazy I am. Oh, Gwen was a battle pass. Oh. I've seen Into the Spider-Verse, but never any of the sequels. That's fine. You don't have to see the rest of them until the last one comes out. If it ever comes out. Just booted up Rivals. Let me know how it goes. Adrius103, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome in. Okay. Let me put my tablet in front of me because it's still not in front of me. I still gotta watch Across, but Miguel is my favorite Spider-Man. My favorite Spider-Man is Andrew Garfield. I want to have his baby. I said babies. I didn't care for those two movies, TBH. I feel like most people didn't like Andrew Garfield as Peter Parker because Andrew Garfield is too cool, which is a good problem to have. The keeper wields his scythe. Oh, you gotta kiss his life goodbye. There is another place beyond we'll meet in time. And I will greet you all in the next life, yeah. Sorry, I'm readjusting all of my screens. I'm sorry that Pet's not gonna work. But I'm not gonna unpin my merch. Get my merch. Exclamation point merch. Thank you. Anyway. Look at this mouse that I was doing. Isn't she cute? The general consensus that I've seen is Andrew does a killer Spider-Man but a bad Peter. True. Did y'all see in the new animated Spider-Man show Peter is gonna be a streamer? Wow, he's just like me for real. Excuse me. I love the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man because he gave us This Is Something Else, which is one of my favorite memes ever. Thank you, Ballistic. I appreciate that. Hold on. I was drawing porn on this on one of these programs, and I need to make sure that it's not still open. No, I put it in a folder. Okay. I'll move it down here. Excellent. Oh my god, the eyes are so funny. What did I unmute to? Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Excellent. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, unfortunately. Hold on, you guys can look at the folder. Hold on, my head is in the way. My big ass head is in the way. See? Anyway. Crimson Slave, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome in. Just love a Raimi smash zoom. Sam Raimi is the one that did Sam Raimi is the one that did Mr. Robot, right? Fuck. Do I have a PNG of the model? That's a good question. No. Hold on. I'll make one real quick. Put myself here. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, I'm so small. Unsmall right now. Too small. Goodness. I thought that was Rami Malek. Makek? How did you manage to misspell both of his names? Rami Malek, and he was the one that played the main character. He wasn't the one that wrote it. Okay, hold on. Small paper, color post-it? No, call me Paper. That's my name. I'm not a shoulder to cry on, but I digress. So intricate, so intricate, yeah. Okay, hold on 1 second. You look pretty stinking. Prima donnas of the gutter. Your trash gold. Where did it go? Where did I put it? I saved it as a PNG, did I not? Yes, I did. There it is. Okay, if you want the PNG of this model, it is currently in Discord, in the announcements channel. I can deny it no longer. I am small. Oh yeah, you guys like this mouse? I love her boobs. She looks great. You have to fix your face though. Her face looks a little bit weird. Oh, so intricate. Whoa, whoa. Woo! Cute, thank you. I am going to be drawing her as Juliet Starling from from Lollipop Chainsaw. But Doodle Bob artist, hi, mihoy mignoy. The shape reminds me of Morgan. True. Morgan, also known as the best big boovy lady this side of my brain. I love her. Oh, I love her. Whoops. What the fuck was that? Oh, that was me drawing mouse. A different mouse. My OC mouse with a braid. Because the lady in Dancer in the Dark has this as her, like, she has like a really messy hair that's like really thick on top and then has like a really thin braid, and I thought that that was really cute. She gets the anime mom like death twin tail. Not twin tail. She gets the anime mom death ponytail, but it's a braid. Okay. Okay, we're gonna quickly color this in. That is the porn folder. I'm gonna move it down. Okay, I need the colors. I also have to put everything on a different layer. I hate my life. Sorry. Dude, the eyes are killing me. I keep looking up. Give me your money, please. So cute. Do you like fighting games? I do, but I'm bad at them. I'm really, really bad at fighting games. I'm horrible at them. I used to play a lot of Skullgirls back in the day, and back before I knew how to regulate my emotions, I would get so mad. I want to do one of those things where I meet up with like a really good fighting game player and I have them tutor me, but I don't know who and I don't know what game. Skullgirls is so goddamn hard, dude. It's really difficult. I did have fun with it when I played it, and I was pretty good at it for a little bit, but not not the levels of good that would get me anywhere. Atlas Shonen training arc, so true. Who did I play? Misfortune. I was a Misfortune main back in the day. One of my dreams is to get a commission from Alex Ahad. Because I met him at AX. I won my first game in Rivals. Congratulations. I met him at AX and he was so nice. And I remember I told him, I was like, I've been following your work for forever because I really love your stuff from Skullgirls. And he was like, oh, who's your favorite Skullgirls character? And I forgot every Skullgirls character. Every single one. The second that he asked me that, I forgot every single one of them. And I told him that my favorite was Misfortune, but she's not my favorite. She's my main. For the record, my favorite Skullgirls character is Marie. But because of that point in time, I don't think that she had been in the roster yet, or she had just been added to the roster, so she just didn't, like, occur to me. And my second favorite character is Double, because I love a sexy nun. I met Sarabella's VA once. Who is Sarabella's VA? Is it Christina V? I met her too, but it was a really long time ago. It was a really, really long time ago because I used to know some people that organized a convention, and I used to be able to help backstage, and that's where I met her. I also met the English dub VA of Monokuma once, and I did that by cutting in line without realizing that there was a line to see him anyway. She's cosplaying Slave Leia that day. Oh no. I still want Christina V's signature. She's the only one left from the original cast that I don't have. Oh, fuck yeah. That must have filled you with despair and hope. I was confused. I didn't know who he was. I was just like, okay, whatever. I'll get a signature from you. Fortunately, I watched Danganronpa shortly after the anime. I watched it in anime club at school, and then I never went back because I was like, this kind of sucks. I'm like, this shit is dookie. And everybody here is a loser except for me. Ooh. Ow! My bones! My bones! My bones! I'm so sore. I don't know why. I think I fell asleep in a weird way. That sounds like something a loser would say. Then I guess you would be familiar with it. But yeah, I've never played any other fighting games. Like I've never played Guilty Gear, even though I love ABBA. And I've never played like, well, I mean, way back in the day. Way back in the day. I'm talking about like 12 years old. I used to be a beast on the local Street Fighter 2 arcade cabinet as Chun-Li. But that was like ages ago. That was like a decade ago now. To talk to Crowan about Guilty Gear if you end up trying it. Oh, is Crowan into Guilty Gear? I was unaware. Whenever I think about Crowan, I think about like Legend of Zelda. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I feel like him and Legend of Zelda are like intrinsically linked in my mind. Like if I had a video game that I would think that is him in my brain, it would be Legend of Zelda. Just like if I thought of a video game that would be like exactly Lena, it would be like Metal Gear Solid. And if I had a game in mind that would be exclusively Polaris, it'd probably be League. Unfortunately. Is Polaris in here? I'm gonna make fun of her, but I don't want to if she's in here. I don't want to if she can defend herself. I'm gonna take that as a no, she's not. Earlier today, what is his name? Kevin something. That guy that does sexual VTuber, LootTuber assets released something that was like a watermelon smashing emote or whatever. And Polaris sent it to me and she's like, it's so weird that he has this model with self-harm scars on it. And I looked at it and it was the tally marks on the inside of the thigh. And I'm like, that's not what that is. That is the tally marks for how many times she's come. And Polaris was like, what? What do you mean? People do that? And I'm like, yeah. And she was like, I thought that they were self-harm scars. And we showed it to Palpa later because I put her on blast in my group chat and Palpa was like, oh, that's what those are? I thought that it was like a really shitty attempt to draw loss. And I'm like, oh my God, come on. Why are people, come on, dude. Lost the only English kanji. Atlas, you're the Gooner friend. No, it's just, can you just, it feels like to me that's the logical conclusion for why there would be tally marks in a sensitive area. Why else? Like, oh yes, this is how many times I've gotten my rocks off today. Why else would you have that there? This is how many times I've peed today. Like, nobody keeps track of that in that manner. I feel like it's pretty obvious. It's either they keep marks on the headboard, or they keep marks on the wall, or they keep marks on the leg. It's less permanent if it's on the leg. Listen, man, I'm not turbo gooner just because I know this one thing. I feel like context clues make it make sense. It's not my fault. That ain't obviously. I mean, like, what else could they have been for? Because they don't look like self-harm scars, and it doesn't look like loss. They're just dumb. You can roll back. Stuck on your veil black. I'm begging you. Loving hands out, baby. Begging you. Hands out, darling. Begging you. Hands out, baby. Put your loving hands out, darling. I need to fix this skin tone because I don't think it looks very good. But I will later. Coping? Shut up. Who asked you? Look at me. I am the streamer now. Atlas Gremlin. It's me. Ooh, I have to get more emotes. I forgot that I was going to get more emotes. My God, Soleil is probably going to fucking kick my ass because I did that thing again where I'm like, dude, I will contact you shortly when I know what I want. And that was like a week ago. My bad. Now you're the streamer. Weren't you always a streamer? Shut up. Don't analyze it. Oh, kiss me. We are a hurricane, dropping anchors in a storm. We will never be the same to keep us warm. Chat, I need to go pee so bad right now. You guys don't even know. You guys don't even know how bad I have to go pee. The jiggle physics on the eye is killing me. Wah. I look like Neko Arc sometimes when they're at their peak of being like really thin. I am a wolf among the sheep, gnawing at the wool over my eyes. The revolution in my bedroom, and I set all the zippers free. No more war, no more clothes, give me peace. Hey, hey, we are a hurricane, drop our anchors in a storm. You guys ready for an extra long stream on Saturday? I don't know if it's going to be an extra long stream, but I do know that we're going to be drawing for most of it. Saturday is like probably when we'll do more Iron Mouse stuff because Saturday is the Streamer Awards. It's like you fuse with Chopper. Can we get much higher? So high. Okay. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Chat, talk about your favorite movie while I'm gone. Didn't we have the Streamer Awards in February? Oh, this is the wrong one. Oh, that's me. Oh. Oh, and also my Twitch thing in the back. Pee now? Okay. Ow. It hurts. It's not even been a full year. I'm pretty sure they're just moving it to this part of the year because it makes more sense to be at the end of the year and not at the beginning of a new one. Okay. I'll be right back. Talk about your favorite movie or I will fucking get you. Here's the music. Louder. return. I return. I return. Everything Everywhere All at Once was pretty good. I've never seen that one. I've been meaning to, but I worry that it's not going to live up to the hype. Bullet Train is pretty good. Never seen that one. Interstellar is great. Shin Ultraman recently. Don't know what that is. People say that Bullet Train is bad. Does the gremlin not blink? No. Dragon Ball Z Fusion Reborn. Ponyo, Scary Movie. Scary Movie's great. I like 7. Ooh, 7's good. Water now? Okay. I'm actually drinking Monster. 7 is a good movie. Very sad. Very fucked up, too. I think it's like a unsung fucked up movie. Dude, I watched a kind of fucked up movie the other day, and it gave me ASMR while she was torturing this guy. I was like, wow, this is kind of lovely noises. I love this ASMR while she fucks up this guy. Black right? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Here we go. Oh. Also, Zen0021, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome in. Sorry, I didn't say it earlier. I was peeing. But I am absent of pee now. Banger. I watch what is the name of the movie that gave me the ASMR? I watched The Audition. Or Audition. I don't remember if it was The Audition or Audition. But at one point, this guy gets tortured during it. And it gives me so much ASMR. It makes me like, oh, that's nice word. That's nice noise for my ear. That's nice noise for my ear. At one point, she's like pushing like acupuncture needles into his skin, and she goes, kitty, 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 kitty. And I was like, oh, nice. She saws off his foot, and I'm like, wow, crunchy. Kitty, 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 kitty. Shut up. Kitty, 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 kitty. Was that the one that was a horror movie, but the killer is the good guy? No. Might have been like Natural Instinct or something that you're talking about. I don't remember the name of the actual movie, but I know what you're talking about. I think. No, Audition is it's about this like Japanese guy. It's a Japanese movie, and his wife dies. She gets like really sick, and he never remarries. And then his friends are like pushing him to meet a girl, and he's like, well, it's difficult to meet a girl in this day and age. And so because his friend runs like some kind of agency, they stage an audition for him to meet chicks, and he meets one, and he's like completely enamored by her, but she's like really weird. She's crazy. Living life alone. I said I don't like change, but I'm not afraid. I can't keep it together ever anyway. So way. Just a quirky little girl. There's this like really crazy shot where like he doesn't talk to her for a little bit just because he's got like he's something like happens or I don't know. He doesn't talk to her for like a hot second, and then finally he calls her again, and it cuts to her in her like apartment, and she doesn't have like any furniture. She just has a bag that moves occasionally, and she's sitting on her knees with her head down and her hair covering her face in front of the phone. And the implication is that she's been there in that exact same position since the last time he saw her after their like date. And then the phone rings, and then she like lifts her head and she smiles, and I'm like it was pretty cool. Isn't disarray? Think we'll be okay. Think we'll be okay that way, that way. Have any of you guys seen Wicked yet? My coworkers would not shut up about Wicked the other day. Ask myself the same thing all the time, Issa. Never interested me? Yeah. I get it. Did I get the belly or? Oh, it was okay. It was the fishnets here. Heard it ends on a cliffhanger. Oh yeah, it does. It's one of those. They're bringing back, I guess, that thing where they're like, "We're gonna split this movie in twain," and you're like, "Why? Give me the full movie." Movies these days are like 3 hours long. You can tell us the whole fucking story. How long is Wicked? Is it like 2 hours? That's too much Wicked. I've never even seen the original Broadway production. At the same time, I don't really watch a whole lot of musicals because I find them boring sometimes. You want to know one of the best musicals of all time? It's on Netflix. It's called Tick, Tick, Boom. One of my favorite movies ever. Okay. Hair. Skin. So if you dare to find me, look to the western sky. I think part of it is also the fact that I don't like either of the main leads. May I ask what you're drawing? I am drawing technically a commission for one of my friends. I am drawing their OC. How's my cover coming along? I need to actually get back on doing it because I got busy. Trying to balance the merch store and all this other stuff has not been great. Also, I am super insecure about my mic. So I need to figure out how I can do it. How I can do it so the thing actually sounds good. Which is a shame because I really want to do more covers. Like every time I listen to a certain song or like specific songs, I'm like, fuck, that would make such a good cover. But I still have to get past this one. But yeah, time has just gotten away from me. I feel so bad because I still like I've paid I've paid the guy that is going to do the instrumental and stuff, and the instrumental is done and has been done for ages, but I just haven't gotten off my ass and done it yet. I'm very worried about it sounding bad. Sorry I could not make this last. Yesterday's not all that bad. I could not make this last. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our streamer doesn't have a raid message. Oh my god, could you please remind me how to pronounce it? I don't want to mispronounce your name. I know who you are. I've seen you. Laya. Thank you so much for the raid. I know you. I mispronounce your name every time I see you on Twitter. In my head. And I'm like, fuck. That's not how you say it. MEXE. Thank you so much for the follow. It's okay, I let people mispronounce it. No. I'm special. I don't want to mispronounce it. Erlia. Okay. Thank you, Erlia, for the raid. I appreciate it very much. I love your stuff. I love your little hoodie. Oh my god. What are these things called? The wiggles. Your little wiggle guys. Erlia. Leo. I don't even say Erlia. I just go by Leah all the time. I will remember. Mods, make a note. Not even just for my own benefit. But hello, everybody. Hello, my name's Atlas Anarchy. I don't typically look like this. Sometimes I look like... Hold on. This. I'm a paper VTuber. I am drawing today. Tomorrow we're going to play Marvel Rivals. I wasn't sure what I was going to do today, but I ended up drawing. But yeah, I got a new gremlin model today, which I think is very cute. Thank you again for the raid. If you got a raid and run, I totally get it. But if you would like to stick around, I am partner pushing. Gasp. So if you want to stick around, that would help. I also have a merch store if you want to look at my merch and support me in any way you see fit. I have cool things, even stickers that are only $5. $5. I do have to pee, but I'll be lurking. Thank you. I hope your pee goes well. Bye, Leah. Do I sell paper? Not yet. Not yet. But soon. But not yet. Oh, no, no. All wrong. This is screaming photo op. Come on. This is screaming. This is screaming. Photo op. Boys will be boys, baby. Boys will be boys. Ugh, what a good song. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. Who's your favorite Office character back when everybody watched that show? I loved Jim. I feel like Jim was everybody's favorite, though. I feel like The Office is a really normie show. Asian Jim. So, Jim. I don't know what it is about their skin color that is not vibing with me. I need to find their original reference. I think it's okay if we don't feel the same way. Like we're more than just friends. Didn't miss the cold weather, I just missed you. I didn't miss the sweater weather, I just missed you. He was the only functional one in the entire show. I mean, I feel like Pam was also pretty functional, but she was pretty boring. That was part of the problem, is that she was also boring. There's like a huge disparity in the way that the color looks like on my monitor and on my first monitor and on this monitor. I think that this color is better, though. I like this color better. We'll go with their original skin color. Think it's okay if we don't feel the same way. Like we're more than just friends. I couldn't miss this well weather, I just missed you. I just missed you. I didn't miss Orange County, I just missed you. She also goes wacky sometimes, does she? I don't remember. I feel like sometimes it was really hard to watch Michael. That was his name, right? Michael Scott? Yes, it was Michael Scott. Fuck! Vance and Vance refrigeration. Sometimes the humor that The Office would rely on would fucking kill me. I hate like cringe humor, and sometimes it's just so difficult. Like that fucking scene of Kevin falling over with like all of the chili and it just pours onto the ground. It makes me want to die. I hate it. What about the black guy from the warehouse? I don't remember his name. I think the actor's name is it's either the character's name is Daryl or the actor's name is Daryl. I love the actor. I liked Oscar too. Oscar was funny. I think that Oscar is like an unsung hero. But he's also like, it's funny because he's the gay guy that plays a straight man to everybody. You know, whenever Jim is not present. 'Cause you know where I'll be found when I come around. When I come around. This is another song I would love to cover. I've heard it all before. So don't knock down my door. I'm a loser and a user, so I don't need no accuser to try and slag me down because I know you're right. So go do what you like. Make sure you do it wise. You may find out that your self-doubt means nothing was ever there. You can't go forcing something if it's just not right. No time to search the world around, 'cause you know where I'll be found when I come around. Woo! 'Cause you know where I'll be found when I come around. When I come around. When I come around. When I come around. So don't knock down my door. Na-na-na-na-na. You may find out that your self-doubt means nothing was ever there. Sorry. Dorito. You're such a mystery. I like him a lot. There's a certain type of place for love. It was hard to see if I know what you want. I think I know what you like. Goodbye. I'll be the one with the broadband embrace. Online. HRU GD2. Spend your life with me. Yes, please. Yes, please. Sorry. Excuse me. The information superhighway. Let's cruise with the top down. You got merch? I got merch. Go and buy some. Support me. I can't believe I feel this way. Didn't I know I could afford? Yes. I have merch. It's pinned. And then it also is, you can also get the link by !merch. Do you know when it will ship? Next year. Beginning of next year. Once pre-orders close, then we get all the stuff and then we send them out. I think that you should get them in either February or March. Yeah, it's available until this December 27th. I almost said October, which is a completely different month. Baby, drive me crazy. Try with you daily. Could you blame me? Oh, baby. Loving you all day on my display. Baby, when I pass you by, I'm just another guy. Why do I try? Why are you so coy out here in reality? I stop feeling myself, you make me feel 20 feet tall. Never knew that you could feel this way, feel the same. I love stickers. I got two. I got two stickers. I remember to take my meds today, so I am hyper. I see you online. Oh, I'm getting them. Fuck yeah. Woohoo! Catch me in cyberspace. On payday. Wahoo! My payday was already. Wait, hold on. Let me check my bank. 1 second. Did I already get paid? Hold on. Live at checking my bank reaction. Yeah! Let's go! I got paid. Are you gonna buy, chat? You guys better buy something, chat. Oh, I meant you buy us stuff? No. Buy my shit. Purchase my shit. You guys get the gift of my presence. All the wind blows and the angels sing. She doesn't notice me. Craving over tough guys. Rap metal turntables in her eyes. What is Atlas merch that you guys want, by the way? What Atlas merch do you guys want? In the future. Cindy Firearms. Always a fan of stickers. I feel like stickers are definitely something that's going to be constant. Standee looks cool. Thank you. I made that. I like lanyards. Lanyards are a good idea. You know, my merch provider, hold on, she pointed out something that would be really cute. Hold on, let me find it. Where'd it go? There's this like mini keychain that we can make that looks like this, and it's like a little book. And she said that it would be cute if we made one of these and it had like OCs in it. It had my OCs in it. Would you guys ever be interested in something like that? This little book of OCs. I want pins. I want to get an enamel pin because my mom collects enamel pins and I want to be in her collection. It's so cute. It's so cute. So adorable. Like, look at this. That's so cool. That's so sick. The book thing is cute. Yeah. I had money. Again. Like a book of your artist journey. See, that's another thing that I would be interested in doing maybe one day is just compiling a bunch of especially my drawings from like college, just putting those in like an art book and selling that. I'd laugh the loudest who'd have known. Back to the wall, no wonder it was never plugged in at all. I hurried up, the choice was yours, I didn't think enough. I'm too depressed to go on, you'll be sorry when I'm gone. Man in Black 45. Thanks for the follow, man. That's a pretty good movie, too. Held such better days. still felt alive. Till I got home. There's been 44 sequels of what? Men in Black? I'm talking about the original one. The original Men in Black was pretty cool. At the same time, I haven't seen the original Men in Black in years. This model always looks like it's up to evil. Give me your money. I look like I should have an evil mustache. Hold on. Where it? Oh. No. Close enough. Welcome back, Heimerdinger. Oh my god, that's so funny. I'm a little mustache man. That's more facial hair. I'm sure my flesh neck has grown more facial hair than anybody has ever known. But don't worry, I rip it off all the time. Where's my maracas? Can it grow big enough for a Heimer stash? Yes. Jace, my boy. Jace, my boy. It's time to fuck that twink. Mustache stranger, who are you? I don't know. Now I'm SpongeBob's cousin. I think. It's less than worthless, my boy. Okay, that's enough of that. No more goofing off. No more Mr. Nice Paper. I gotta lock in. My mouth is dry. It's time to lock in. Delimskus. Lock in. I am. Queen never cry? I never cry. By the way, we're listening to my Spotify Wrapped playlist. Very epic. Paper never cry. Paper never cry. Anarchists never cry. Bana. 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 Oh yeah, did you guys want to do that Overwatch play? You guys want to play Overwatch with me next week? Next week? I've never played. Well, for the people that want to play. If you have never played, it's okay. That's fine. We can just goof off and teabag at each other and then kill each other. Excuse me. Let's go murder! I'll probably be stuck at work. Frown. Were you planning on squatting or custom lobbies? It's going to be custom lobbies because that way I can add you guys via your battle tag and I don't have to friend all of you gross fucks. But yeah, I feel like it's easier that way. At the same time, I don't know if there's going to be enough people, so I don't know. I don't think that we're going to have enough people, but I'll try. Hey, I shower daily. A likely story. A likely story. Customs for good turnout, squads for bad. Perhaps. Bit heaps. Bit heaps. But I want to do another community night thing because web fishing was fun, but we all got doxxed, so that's not great. It's the Northern Boys. Yeah, somebody came into our lobby on web fishing and was like, "This is your nearest airplane or something. Airport. There we go. A bad viewer. No, it's not a viewer. It wasn't a viewer. It was just somebody that trolls the category on Twitch. Which sucks, but oh well. Come on, baby, give it to me. Yeah, that's why there's no VOD of that thing. I mean, it's not the first time I've been doxxed on Steam. Not on stream, but on Steam. This one time I entered a GTA lobby, like a public GTA online lobby, and immediately it was like, you live here. And I'm like, okay. Fuck, dude, I sure do. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? I have a constitutional right to kick your ass. One, two, three to the bastard four. Is a bastard whore. Bastard 7. Kick us in the balls like David Beckham. 8. 9 to the bastard 10. Becking on a crotch like a free range hand. Raising a glass to the gays and the bis and the trans and the girls and the big bald men. Shake my ass when I play Beyonce. I'm a top shelf piece of ass. Hello. And then I clap them cheeks and I'm out the door. Give it to me. All right. Dude, we're having ravioli today. I'm so excited. Come on, baby. Give it to me. All right. Delicious water. Have people watched Arcane now? Can I talk about Arcane? Or do I need to still wait for people who have seen it to watch it? Who haven't seen it to watch it? What did you guys think of Arcane? 'Cause, 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 'c guys think of it? Because I thought that season 2 was ugh. I think that it got progressively worse as time went on. Too old and disarray. I like season 1 a lot. Season 1 is good. Season 1 is like awesome. Dude, this song is so good. I wish that he's actually fucking sung. He's just rapping. He's so good at singing, and he's doing this instead. Come on, man. He's not even rapping. He's talk singing. Season 1 already had a bit of that problem, but it became egregious in season 2. Yeah. Dude, I was so annoyed with what they did with that goddamn little girl. I was like, everybody was like, this character has such obvious death flags. And I'm like, yeah, I see that. But I don't think it would make I gave them too much faith. And I was like, it makes absolutely no sense for them to kill her because there's no reason for that to happen. And not only do they kill her, but they don't mention her ever again after she dies. That death was very dumb. I agree. It's like we don't even get to see how like Savika reacted to it. With like nobody gives a shit. Me when I have to kill her because I'm bored. That's what it felt like, man. What a horrible way to get rid of that character. If you're gonna do that, then why make it like this? I honestly thought, I was like, they're gonna make this morality pet character have more than just one fucking use, but no. End her life. Trudy Cringe, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in. Sorry, we're complaining about Arcane. Shugo Seijin, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Your model is incredible. Thanks. It's not my usual model, but thank you. I've never watched Arcane in my life. My friend Rad is trying to get me to. Radale? Raises my eyebrow? Or a different Rad? Arcane is good. Yeah, him? He rigged my main model. He rigged my main one. He's my papa. Sorry, hold on. Let me switch it really quick. Oh my god. Hold on. This one. This one. He rigged this one. Oh, damn. Yeah. It's the same character. Oh my gosh. Your design is peak. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, Rad is awesome. But I appreciate you as well for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. My name's Atlas. This is what I usually look like, but I got a gremlin model today, so. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I am partner pushing, I am hanging out, I am drawing. So if you guys want to hang out with me, then please do. And if you got a raid and run, I totally get it. You got to take care of yourself, bro. You're the only paper VTuber I've ever heard of. I know. But yeah, this is what I usually look like. And I have a YouTube, I have a merch store. If you would like to get anything from the merch store, we have stickers as cheap as like $5. Like what? So yeah, I don't know how to do raid hellos. I'm just here, man. Switch back to my gremlin model. Hurry up and buy. Buy. Like the Backstreet Boys song. Or NSYNC, I can't remember. They're the same. I gotta go eat, but I'll be lurking. Hey man, thanks. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. When if I had a head full of appreciation for you, it would look like this. it would look like this. And I do have a head full of appreciation for you, but it's actually in my heart, which means that I have an enlarged heart and I have 2 days to live, but it'll be a fun 2 days. What a big old head. I agree. Am I tilted? Stop that. Nice. Put that back in my head. Oh, cartwheels too. Yeah, it just takes a second to get, to make the full round. Ugh. Dude, they didn't have the peach rings at the gas station. I was so sad. I actually did go and I went and I got gummies at the gas station, but they didn't have my peach rings. Frowns. I hate you, Haribo. Okay, this jacket needs to be a slightly different color, but it's fine. Tell me what I've gotta do. There's no getting through to you. The lights are on, but nobody's home. They say I don't understand, but you're not giving me a chance. When you leave me, where do you go? Guys, don't forget to get your off-kai tickets, by the way. Don't forget. All the ways that I kept losing you. Are they out already? No, they're out tomorrow. You can end it someone else. You keep running like the sky is falling. I could whisper, I could yell, but I know, yeah, I know, yeah, I know myself. I'm gonna go to a convention. They look fun. You should go to Off-Kai. That's the one that I'm gonna go to. Unless you're going to a local one, in which case, have fun. I'm just talking to myself. I made mistakes, but yours might cost you everything. Can't you hear me calling you home? Oh. I found it's cheaper to get a flight to San Francisco and then a bus to San Jose than to just get a flight to San Jose. Really? Shit. I could whisper, I could yell, but I know, yeah, I know, yeah, I know. Self, ooh, ooh, ooh. I know, yeah, I know, yeah, I know. Oh fuck. Okay. Wrong layer, crunk. You turn into someone else. You keep running like the sky is falling. I can yell. I'm just talking to myself. Talking to myself. Talking to myself. Yeah, I know, yeah, I know, yeah, I know. They got 5 tickets for $69.69. Yeah, that's just if you want to support the thing. The tickets are 105 or something like that. I think they're 100 actually. I don't know what I'm to say, I'll say it anyway. Today's another day to find you shying away. I'll be coming for your lover, okay? On me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. So needless to say, I'm odds and ends, but I'm me stumbling away. Slowly learning that life is okay. Say it after me. It's no better to be safe than sorry. Take me on. I'll be gone day or two. You're gonna get tickets? Oh, fuck yeah. Good luck, man. Especially with all the airports and stuff. I hate the airport. I always get so anxious and then I get on the plane and I'm like, that's fine. And then I have to do it again when I come back. I get my best sleep on airplanes. Oh yeah. I wish I could sleep on airplanes. I wish I could sleep literally fucking anywhere. I feel like that's the best way to approach it too. You should just fall asleep as soon as you get on the plane. Take like a couple of pills, a couple of sleeping pills, and just some Ambien. No pills? Damn. Well, get him next time, folks. I'll be gone. Day. I don't know how I feel about this jacket color. I don't think that this should be brown. I don't like it brown. I think it should be red, like a dusty brick red. But it will clash with their hair. Even now, it still kind of gets clashed with their hair. Wait, I love this song. Mojavigos y pa' la calle hoy salgo otra vez. Ey, me gustan las dos. Pa' mi cama nos vamos los tres. Fumando, bebiendo, chingando, fingiendo que ya no pienso en ti. Que lamento si esto consiento que no me deja dormir. Fumando, bebiendo, chingando, fingiendo que ya no pienso en ti. No sé a quién lamento si esto que tiento no me deja dormir. Y hola, hola, que sueño bonito, que sueño contigo. Y hola, hola, que suena bonito, que sueña contigo. Que la note, no se note, tú sí sabes, no te agotes, pa' la disco, pa' la bote, la culito en los culotes, tengo el corazón estéril, solo por la me clarí, musasao, con Eric, money, pero lo mío no aguanto el llanto, cuando me siento solo en mi cuarto. Quieren la fama, todos quieren el cuarto. Y yo, que cambiaría la gloria de amenaza. De mi cabeza. Dándole el dólar como Dani. Soy friendly. Tu no ves el timing. I understand any of these words. Basically, he's sad because a woman left him. And he's like fucking and drinking and doing drugs and stuff to forget her. Fumando, bebiendo, chingando, fingiendo que ya no pienso en ti. No sé a quién la miento, si esto coniento no me deja dormir. Fumando, bebiendo, chingando, fingiendo que ya no pienso en ti. No sé a quién la miento, si esto contento no me deja dormir. Y hola, hola, que sueña contigo, que sueña bonito. Y hola, hola, que sueña contigo, que sueño contigo. Oh. Ugh. I love Mojave Ghost. That's such a good song. Such a good fucking song. Enjoy your sleep. Fun fact about Romeo and Juliet, the play takes place in like 3 days, and before the play, Romeo doesn't even know she exists. I hated reading Romeo and Juliet for school so bad. I hated it so much. It was so garbage. Such a garbage fucking thing. I hated it. It's so cold out tonight, I'll put blankets on the bed. Don't forget to. Don't forget you. I'll write you once a week, she said. Dude, I was so angry that we had to read Romeo and Juliet that I stole the copy that the school gave me, and I still have it. I don't even know why I stole it. I was just like, this is mine now. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I'm never gonna. Nobody else should suffer this. I haven't been this scared in a long time. I'm so unprepared. So here's your Valentine. Bouquet of clumsy words, a simple melody. It's an ugly place, but you're so beautiful to me. You ended the cycle of suffering. I mean, I think I was the only person in my grade that did that, so. I don't even know why I took it because I don't use it and I don't have any reason to. I feel like if I was a druggie, I could have used it to like roll blunts or something, but not even. I didn't even do that. I just have it in my bookshelf and I'd stare at it hatefully sometimes, but I'm like, why do I even have that? It's a trophy, I suppose. That's a good way to look at it. It's a trophy. I win. Me versus, it's like Scott Pilgrim versus the world. Me versus the U.S. educational system. Rom-com manga called I reincarnated as a copy of Shakespeare play, and a tsundere streamer stole me from school. 200 chapters, ends on vague confession, 6.3 rating on manga text. Oh, hold on, I need to lean back. Put on your war paint. You are a brick tied to me that's dragging me down. Strike a match and I'll burn you to the ground. We are the jack-o'-lanterns in July, setting fire to the sky. Here it comes, this rising tide, so come on. Put on your war paint. Crosswalks and cross hearts and hope to die. Silver clouds with gray lightnings can take the world back from the heart attack. We will take it back. You know time crawls on when you're waiting for the song to start. So dance alone to the beat of your heart. Hey, young blood, doesn't it feel like our time is running out? Change you like a remix, then I'll raise you like a phoenix. Dude, this song used to make me pop off in grade school. I was like, wow, that's deep. That's some deep shit. Raise you like a penis. Like the legend of the penis. And strap, metal the tanks, get itched, make a career out of robbing banks. World is just a tether and we are wearing black masks. Never know you passed from the heart attack. We will take it back. Put on your war face, rah! Doesn't it feel like our time is running out? Like a remix, and I'll raise you like a phoenix. No, it says put on your war paint. Like a remix, then I'll raise you like a phoenix. Ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-dum. The war is run before it's begun. Release the dove, surrender love. Surrender love. I think that these pants should be brown. I'm also going to write that this jacket should be on the... Hey, young blood! Like our time is running out, I'm gonna change you like a remix. Like a phoenix. No, I think it looked a little better on me. Joker. I'm the Joker, baby. And I'll raise you like a phoenix. Banger. I heard you wanted me to stay, but I can't ignore the crazy visions of me in LA. And my heart that there's a special place. Boys and girls can all be queens every single day. I'm having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee. Santa Monica, I swear it's calling me. Won't make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl. I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh, mama, fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. I'm up. Whoa, and jaws are on the floor. Lovers in the bathroom and the line outside the door. Black lights and a mirror disco ball. Every night's another reason why I left it all. I think my wicked dreams a year from Tennessee. Oh, Santa Monica, you've been too good to me. I'd make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl. I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh, mama, I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. Don't think I'm left you all behind. Still love you in Tennessee. You're always on my mind. Every Saturday, I can hear your southern drawl 1,000 miles away, singing, God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh, mama, I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. That's where I belong, down at the Pink Paper Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Paper Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Paper Club. Pink Paper Club. Oh my God, I'm so hungry. Can I bald the gremlin? Yeah. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Why is my bald noggin strumming to the song? It's vibing. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Head empty? You have no idea. No idea. No idea. I paused the pet redeem while we're in gremlin mode. Thank you. The gremlin can go bald? It can. Shit. I need to recolor this because that doesn't look good. This color does not look nice. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. If you wanted a tattoo, do you draw on yourself with a pen? I have a tattoo. It's right there. I didn't even realize that she has the hands taped on. That's cute. Hi. Thank you. Did she draw it on herself with a pen? Sure, why not? I'm just goofing. I had a friend named True. I had a friend named Spoons. Are you out of spoons now? Fuck it up! Oh my god, I look like a chicken. I look like a chicken. Clockless Roostnarchy? Huh? What does that mean? Oh, because I said chicken. I forgot. I'm not cockless. Quite the opposite. It's so big that I can use it as a cane. Cockless one boing boing. I still hold that that's the only funny Dan, whatever his last name is, bit. I don't think that he's that funny, but the cocky one boing boing thing is kind of funny to me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a hater. Sorry. Something we could do with a gun. I liked his preacher ones from early on. Oh, I forgot that was him. I also forgot that he did that the fucking therapist that hates his job. But the memes that spawned from that one is funnier than the actual thing itself. It's like when people go over it and they make it's like the therapist that loves his job. All my students are morons. Yeah, that's the one that I mean. I think that I'm thinking about the one that they edited to make it look like he was a therapist instead or something, or he did it again. I don't know. But I think that at certain points, I'm just like, I don't know, it makes me cringe. It kind of reminds me of like The Office humor in a way. It's not the same, but that's what it reminds me of. Good father in a beautiful world. People were drawing their faves over him. My faves are my OCs. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I wanna have control. Perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice when I'm not around. And special. I wish I was special. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Whoa, whoa. Running out the door. She's running. She runs, 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 runs. The Destroyer YouTube and Mishi Molly, thanks for the follows. Welcome in. My name's Atlas. Makes you happy. Whatever you want. So fucking special. I wish I was special. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here. Hi! How are you? Love the gremlin model, by the way. Thank you. Thank you very much. Be careful, or else I'm gonna get a big head. Anyway. Brain blast! Wow! The VTuber is so cute. Thank you. I don't usually look like this, but this is my cute little gremlin, model. I am not your mother. Thanks for the follow. I love your banner. Cause I fell in love with the girl at the rock show, and I told her that I didn't know. Gonna sneak in through her window when she's around. Can't wait till her parents go out of town. I fell in love with the girl at the rock hole. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna put these in a folder because they're all kind of loose right now. The rock hole, I listen, man. I'm doing a lot of things right now. It's purpose or direction. We don't owe anyone a fucking explanation because I fell in love with the girl at the rock show. Thank you. Aw, thank you. That's so sweet of you. Thank you very much, Mishi Molly. I love your model, by the way. I've seen you around. Your model is super, super cute. I waited for her call. She always kept me waiting. She kept me waiting. I'm not following you. What the fuck? I'm following you now. I swear to God. Where'd my tablet pen go? Oh, I put it over here. Yeah. You are also very sweet. I love your color palette, especially. The red and the light purple is so good. It's so good. Forget tonight, I'll never. Where'd I go? Here I am. Bzz. I'm not confident enough in my art. You should do an art stream anyway. You should do an art stream anyway. She was a playboy, Bridget Bardot. She showed me things I didn't know. She did it right there, out on the deck. Put her canine teeth in the side of my neck. I'm in the hallway waiting for you. Mini skirt and my go-go boots. I ran out of air. Want you to make a move, so slow down, sit down, it's new. I just wanna get to know ya, 'cause I didn't quite think it through. Fell in love with the thought of you, now I'm choked up, face down, burnt out. Baby, why don't you come over? Red wine supernova falling into me. Let's pick it up now. I don't care that you're a stoner. Red wine supernova fall right into me. So fucking hungry. I like what you like. Long hair, no bra, that's my type. You just told me, want me to fuck you. Baby, I will, 'cause I'd really want to. Wanna get to know ya. Guess I didn't quite think it through. Fell in love with the thought of you. Now I'm choked up, face down, burnt out. Baby, why don't you come over? Red wine supernova fall right into me. Okay, y'all, let's pick it up now. I don't care that you're a stoner. Red wine supernova fall right into me. Well, back at my house, I've got a California king. Okay, well, maybe it's a twin bed and some roommates. Don't worry, we're cool. I heard you like magic. I got a wand and a rabbit. So, baby, let's get freaky. Let's get kinky. Let's get this bed get squeaky. Baby, why don't you come over? Red wine supernova falling into me. I don't care that you're a stoner. Red wine supernova fall right into me. What a banger, dude. Thank you. And thank you, Gotcha Art Stuff. Gotcha Arts and Stuff for the follow. I don't make music. I'm trying to put a cover together, but my mic kind of sucks, so it's kind of hard. But I'm trying. It's on its way. Atlas when she sees someone's mother. True. True. About 17. The beat was going strong. Playing my favorite song. Next me won't be long. It will be me and me. Yeah, me singing I love rock and roll. I love rock and roll. Oh, hi, Polaris. I might have told them earlier about some of your about your misconception that you had earlier today. Thanks for the stretch reminder, though. I did not. Would that make you feel better if I said that I didn't? She was trash talking about the tally marks? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Not at all. I love rock and roll. Hungry. Muichiro30, thanks for the follow. I keep saying that I'm hungry. It's because I'm hungry. I'm sorry. Don't worry, Polaris. It means you aren't the gooner friend. It just means that you're very sheltered. Okay. Means that you're very baby. Why am I leaned over? What the fuck? Straighten up, bitch. In the jukebox, baby. Rock and roll. Love your silly model, by the way. Thank you. I can do this. I love the gremlin model. Thank you. I can also do this. Saying under down in the jukebox, baby. I love rock and roll. And dance with me. I want to punt you. What is it? Because I understand what Italian mark means? Actually. I don't wanna have to kill you. I'm not a gooner. I certainly am not. Welcome in, Palm Spice. Hi. I think it's cute. Thank you. Why do you know what the tally means then? Because I can surmise. I can use context clues. And also I watched a lot of porn. But mostly I can use context clues. And also it was in Honey Pop. But that's not where I found out about it. My hair? My hair. Portless Goonerky. Na, 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 na. You said my name right? Palm Spice? Like, do people go Pomay or Pommy or something? Or Pomney? God forbid. It's like apple spice. Like, I think Pom is apple in French. That might not be why you named it that way, but... Isn't Honey Pop just horny bejeweled? Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't know. I've heard. Yes. But I don't know. Na 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 na. Also, Honey Pop is like ridiculously difficult. I'm gonna avoid saying that it's hard for obvious reasons, but it's so difficult. Na 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 na. And incredibly horny, true. Do I listen to MSI? I don't listen to a whole lot of Mindless Self-Indulgence, but I think that they have good music. They have some good music, not all of it. But I do like it. I like specific songs that I can't think of right now because they're not on this playlist. Oops. It's so difficult, man. It's such a difficult game. I fumble all of these bitches, but only in the game. I've never fumbled in my life. besides in Honey Pop, which I don't play, which is why I'm fumbling, because I don't play it. But if I did, I would fumble them because the game is hard, which I wouldn't know. I don't want to have to kill you. I always see it on TV, I read it in the magazines. Celebrities who want sympathy. Shut up. All they do is bitch and moan inside the Rolling Stone, talking about how hard life can be. I like to see them spend a week living life out on the street. I don't think they would survive. And they could spend a day or two walking in someone else's shoes. I think they'd stumble and they'd fall. They would fall. Lifestyles of the rich and the famous. They're always complaining, always complaining. If money is such a problem, well, they got mansions, think we should rob them. And if you were famous, you could kill your wife. There's no such thing as 25 to life, as long as you got the cash to pay for Coughlin. And did you know that you were caught and you were smoking crack? McDonald's wouldn't even want to take you back, but you could always just run for mayor of DC. I'd like to see them spend a week living life out on the street. I don't think they would survive. If they could spend a day or two walking in someone else's shoes, I think they'd stumble and they'd fall. They would fall. Lifestyles of the rich and the famous. They're always complaining, always complaining. Money is such a problem. Well, they got mansions, think we should rob them. Rob them. OBS wouldn't catch it? Uh-oh. Also, hello, Sukima. The rich and the famous, they're always complaining, always complaining. If money is such a problem, well, no many problems, think I could solve them. We'll take your clothes, cash, cars, and homes, just stop complaining. Of the rich and famous, lifestyles of the rich and famous, lifestyles of the rich and famous. The solution is apparently launch as admin. Oh, okay. It's all right to tell me what you think about me, to argue or hold it against you. Bye, Sarge. I hope that you guys have fun with Marvel Rivals. I'll play it tomorrow. Meow. That I retrace the sad look on your face, the timing and structure. Did you hear? He fucked her. A day late, a buck short. I'm writing the report. I'm losing and failing. If you're gone, I'm flailing now. And it happened once again. I'll turn to a friend, someone who understands. Dude, I made myself hot chocolate yesterday and I added a splash, just a splash of buttermilk, not buttermilk, pecan butter. I don't remember what it's called. Something moonshine, you know, some of that like Tennessee, whatever moonshine. That is, and it was so good. Pecan? Sorry, pecan. Fucking fancy ass motherfucker. And I guess this is growing up. Pecan. Ugh. Southerners when it comes to caring about shit that doesn't matter. Pecan! Stop that! Stop it! It's not pecan, it's pecan. That reminds me, want to know something neat? McDonald's had a secret menu item called the Cookie Tote. I just got it and it's very much real. It's amazing for a cookie lover such as myself. You sound like an NPC, bro, but yes, I have seen that. It's on Uber Eats. You can buy a Cookie Tote there. It sounds like the picture of the guy that's like, grapes are easy to acquire and easy to eat. And the guy he's talking to goes, if you say anything else on this subject, I will kill you. That's how it feels, except I will not kill you if you talk to me about the McDonald's Cookie Tote. It's pretty lit. And leave me be. You are what you love, not who loves you. In a world full of the word yes, I'm here to scream. Wherever I go, go. I only plugged in to save rock and roll. Average Overwatch talk. That really is how it feels like sometimes when you're on Overwatch. It's either that or it's some guy going who doesn't know how to turn off his microphone and you can hear his AC in the background going. I know I'm not one to talk, but like for real. In desperation, an ode to silence on a voice of a generation. Wow, how'd it get to be only me? Like I'm the last damn kid still kicking the still believe. I will defend the faith, going down swinging. I will save the songs that we can't stop singing. The Virgin AC versus the Chad Train Coon. You guys are so funny. You're so funny. Trouble seems to follow. Only plugged in to save rock and roll. What did I miss? Literally everything. We don't know when to quit. Oh. You are what you love, not who loves you. In a world full of the word yes, I'm here to scream. Ugh. Chat, I must pee again, but I have to wait until 3 minutes passes. Save rock and roll. One time I said that I didn't think Ryan should be unplayable when he was like giga shit and got death threats and called slurs. That's really cool. Who am I drawing? I am drawing a commission for a friend of mine. It's their OC. I gave them a redesign. Thank you. I will be reborn. Hello, Gaming Beetle. I am doing great. How are you? Loving the art? Thank you. Yeah, pet broke. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. Okay, BRB. Actually, I'm gonna refill my water bottle also while I'm here. Who wrote P next to me? I'm not mad. I just want to know. It was you, Rennie? And to think I trusted you. To think that I trusted you. To think that I trusted you to be my mod. And you write P next to me while I'm unaware. And essentially asleep. Don't say that, Billy Joel. Billy Joe. Sorry, wrong Billy. Well, correct Billy, wrong Joe. I got betrayed. What? Oh. P. Whoever wrote the P, put it on the line art layer. Anyway. Iris, are you still here? We are cooking. We are cooking. Information Nation hysteria. It's going out to idiot America. Yeah. I'll give you a version with and without the paint splatters. Because I think the paint splatters will be fun. I'm crazy. Insane. Asylum. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. No problem, man. Ba-na-na-now. I am a powerful ally to have on your team. Know this. I'm a powerful ally and an even worse enemy. My enemy. Living on the lighted stage approaches the unreal. For those who think and feel, I'm touched with some reality beyond the gilded cage. What the fuck is Infinity Nikki? Get out of my face with these fucking cozy ass games. Boring as shit. One must put up barriers to keep oneself intact. Drinks all your monsters and calls you a bitch. True. Normal Atlas does that too, though. And you may be asking, how tall is Gremlin Atlas? Well, I am one monster can tall. This is a creature, but you know what I mean. I am one monster can tall. Off by a little. That's my horns. My horns don't count. There. Can't pretend a stranger is a long-awaited friend. We are merely players. Why do you guys think that people do that? The whole thing with VTubers who are like, I'm only 5'4", or I'm only not 5'4". I'm only 4'2". I'm only 4'5". I'm just a little baby. I'm a little creature. I am a little creature. What's up? What you doing? Where you at? The lightning. Ah. I'm in bed full of soup. True. Are you sick? Oh, long day. I hope your exams go well. I bless you with my good gotcha luck, but it's with exams instead. Instead of water, it's just soup. What kind of soup would you want to have in your waterbed? I'm going to operate heavy machinery? Hell yeah. That's what I call my dick. Beef noodles. That's pretty good. I like ramen, but I always pour out the broth. If I get to just eat the noodles in the thing, that would be fine. Oh, my frames. Come back to me. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna make sure that I save this because that made me frightened. What the hell? Oh, goodness. Will you one day draw Time Bomb? I don't draw fan art, but maybe. I love them, so it would make sense. Santa Train. How tall is me? Normally I am 5'4". I am global average height. Little pipsqueak. What the fuck are you guys talking about? It's global average. It's perfectly average. I would have to help you get stuff off of the shelf. I can just climb a chair if it's that tall. Most of the time, I can just grab stuff off the shelf myself. Shut up about Copian. It's a perfectly average height. The US average is 5'3.5". Well, I'm above average then. Suck my dick. Mondovini Gamer, thanks for the follow. Busting out the step stool to get a bowl. I don't need to get a... How the fuck tall are your guys' cabinets? I don't need to get a step stool to grab a bowl. Uh-oh. Hold on, my frames are dropping. Oh, we're back. Lag warrior. True. The scarabs. Dude, we're gonna have ravioli. I can't wait for ravioli. I want ravioli. My cabinets are near the ceiling. Is that not normal? Mine are not that tall. They're just like above the countertops. They're not that tall. I can grab a bowl just fine. Preferred fillings? For what? Yo, Mondovini Gamer. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow again, bruh. Teach! Am I winning? Eh. The prognosis is not good. And I still believe that I cannot be saved. Beach party, everyone. Car. 4 wheels, 1 key. I must be truly blessed. Life is a school and I'm passing the test. Oh, I can headlights for functional seats and get a load of these pedals that I can push with my feet. There's an AM radio that kicks you right in the ass. So get that. Oh, God. And crank up the bass. I own a car. I own a car, woman. The cup holder holds anything as long as it's a cup. I own a car. Car. Look out, it's beige, the coolest kind of brown a human can handle. Thank God that you're sitting down. These windows, they're totally clear, so you can watch in amazement as stuff gets more near. Do you believe in miracles? We're shooting off like a star. Who needs a license, mama? Oh, when you got a car. Hey, listen good. I own a car, you turkeys. The engine is a mystery and no one knows how it works. I own a car. I own a car. Ow! What kind of car? I don't know. That fucking Toyota Crayola. Guess what I own, boys? Is it a boat? Is it a car? Yes, actually. The boy says that much faster than the boys. I own a car. I own a car. I absolutely love the expressions on the little model. Whoever did it cooked with pure peak. The credits are in the panels below, but it was done by Hachi. I have her VGen linked down below. You kind of seem like a Toyota driver. I don't know why. I don't drive a Toyota. I don't drive a Toyota. I don't drive a Toyota. I drive something completely different, but I do have an old car because I prefer having an old car. I mean, it's not old, but it's like comparatively old. It's not within the last 10 years, that's for sure. I had you pegged as a Subaru driver. I don't drive a Subaru either. Bite my lip and close my eyes. Take me away to paradise. And I smell like shit. BMW. Fuck no. Okay. I knew somebody way back when I worked at the car dealership. Well, not car dealership, the car detail shop. The boss was like super rich, and he had his girlfriend, his daughter had a BMW that she fucking crashed And she couldn't, it wasn't like in working order anymore. So he just like bought her a new BMW, and whenever her new BMW would get like something fucked up, they would just take a part from the old one, fix it up a little bit. Like, fuck. Why do you get 2 BMWs? That's like a rich people car in my brain. Liam Neeson, Liam Neeson's Nissan, Liam Neeson, Nissan, and Nissan, and Nissan, and Nissan. Asian. Bro invested in organ donor. Liam Neeson, Liam Neeson's Nissan, Liam Neeson, Nissan, and Nissan, and Nissan, and Nissan. I'm quoting a lot of vines today. I'm really showing my age here. No, proper rich people cars. There's fucking Teslas. I went to California and everybody had a Tesla. I was like, Jesus Christ, where the fuck am I? Granted, I was in Orange County. This is why we think you drive a Toyota. I don't drive a Toyota. Definitely a Buick girl. Seeing a lot of Cybertrucks near me. Dude, there was a Cybertruck in my town recently, which is really funny because my town is like horrible. I live in a really bad town. It's only gotten worse as time goes on. So seeing like a rich people car in the middle of my goddamn town, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? Get out of here. You can get robbed. Well, maybe you kind of deserve it, honestly. Ugly as fuck, dude. Crushed ass soda cans passed off as cars. I got cute? I wasn't cute before? I'm gonna kill you. I've met a couple of poodles. Oh my god. So, on on Tuesday, I think, I was like at work, and I work in a vet clinic, and I I was like, shit, I really need to go to the bathroom. And right as I said that, my boss came over and he put up the sign. And if you don't know what the sign is a sign that we put up when people are euthanizing their dog or cat or whatever. And he put up the sign, and then he went into the room that shares a wall with the bathroom. And I was like, no. I have to pee so bad. I can't hold it. So I ran some water. I ran some water and I tried to just make it quick. And I texted my friend. I was like, this is how I pee knowing somebody is killing their cat in the next room over. And I sent like a ninja emoji. I felt kind of bad. Are the walls made of paper? Kind of. It was, the clip thing doesn't work. I'm sorry. Oh, dinner's ready. Imagine how much worse it could have been. I know, I could have had to take a shit. I could have had to take a shit. Unfortunately, I mean, fortunately, I didn't. Fortunately, I didn't have to shit. Also, thank you for the 25 months, Noah. Jesus Christ, that's like 2 whole years and some change. Make a note of the timestamp. I'm sorry. It just takes up space on my taskbar and I don't feel like it. Dinner's ready, so I'm gonna go and get it. And then, I don't know, do you guys want to watch when you guys want to watch something? Was this model by Ham on VGen? I think so. Yeah. The panel down below has a link to it. The gremlin model has a link to it. You guys want to watch something? Let's see. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my... Oh, wait. Wendigoon just uploaded? What did he upload? One second. I forgot. My ice cream fell down. The clip function needed a program running at the same time? Yeah. Okay. Noah, are you here? Actually, no. I'm going to switch to the drawing scene. Or Iris, if they are here. Iris was... Oh, it's the JCS. There's a new JCS. That's what I wanted to watch. But I forgot. Make it count when I'm the one who's selling you out. And your name from the crowd. Okay, hold on. Let me go and pull that up. I'll be the narrator. I see your name in lights. I can't find it. I can't find it. New Jim can't swim? I thought so, but I guess not. I can't find it. I can't believe me watching from the floor. Oh, they privated it. No, they privated it. I think I know why. Fuck. Okay. Let's do this one about Casey Anthony. Nothing like Casey Anthony to really lighten up a day. I wish. I know why they hit it, but I didn't know that they did. Fuck. Okay. Hello, child. Okay, where is it? I'm pretty sure that they hit it because they were using AI voices, and they probably got some backlash because of that. Okay. No, it wasn't copyright. It was I'm pretty sure that the guy behind Jim like doesn't want to attach his voice to the videos anymore, but he used AI. And it was pretty obvious. So I think either they're going to repost it or they're just not going to come back like they said they would. All right. Are you guys ready? You guys ready for some movie night? There's no captions on this one, sorry. The only captions that they have are in Russian. So if you want to read the Russian subtitles, you can, but I can't, so I'm going to remove them. Wait, I can't hear it. There we go. It's because the tab is muted. All right.
Anthony was. Most of you will already be aware of who 2-year-old Kaylee Anthony was. The majority will know that she sadly passed away at some point between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. on June 16, 2008. Her death is undoubtedly the most heartbreaking part of this story, and we only need a single word to epitomize her short life. Tragic. But the primary subject of this video is not about the life nor the death of Kaylee Marie Anthony. It is in fact about the psychological constitution of her mother, 22-year-old Casey Marie Anthony. So rather than tragic, you'll find the words disturbing and perplexing to be far better suited to the theme of this video. One of the many reasons this case is exceptional is how the present day's topic of discussion has little to do with the actual occurrences of the crime, but in fact the subsequent developments that followed. People are no longer talking about how or even why Kaylee Anthony passed away. They are instead talking about the manner in which a mother responded to her daughter's death. Given all the acquired information we now have, even if we afford this person the most morally acceptable possibility of what occurred, her manner of conduct was still unimaginably cold-blooded. This is driven home by the fact she was evaluated by 2 clinical psychologists during her time in custody, and not a single abnormality was discovered with relation to her psychological state. In other words, there were no signs of mental illness whatsoever. This makes the character study of Casey Anthony just as fascinating as it is terrifying. A human being's state of mind is something most accurately assessed with the full capacity of hindsight. So before we evaluate our first segment of raw footage, here's a quick rundown of each of the essential moments that will give you a broader understanding of what we're actually dealing with. On the 15th of July, 2008, Orlando police received a call from Cindy Anthony, the grandmother of the victim.
911, what's your emergency? I called a little bit ago, the deputy sheriff. I found out my granddaughter has been taken. She has been missing for a month. We're talking about a 3-year-old little girl. My daughter finally admitted that the baby's in the store. I need to find her. Your daughter admitted that the baby is where? But the babysitter took her a month ago. My daughter's been looking for her. I told you my daughter was missing for a month. I just found her today, but I can't find my granddaughter. And she just admitted to me that she's been trying to find her herself. There's something wrong. I found my daughter's car today, and it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car.
Okay, what is the 3-year-old's name?
Kaylee, Caylee, Anthony.
Haley Anthony?
Yes.
How long has she been missing for?
I have not seen her since the 7th of June.
Is your daughter there?
Yes.
Can I speak with her?
She's downstairs. They want to talk to you. Answer the question. Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you tell me what's going on a little bit?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell me a little bit what's going on?
My daughter's been missing for the last 31 days.
And you know who has her?
I know who has her. I've tried to contact her. I actually received a phone call today, now from a number that is no longer in service. I did get to speak to my daughter for about a minute.
Who has her? Do you have a name?
Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
To give some context to this bizarre phone call, Casey Anthony had left the family home with her daughter a month earlier, stating that she had a work assignment in Tampa and would be traveling the entire time. Kaylee's grandparents would ask repeatedly over the following month to see, or at least speak to their granddaughter, but Casey claimed each and every time that she was too busy with work and that Kaylee was with a nanny who went by the name Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez, or Zanny for short. On July 15th, exactly 6 weeks after Kaylee was last seen by her grandparents, George Anthony received a phone call that the family car was at the impound lot. This immediately alerted suspicion, as it was the same car Casey had supposedly been traveling with for work. Suspicion turned into panic once they picked up the vehicle, and George discovered a strong odor emanating from the trunk, one that he recognized from his years as a police officer, and found comparable to that of human decomposition. Through contacting one of Casey's friends, her parents managed to track her down at her boyfriend's house in Orlando, where they were found smoking marijuana and watching TV. When inquired over the whereabouts of her daughter, Casey stated that she had been kidnapped 31 days before by the supposed babysitter. It was at that moment Cindy Anthony called 911.
911, what's your emergency? Who has her? Do you have a name?
Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
Who is that? Babysitter?
She's been my nanny for about a year and a half, almost 2 years.
Why are you calling now? Why didn't you call 31 days ago?
I've been looking for her and have gone through other resources to try to find her.
What a bitch!
Stupid. I think the officers are here.
The officers are there?
Yes.
Now let's indulge in the world of fantasy for just a moment and pretend all of what Casey had just stated was true. She had indeed been working, and her daughter was in fact kidnapped by the babysitter a month earlier. The immediate premise most would gather would be that Casey had no regard for her daughter whatsoever. In the 911 call, there was no urgency nor concern in her voice, and rather than her volunteering information, which most parents would do in a frantic manner, it had to be acquired by the dispatcher through repeated inquisition. All you have to do is compare Casey's dialogue to that of her mother's in the same phone call. One was indifferent, while the other was distraught. Police would have
dial
picked up on
911.
this
Her
immediately.
mother
Even
did.
Without the bizarre phone call, the circumstances alone would make Casey the prime suspect in her daughter's disappearance. She was immediately interviewed as a witness, which, unbeknownst to her, was the detective's first step in locking her into as many lies as possible.
Day right now is July 16, 2008. The time right now is 04:11 hours. I'm Detective Mellish with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
I know what you mean.
Casey
I'm splitting hairs.
correct?
Yes.
Casey, you understand this is being recorded?
Yes.
You have any objection to that?
No.
All right. Casey, I got called here in reference to a missing child. You took Casey to a babysitter's house.
Yes.
And who was this babysitter?
Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
Okay. How long had you known Zenaida?
Almost 4 years. It'll be 4 years Christmas this year.
And where did you meet
She
her?
said 2.5.
Who did you meet her through?
A mutual friend. His name is Jeffrey Michael Hopkins. I met him at Nickelodeon at Universal, and I met her through him. She was his son's nanny at the time.
Does Jeffrey still work at Universal?
No, he does not.
How long has it been since he left?
About 9-10 months, give or take. He moved up to North Carolina for a short time and moved down to Jacksonville within the last 3 months.
How would you characterize your relationship with Miss Anthony?
More or less acquaintances.
Weren't very good friends?
Not very good friends.
Did you ever work at Universal Studios?
I did.
When did you work at Universal Studios?
Approximately 2002.
How long did you work there for?
1 year.
Did you ever work there at the same time that Casey Anthony worked there?
I don't think so.
You don't recall ever seeing her there?
Never.
Did you ever introduce Casey Anthony to a woman by the name of Zenaida?
Can't be a dude. I'm currently a bottle of crystallized honey. That's crazy.
Did you ever use Zenaida Gonzalez as a nanny?
No, sir.
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
Ooh.
Have you lived in the Orlando area consistently?
Oh, she'd
since
known her for 4 years,
2002?
but she'd only been her nanny for one. I
Have
see,
you
I
ever
see.
lived in Jacksonville?
No, sir.
Have you ever lived in North Carolina?
No, sir.
Did you see Casey
Dude, she
Anthony
literally
in the
lies
month
as
of
easy
June
as
of
she breathes. That's
2008?
crazy.
No, sir.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
About a week and a half ago.
Do you know a telephone number for him?
I can find a number for him. I don't know a number offhand. No, I do not.
So you met Zenaida through Jeffrey Hopkins,
I did.
and his son Zach Hopkins, I guess. Zenaida used to watch over Zach?
Yes.
And when did she start watching over your child?
It's been within the last year and a half, 2 years that she started watching Kaylee.
How would you normally drop off, or how would you normally do the exchange with your child? And
This the one where she killed her own kid?
I would usually drop her off.
She was never found guilty of that, but
We would go over to Jeff's house. He lived over in Avalon Park.
And you would go to Jeff's house, why?
To drop off Kaylee. That's where Zenaida would go to watch.
in fact, she was found innocent of that.
It was in a nice centralized area. He had a decent sized house. It was good room for the two of them.
Go back to your statement. You dropped off Kaylee June 9th, and walk me through. You dropped her off to go to work?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Get off of work and go from there.
I got off of work, left Universal, driving back to pick up Kaylee like a normal day, and I show up to the apartment, knock on the door, nobody answers. So I call Zenaida's cell phone and it's out of service. I didn't really want to come home. I wasn't sure what I'd say about not knowing where Kaylee was. Still hoping that I would get a call or, you know, find out that Kaylee was coming back so then I could go get her. And I ended up going to my boyfriend Anthony's house. He lives in Sutton Place.
Did you talk to Anthony about what happened with Kaylee?
No, I did not.
Have you talked to anyone about Kaylee, about your incident with Kaylee? Or the fact that
Outside of
she's missing?
a couple people, a couple mutual friends.
Who did you talk to about it?
I talked
Innocent because
to
of evidence disproves her
Jeffrey
guilt, or innocent due to lack of evidence? The second one.
Lewis. She's one of
As
the
far as I
coworkers at
remember.
Universal.
She works.
And the problem here, the thing is,
What do you do at Universal?
An event coordinator.
I'm pretty sure it was pretty obvious what actually happened, but because of the laws of double jeopardy here in the States, she'll never be able to be prosecuted for Kaylee's death ever again because she was already found innocent. So
Okay. What is Juliet? What position is she? Where she work?
She's also an event coordinator. We work in the same department.
Juliet Lewis doesn't exist. Casey had briefly worked at Universal, but hadn't been employed there for over 2 years prior to this interview. And she wasn't an event coordinator. She stood behind a kiosk and sold photos of people after they had been on the Incredible Hulk ride.
You have a number for Juliet?
Ooh, offhand, I can't think of one.
Is she in your SIM card?
No, she's not. Some of the more recent numbers, her number just changed because she just moved back up north. She, within the last 2 months.
if you bring up new evidence, can't you have a retrial? No. Double jeopardy. You can't be tried for something that you've already been found innocent of.
She's subleasing her apartment.
So Juliet doesn't work at Universal anymore?
No, she does not.
What's the reason, I asked you this before and I'll ask you just for the record, what's the reason you didn't call the police before?
I think part of me was naive enough to think that I could handle this myself, which obviously I couldn't. And I was scared that something would happen to her if I did notify the authorities or got the media involved. Just the fear of the unknown, fear of the potential of Kaylee getting hurt, of not seeing my daughter again.
I asked you this at the onset and asked you before we went on tape, and I'll ask you again just to make sure we're clear. Is there anything about this story that you're telling me that is untrue? Or is there anything that you want to change or divert from what you've already told me?
No, sir.
Did you cause any injury to your child, Kaylee?
No, sir.
Did you hurt Kaylee or leave her somewhere and you're worried that if we find that out that people are going to look at you a wrong way?
No, sir.
And you're telling me that Zenaida took your child without your permission and hasn't returned her?
The last person that I've seen with my daughter, yes.
Is she Puerto Rican? Is she Dominican? Is she white?
She's mixed. She's black and Puerto Rican.
Is there any underlying cause to why Zenaida would have taken your child?
Nothing that...
Did she ever make any statements to you about...
Only how much she loves Kaylee and how great of a kid she is.
And when you talk to Jeffrey afterwards, I'm assuming that Jeffrey's child is still with him?
His child is still with him.
How do you handle that if the new evidence is a video of someone outright doing the crime? They can't be tried for it. It doesn't matter what comes out.
Mother, her sister,
If you want to get them, you have to get them on something else.
She's originally from New York. Pretty much grew up there, moved down here, went to University of Florida.
Zenaida, the nanny, doesn't exist. Casey
Of course
never
she
had a
doesn't.
babysitter.
What the fuck kind of a name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez?
Outright fabrications, and these meticulous details are a textbook
Sounds like
sign
a
of pathological life.
Zenaida
She speaks
Fernandez.
eloquently and naturally, as if her dialect.
Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez sounds like a Hispanic character that J.K. Rowling would make up. Like
Is a reflex response to the questions she's being asked, when in reality, each of these minor details are calculated and deliberately placed for the purpose of deception, and the nonchalant, easygoing tone she employs is used to camouflage anxiety. Casey has not only become accustomed to manipulation, she has become extremely skilled in how to use it effectively. It takes us to the concept of nurture and how it most likely had a significant impact on her current circumstances. If we go through what we know about Casey's domestic history, there are numerous occasions where she had gotten away with things that most would not, simply due to the fact that she was able to continuously lie without conscience. A prime example could be when she was 18 years old and stopped attending class midway through her senior year. She literally skipped the entire second half of her final year to go hang out with her older boyfriend. Her parents became suspicious on several occasions, yet each and every time, Casey had some whimsical excuse to which she was given the benefit of the doubt. Then just days before graduation, her parents were informed by the school of her truancy, and that she would not be graduating. When confronted, Casey's excuse was that her timetable was mixed up by the school, causing her to miss classes through no fault of her own. This is obviously a completely baffling excuse that no sane person would ever believe. Yet whether it be through denial or an overprotective nature, Casey's parents not only took her at her word, but even shielded her from the consequences of her actions. They lied to all their family friends that she graduated with honors, and even threw her an extravagant graduation party the day after. This is just one of the many occurrences where Casey faced no ramifications for misconduct. It seemed to give her the belief that no matter what she did, as long as she could spin one lie after another, or at least drag a lie out for as long as possible, everything would work itself out. The truth is that everything did work itself out when she was dealing with her parents, and she evidently thought the same rules applied with regard to national law and a missing child's investigation. After the initial statement you just heard, Casey was asked if she could take police to all places of interest. She happily obliged, and then proceeded to lead them to a multitude of fake addresses which she had nothing to do with. She then took them to her supposed office at Universal Studios and literally led 3 senior investigators to the very end of the building, taking over 25 minutes to walk to, before she finally turned around, put her hands in her back pockets, laughed, and admitted that she didn't work there. Completely dumbfounded, the detectives placed her under arrest and took her to a conference room in the building for what was essentially an interrogation.
Since I left you this morning, I've gone to every address that you've told me. I came over here, I've already talked to all the employees. I found out all these names that you're giving me are people that either never worked here or have been fired here for a long time ago. Okay, so where we are right now is in a position that doesn't look very good for you. Because obviously, I know, and you know, that everything you told me is a lie, correct?
Not everything that I told you.
Pretty much everything that you've told me, including where Kaylee is right now.
That I don't know where she is.
Sure you do. And here's,
absolutely
listen,
do not know where she is.
Let me explain something. Looking at you, I know that everything that you've told me is a lie. I am very confident, just by having talked to you the short period of time, that you know where she is.
I legitimately have not seen my daughter in 5 weeks. I didn't let anything happen to her, except I trusted her with somebody that had been taking care of her, that had been taking good care of her. Someone that she was comfortable with, that I was comfortable with.
What about Jeff? You said Jeff worked here until about 2 months ago?
No, he hasn't worked here for quite a while.
10 months? How long?
It's been at least 10 months.
Okay. He got fired in 2002. He hasn't been an employee here since 2002.
We've put a lot more together than I think you realize we put together. My question to you is, we're in this office because our purpose in coming here was to do what?
I'm trying to think of places where I know she's been.
You're not answering my question. Do you want us to help?
Yes,
you want to help us find your daughter?
I do want you to.
Well, a good starting point would be to answer the questions, okay? If I say to you, we're here because, and then you just ignore that like I never asked it and go off in some other direction, is that answering the question?
No.
Okay. Well, let's go through this again. We're here because.
Because I lied. Because I brought you up here. And honestly, I was reaching for
No, stop right
avenue.
there. I want you to tell me how lying to us is going to help us find your daughter.
It's not going to.
Well, then if the main thing you want to do is find your daughter, and you don't think lying to us is going to help us find her, why would you do that?
Because I'm scared. And I know I'm running out of options. It's been a month.
What are you scared of?
I'm scared of not seeing my daughter ever again.
I'm a parent too. I would have been beside myself.
I have been.
I would have called the police immediately, and that's the part that I just don't understand. Well,
I
we've
didn't know
got so
what
many
to do.
resources out there that we could help on day one.
You didn't know what to do.
I didn't know what to do. At that point, I'm thinking, okay, they haven't been gone that long. Maybe I can find them. Maybe I can track them down.
We're not stupid, okay? And what you're doing right now is you're treating us like we're stupid. Everything that's coming out of your mouth is a lie. Everything. Either you gave Kaylee to someone and you don't want anyone to find out because you think you're a bad mom, or something happened to Kaylee and Kaylee's buried somewhere or in a trash can somewhere, and you had something to do with it. Either way, right now, it's not a very pretty picture to be painting. You're painting yourself as a very bad person. It needs to end.
The truthful thing is that I have not seen my daughter. The last time that I saw her was on the 9th of June.
Remember we had those two people that we were talking about, the person who had an accident and a person who's just a cold-blooded, callous monster? That's telling me that you are the second person, this cold-blooded, callous monster who doesn't care and doesn't want to help because she's afraid that something so heinous happened that everyone's going to look at her and say, she's a monster, she deserves to go away, she deserves to never see the light of day, this bad thing should happen to her. I don't want to believe that right now, but you're giving me no choice. Tell us what happened.
Okay, I'm going to keep letting this play, but I'm going to go and throw in my stuff. I'll be right back.
I dropped off Kaylee. And that's the last time that I've seen her. I dropped her off.
Where did you drop her off?
I dropped her off at that apartment.
No, you didn't.
That's exactly where I dropped her off.
Did you just think that one day she's just going to show up at your house?
No, I sat around yesterday trying to figure out what to do. I'm glad that I ended up seeing my mom, that all of that stuff happened. It happened for a reason because
You're glad you saw your mom. You could have saw your mom 5 weeks ago and said, Mom, I don't know
I
what.
saw my mom's reaction right off the bat, and it would have been the same from the get-go.
So wait a minute, you're more afraid of your mom's reaction than you are if you ever see your daughter again?
No, I'm absolutely petrified. Absolutely petrified. I know my mom will never forgive me. I'm never going to forgive myself.
Is it that there's some other thing more important in your life right now that you just weren't really focused on what you were saying when you told us? So you kind of just accidentally told us you had an office here and we needed to be here, or did you purposely mislead us? Which of those two is it?
I purposely misled.
Okay, so you purposely misled us. This was all in an attempt to help find your daughter, right? That makes sense to you, correct?
In a backwards sort of way, yes.
In a backwards sort
I'm
of way.
coming back to places that are familiar to me, that I know are familiar to her. Familiar situations that
What did you think?
just maybe
How old is she?
would help. She's almost 3.
She's almost 3. What do you think,
in a
she's going to take a cab here? I mean,
I know
how
she's
do you think
not.
she's going to get here?
Because she's with someone else.
She's with someone else who's hid her from you for 5 weeks.
Yes.
Why would a person who has hid your daughter from you for 5 weeks, okay, bring her to the building that you used to work at?
I don't know what else to do anymore. If I knew where she was, if something
Well, let
would
me
have
ask you
happened,
this.
I would have admitted that a long time ago.
Do you believe thinking up more lies to tell us will help us?
She's with someone that I absolutely do not trust, and that I'm absolutely scared that
you don't trust yet for babysitting your daughter for a year.
I don't trust her now because of what
I'm back.
happened.
Who did you call first? Who did you go to for help first to help try to find her?
No one.
Oh, no, okay, all right. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got that straightened out.
Casey was then taken to the county jail, where she in the evening hours was able to make a phone call, and just happened to see her mother on the local news moments before speaking to her.
Casey? Mom. Hey, sweetie.
Oh, I just saw your nice little cameo on TV.
Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
Which one? I did 4 different ones, and I don't know. I haven't seen them all. I've only seen 1 or 2 so far.
You don't know what my involvement is and stuff?
Casey.
Mom.
What?
No.
I don't know what your involvement is, sweetheart. You're not telling me where she's at.
Because I don't f***ing know where she's at. Are you kidding me?
Casey, don't waste your call to scream and holler at me.
Waste my call sitting in the jail?
Whose fault is you sitting in the jail? You're blaming me that you're sitting in the jail?
Not
Blame
my
yourself
fault.
for telling lies. You mean it's not your fault? What do you mean it's not your fault, sweetheart? If you'd have told them the truth and not lied about everything, they wouldn't...
Do me a favor, just tell me what Tony's number is. I don't want to talk to you right now.
I don't have his number.
Well, get it from Lee because I know Lee's at the house. Get Tony's number for me.
Hey,
Hey, can you give me Tony's number?
I can do that. I don't know what real good it's going to do you at this point.
Well, I'd like to talk to him anyway.
Okay.
Because I called to talk to my mother, and it's f***ing waste. Oh, by the way, I don't want any of you coming up here when I have my first hearing for bond and everything else. Like, don't even waste your time coming up here.
You're making it real tough for anybody to want to try to... I'm not going around and around with you. That's pretty pointless. Christina would love to talk to you because she thinks that you will tell her what's going on. Frankly, we're going to find out. Everything
I have
she's
no
telling them
clue where
is
Kaylee
a lie.
is. If I knew where Kaylee was, do you think any of this would be happening? No.
Anyway, you only got a couple minutes for this, so I'm not going to let you completely waste it. Here's Christina. She thinks she can get through.
No, I want Tony's number. I'm not talking to anybody else.
Hello?
Hi, I'm glad everybody's at my house. Do me a favor, get my brother
I'm
back. because
glad
I need
everybody's
Tony's
at my
number.
house. Oh my god.
Does Tony have anything to do with Kaylee?
No, nothing.
Okay, so why do you want to talk to Tony?
He's my boyfriend, and I want to actually try to sit and talk to him because I didn't get a chance to talk to him earlier because I got arrested on whim today.
Arrested on a fucking whim.
A little bit of...
Casey, you have to tell me if you know anything about Kaylee.
Sweetheart,
if anything happens with Kaylee, Casey, I'll die. You understand? I'll die. If anything happens to that baby.
Oh my god, calling you guys? Waste. Huge waste.
Casey
My
appeared
God,
in the
what a
court the next morning
bitch.
and was initially denied bail by the judge. He cited his reason as her undeniable disregard for the welfare of her own child. She was kept in protective custody, and it would be 9 days until she received her first visit from her parents.
Hi. Sweetie, we've been watching you for so long. You haven't? I love you. I love you too. Hi. We've been seeing you sitting down. We forgive anything that you've said. Oh, or done.
Hold on. Can we turn the volume down? Yeah, you can probably hear it. My head's gonna explode. What's that t-shirt? I didn't get a chance to ask him, other things
Kaylee's
besides...
picture's on the back.
Is it? Can Dad show me the shirt?
Yeah, turn around so she can see. It's the Never Lose Hope Foundation. Do you see it?
I can see part of it, yeah.
Have you seen me? And then it has the information on how to contact.
Okay.
Casey, you don't realize the whole United States is looking for our Kaylee.
I know that, Mom.
Her cover's going to be on People magazine in a few days.
Okay.
With a readership of over 46 million adults in America, having your missing child on the front cover of People magazine would seem as a
My mom used to
godsend
read
to
People.
most. Yet Casey's response is almost as if it's a lost cause.
Everybody is looking for her. Good. Everybody is looking for her. Are we going to be able to find her, do you think?
I hope we can, Mom. No, I didn't get a
She
chance to
said
ask
that.
Can you look up a little bit more? Raise your eyes up a little bit.
Do you want a recommendation for an interesting 8-minute video essay after this? Sure.
So I can look into your eyes, darling. Thank you. I need to do that. It's okay to cry, Casey. It's all right, love. We've all been crying.
Setting aside morality and ethics for just a moment, Casey at this point would be emotionally exhausted. She had been sitting in an isolated jail cell for almost 2 weeks as the entire world was turning against her. Anyone in her position, guilty or otherwise, would be at near breaking point, and her composed exterior now finally slips. She, for a brief moment, allows herself to be vulnerable, and for perhaps the first time, expresses the pain of her situation. This is one of the few moments where Casey's true self is on display. Of itself, it's a touching moment between a mother and daughter. Yet if we add in the context of the surrounding elements, she is only expressing this pain for herself. Just a moment ago, when she saw her deceased daughter's face on her father's shirt, none of this emotion came out.
Casey, I want to ask you just a couple questions. Good.
The rest of the visit is extremely bizarre. Casey's parents try to extract any information they can about Kaylee's possible whereabouts, and each time are essentially...
We're watching Almost Got Away with It? No, we're watching Jim Can't Swim.
Do we have any?
We're watching Jim Can't Swim, Criminal Psychology. This is the video. There's something about Casey. I would link it in pinned, but currently my merch site, which you guys should visit, is pinned right now. But it's Jim Can't Swim. Everybody knows Jim Can't Swim. The other one that I was watching last time was Unpredictable. But here, I'll link this one in the chat so you guys can look. Here you go. Okay.
Pictures of
Also, Val, you can send me that one once this one is done. This one's pretty long, so it'll be a little while, but you can send that one afterwards. Or you can put it in the Discord and I can grab it from there.
Aline and I already talked about this. I don't know. It could be on the disc at home. I don't know.
What is your... I can't get into your...
I gave Lee everything already. I gave Lee all of the passwords, everything we could possibly think of all over again.
I want to get some video clips off Kaylee because the video clip with Grandpa is really helping people. Still pictures don't show.
No, they don't show her personality.
Right, and we need to show her personality, so I need to make sure we get that password.
Yeah, I gave Lee the password.
Please look up, sweetheart. I need to see your eyes.
I want to be able to look at you guys too. I can't look at you and look at the camera.
Well, you don't have to look at the camera. Look at me.
I'm looking at you.
Okay.
You're sitting very low.
I know.
The exchange switches back and forth from inquisitive and challenging to sympathetic and loving, and every time her parents stop inquiring over the case and show that they still care about Casey herself is when the tears come out.
Do you want to speak to your father now?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, gorgeous, how you doing?
I look like hell.
Well, you know something? You really need to keep your spirit high for all this.
I haven't been crying while I've been in here.
Well, you know
trying
something?
to read books and do other things to keep my mind off of stuff.
Well, you know, I want to be able to reach out and hug you and give you the big Papa Joe hug. But you know, we got to get that little girl back any way we can, and we're
Dad,
doing everything we can.
My only concern. I gave Lee a statement. I want him to speak to whoever in the media, give them a statement specifically from me. He's going to give them an exact quote.
We are watching Jim Can't Swim, Criminal Psychology.
Casey dismisses their credibility and even attacks some of their characters while she's at it.
Tara?
Tara from Michigan.
You mean Mark's psycho ex-wife, Tara?
Yes.
Listen. People like Tara, people like Jesse who are maybe trying to help. Even Christina.
That one channel from the other stream? No. Jim Can't Swim. The one that we were watching before was Unpredictable. Or something like that. Yeah, Unpredictable. This is Jim Can't Swim, Criminal Psychology. I think that they've gone inactive. They uploaded something last week, but they deleted it because they fucked up. So
don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I want you to know, I want to take your pain away from you. So, you know, you can tell me anything.
I know that, Dad.
I miss you, sweetie.
I know that. I miss you too.
I wish I could have been a better dad and better grandpa, you know?
You've been a great dad and you've been the best grandfather. Don't for a second think otherwise.
Well, you know,
you and Mom have been the best grandparents. Kaylee's been so lucky. Kaylee is so lucky to have both of you. I can't even put into words how glad I am that she's had both of you. And that she still has both of you.
You know, it goes without saying, you know, that our house is empty without both of you there. It's empty. All the little things we we took for granted. We miss him so much.
That's exactly how I feel.
All your little things and all her little things, it hurts. We're not there. Mom and I are just going through the motions, you know?
I ate coleslaw today. Tell him I ate coleslaw.
Well, you're probably eating a lot of things you never used to eat before because when you're hungry, you'll eat.
I hated bologna. I've been eating bologna and cheese on occasion. Grits. I don't do grits at all.
You're talking about food.
Well, you know what? You're going to eat what's in front of you.
We get another glimpse at Casey's skill in fabricating information and her ability to intertwine specific details to afford her lies some credibility. These minor intricacies are what would make her extremely convincing if we didn't happen to know otherwise.
They never searched by her full name. They searched by Zenaida Fernandez, whereas Zenaida Gonzalez never by her full name.
And it's Z-E-N.
Z-E-N-A-I-D-A. I don't think she has a middle name. There was never a middle name on anything that I remember seeing. And I know she went by both last names. She always has. Since she was younger.
There's also that copycat channel called Explore With Us. I thought Explore With Us was just an offshoot of the same thing because I thought that like all the people that were working in Jim Can't Swim, well, I guess Jim Can't Swim was only the one person. But I don't know.
Victor and Gloria were her parents.
Victor and Gloria are her parents, but they're separated or divorced.
They are as of now, yeah. That was her stepdad. Divorced. But I know she has a lot of money. That's where she got the car from.
I only get one or two.
There's a lot of money. Why is she a nanny?
You know, that are not nice phone calls, but I get many phone calls and many people reaching out that just believe in you. They believe in us finding Kaylee. Okay? So keep your head up high. But if you think of anything that could help, don't be afraid.
Oh, I won't hesitate to let you guys know.
You have to think positive feelings, Casey.
Oh, I know, I have been. I've been staying as positive as I can.
But do you think after this long she'd still be local?
There's a possibility.
What's your gut telling you right now?
My gut's telling me that she's okay.
Okay. And your gut tells you that she's close or she's hiding?
She's not far. I know in my heart she's not far. I can feel it.
This was perhaps the first time Casey told the truth when speaking of her daughter's whereabouts, as she indeed wasn't that far away. Her attorney, Jose Baez, eventually managed to get her bail, and Casey was fitted with an electronic monitoring device and released on August 21st. She had spent just over 1 month in custody. 2 months later, police were granted permission to arrest Casey on the charge of first-degree murder. She was taken in for interrogation, but immediately requested her right to counsel. She was kept in the interview room while awaiting her attorney, and the released footage of that period is so bizarre to the point where it's almost comical. The detectives give off a passive, yet glaringly obvious vibe that lets Casey know exactly what they think, being that she is guilty of her daughter's probable death and a fundamentally terrible human being on every imaginable level. Casey's response to this is to essentially ignore it and act as if the discourse between them and the situation itself is an everyday occurrence, one that perhaps doesn't concern the disappearance of her daughter, for which she is being charged for. You'll notice that she effortlessly maintains the same confident and talkative disposition that she had in her previous interviews with police. It's almost surreal to watch given the circumstance, and the visual element adds an entire new level to the absurdity. The first segment of footage shows the arresting officer waiting with Casey for the lead investigator to arrive. He initiates the conversation by bringing up the subject of Casey's parents. He asserts that he's worried about them, but the actual message he's putting across is that he essentially knows Casey is guilty and that she isn't fooling anyone. It's an indirect yet obvious accusation.
I was afraid that some of what I said to them probably offended them because I told them that if I find out something that you don't want to hear, I'm going to tell you why.
Well, honestly, they'll respect that. That's just, the type of people that they are in the same way.
I know they are. It was never my intention to piss anybody in your family off.
Is this an OC? This is a commission. It's not my OC. It is somebody's OC, but it's not mine.
I found a few, and found a few and it sucks both ways.
Yeah, I agree.
So, it is what it is. Where I get sideways with people tends to be when attorneys get involved.
I've heard most people say that. They don't like attorneys very much.
I have many family members that are attorneys. I have no problems with attorneys. What I have problems with are, at some point, we have to set aside the rules and we have to find kids. And you know what?
Wow, this guy's really not subtle at all, huh?
You know, if you tell me anything now, I'll get up and say, yep, I heard it, and she'd already invoked it. We can't use any of it. That's just the way it is. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah.
The detective here has essentially just asked Casey for the information he knows she has about her missing child. Rather than retaliate and refute the blatant accusation, Casey continues with her sharp responses of accordance, as if to say she agrees, and knows exactly where the detective is coming from. Yet although she apparently agrees, she offers no information or follow-up dialogue thereafter. It's so incredibly awkward, yet equally intriguing to watch.
And, you know, when we did another case that I was involved in, you know, they lost a confession. And I sat there and I looked right at the guys that we worked with. I said,
that's not what's important.
Who cares?
Yeah.
We found her. We found her, and he's going to get what is coming to him. That's not my job. You know, and it works out in the end. And it works out in the end on all sides, to be honest with you. It may not be comfortable for everybody.
Yeah.
And I've done things that if I get caught for, I'm not going to be comfortable, I can tell you that. It's just the way life is. You know, but it's not the end of the road either. And that's what we have to keep in mind. It's not the end of the road. You know?
Casey then casually brings up the topic of the grand jury and the media surrounding her murder trial. She raises the questions as if she's talking about her favorite daytime TV show.
Yeah,
but if the subpoena itself is just
Real quick, do you guys want to see something kind of cool? This character can control fire, right? So I had this cool little idea where they have matches here, and then they have one of those, like, you know, the like sandpapery kind of texture on matchboxes. Yeah, strikers. So I have one here, like stitched into their jacket. So when they fold their arms, like in where to go? This drawing over here. Let me shove it over so you guys can see. If they fold their arms like this and they have like a match in their hand, they can strike the match and then control the fire that they get from there. I think that's so cool. I was like, whoa, brain blast. I thought it was so cool, man. Shit's awesome. Holy fuck. Sometimes I can self-fellatiate.
Grand jury subpoena, that's public records.
Yeah.
It doesn't say what it's for. It doesn't say what case it's in. It doesn't. It just says you're subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury.
Well, with them announcing that, you know, there was going to be a grand jury, and obviously my name was thrown out, they knew who the grand jury was for.
Who threw your name out?
Alf to, okay.
All of the media said that it was from an inside source, meaning in here. So that's where they all say is.
I can tell you what I think of the media and what I think of people who leak stuff to the media.
I think it's garbage. Yeah,
but
I agree. That's the next way of putting it.
That doesn't make it any less necessary. Without them, I'll be quite honest, without the media, we don't find a quarter of the kids that we...
Oh, I agree. It helps. The exposure has helped bring in so many tips for my daughter.
But at the same time, what it creates is it creates a monster that otherwise isn't necessary.
Exactly.
The tips are what the tips are. If it was a local media only, it would be much easier to work.
Yeah.
When you make it the national media, then you come up
you
with...
You get the Nancy Graces.
Well, you get the tips also that come from Hawaii that say, I saw Kaylee. Oh, really? Okay, let me call Hawaii and let me send them out. Let me do that.
Ones that are a little bit closer.
Those are what I consider local, because the local stations are going to cover that. That's contiguous to the state of Florida. It's not.
When people are only getting their information from the Nancy Graces or from Globe magazine or People or, you know, stuff like that. Are you kidding me?
You're not going to break bad, right?
All right. We're gonna call him on my cell phone.
Okay. I know this is, oh, yeah, that's not good.
Pull it back there. Just slide your hand out. No,
I
we'll get it.
honestly can't, so they're a little tight.
Thanks for entertaining us. Just slide your hand out. Corporal Edwards.
Actually, if I could, I would have done that for you.
Do you know Baez's phone number off the top of your head?
No, I do not.
How can we get the cell number, or his number?
I know his office number,
What is that?
407.
I've identified myself. You know why you're in custody.
Yes.
And you signed this. You want your attorney present.
Yes. Hey, it's Casey. I'm with Corporal Edwards. I know the last name, sorry. I'm at the Sheriff's Department if you'd like to come down and meet with us. Thank you. Yes. And to answer your other question, from that picture, I cut my hair. It was really short even last year. I just started growing it back out this year, so. Just about that.
Okay.
It's been a long day.
It has been.
How was my dad this morning?
He had a hard time.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I only saw from the media and got a chance to hear him talking to my mom. I spoke to him last night and this morning for just a quick second before he left, so.
Yeah, I talked to him this morning for a little bit. He was with Mark, and he was really struggling. I mean, you can imagine he was having a hard time. He was being called in to essentially provide testimony to indict you, or to at least, and he was really struggling with that.
Yeah.
And I felt bad for him, to be honest with you. I truly did.
Well, I even told him last night. I know he was subpoenaed, and under the law, he had to answer whatever questions were asked him, and I told him to do what he had to do.
Imagine you were Casey, but void of any wrongdoing whatsoever. Your daughter was kidnapped 5 weeks ago, and now a detective who thinks you're the culprit is relaying the agonizing moments of your father providing information for your arrest. No matter how stoic or self-controlled your nature, you would most likely be in tears or completely enraged at the overwhelming unjustness of the situation.
You anxious about today at all?
I have been. I mean, this is something, honestly, we've been preparing for from the beginning just because of words that were directly spoken from Yuri Melich and also from Sergeant Allen. They were saying that this is what they were planning on doing from the very beginning, from that first day. So they wrote me off within the first couple hours. That was the only time they ever made any effort to try to talk to me one-on-one.
You wrote me off in the first couple of hours.
That was kind of difficult considering.
Most guilty woman alive.
Arrested for other things makes it a little more difficult to sit down and even talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that we haven't wanted to.
Yeah.
Talk to who?
I do have counsel.
Talk what?
And that's something that, my attorney's always been a phone call away.
Has your attorney ever told you that we would like to speak to you?
And we had agreed, him and I together, that we would all sit down together, him and I, and you guys, and, we entertain whatever questions you have, and
There is no possible way that a defense attorney would actually sit down and, as Casey states, entertain any question the police have for them. Yet if we weren't paying close attention, we would take her at her word due to the eloquence of her dialogue and not realize everything she's saying is complete nonsense.
I actually thought that we made it pretty clear that we wanted to talk to you. I mean, obviously, we can't come to you and ask you.
Yeah, understandably.
I thought.
Hold on. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that we should do black shoes or red shoes, or like maybe one red, one black? I don't know. What do you guys think? Sorry, I'm sorry to keep pausing, but I'm like trying to figure this shit out. Trying to figure this shit out. One in one looks cool. Yeah, I think so. I think so. You might be cooking. Red and blacks looks good. Nice. Epic. Oh my god.
Is this the Atlas Gremlin debut?
Flip flop. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate that, man. That's crazy. Yes, this is the Atlas Gremlin debut. Hold on. Here, hold on. I'll run through the motions real quick while you're here. So I can do this. SpongeBob Blink SFX. I can do this. I can do this, this, and that. I can also do this. I can do this, which I don't like. And I can do this. And then I can also do this. But yeah. And that's what my eyes look like when they get big. Wah. Wah. But thank you again for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that, man. We're just sitting down watching a small documentary about Casey Anthony and how she definitely totally didn't kill her daughter. Wink. So if you want to stick around, you're welcome to. And yeah. Peak model, thank you. Thank you very much.
Or that if you wanted to talk to anybody, that all you got to do is simply ask.
Yeah, well, I know it goes both ways on that, and I guess it would have needed to come from me. I should have been the one to have, I guess, come forward with it. But, you know, we did open up that door to law enforcement before, when Sergeant Allen was making a big deal saying, well, we want to talk to her. When can we talk to her? And he's saying, well, the door's open.
I don't believe he ever told us the door was open.
What's fascinating is how instinctive and confident her assertions are. In any other circumstance, or even without the knowledge we have now, you would have no reason not to believe everything she's saying.
I've heard the words come out of his mouth, even myself, directed to other people that maybe didn't either relay the message or took it a different way. So I don't know. I think the lack of communication has put people in opposite corners when everybody has the same goal, is to find Kaylee. We all still feel, I as a mom, I know in my gut, there's the feeling as a parent, you know certain things about your child, you can feel that connection. And I still have that feeling, that presence. I know that she's alive. Whether you have a bucket load of evidence downstairs that contradicts that and says otherwise, or all you have is speculation. Or nothing
Bitch,
at all.
what the fuck are you talking about?
Speculation.
As every tip and
that's
every lead followed up on.
Directly.
Yeah.
That we have more than speculation. We have a lot, or else we wouldn't be to this point. A lot.
This was essentially a direct confrontation. The detective has just told Casey they have sufficient evidence to prove her guilt. Casey doesn't refute or even respond to the accusation. She instead falls back to her ridiculous dialogue once again, hoping the confidence in her voice will mask the absurdity of what she's actually saying.
Well, and I said the same thing to them, that, you know, they said that we're at the end of a hallway, and I'm thinking we're at the end of a hallway and there's 2 doors.
I can tell my daughter is still alive because I used the
I guess
force.
this is, you know, we're at this point, and
She's alive. Source, do trust me.
the step is which door is walked through.
We are well beyond where we were before.
I'm an empath. I know that my daughter is still alive.
And when we refer
My daughter is feeling alive.
I think you were well aware of what hallway we're talking about. Do you understand that?
Well, so there's no question, I guess. You can specify that at this point, for what your perspective is on that.
You have a second?
Absolutely.
Can we come right back?
Yeah, that's fine.
You plan on running off?
I'm not going anywhere.
I gotta stretch out a little bit. I'm not as young as I used to be.
It's unfortunate that right when the pressure was starting to build, the second detective interrupts the exchange and they both leave the room soon after. Casey waits alone for roughly 40 minutes before her attorney shows up.
He's going to ask you a question. You don't say anything else other than the answer. Okay?
Casey, based on our conversation today, and I read you that form, basically just the same thing I said to Mr. Baez over the phone. If there's been numerous requests for opportunities to speak with us and come to a resolution here. And that's why we brought you here instead of the jail. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based on your request for us to call him and bring him here, he's here. So what we're going to try to do is give you a few minutes somewhere that's not recorded. No secrets, I told you. This room's recorded. I have to be able to approach my chain and explain why.
The detective now guilefully takes Casey up on her previous offer, where she insisted they were willing to sit down with police and answer questions.
But first, I needed you to tell him, in your own words, if you will, that you'd like to take the opportunity to deal with us like you've made that request in the past. So, is that something you want to tell him?
I told him the same thing we talked about before, that we would entertain any questions that they have. We would listen and discuss it, and if we have something to respond, we'll respond.
Okay, do you want to speak to me in private?
Yes.
So we can clarify this?
Yes.
It would come as no surprise that no conference was to be had. Casey was instead taken to the county jail, where she would remain for 2.5 years awaiting trial. Once this footage was released to the public domain, the consensus was that Casey at best was a cold-hearted mother, and at worst, a hideous, despicable murderer. But what's curious is that although these opinions may be accurate, they came from a completely misguided notion, being that her behavior in the footage was entirely genuine. Casey was in all likelihood being completely fake this entire time. So you might be curious as to why a person would actually fake such a poised temperament, when it would be far more fitting to fake sadness and despair. We all have aspects to ourselves that are ungenuine to a certain degree. How we act at a business dinner won't be the way we are at home with our close friends or family. The more comfortable the setting, the more we can be ourselves. Those educated on...
Dear! Hi! Hello! Dear Bits, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi. Hi. I look a little bit different. I look a little bit different than I usually do. I look a bit different. I look a bit different. How's partner push? How's PP going? My PP is going great. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Bald isn't working. Give that man back his points. Or that person. Sorry. Anyway, welcome in. Hi. My name's Atlas. I'm you know. Can't believe I can't bald you. I mean, you can, but not right now. This model can be balded. You have the look of somebody that was grabbed with a big hand and squeezed real hard like a go-gurt. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. We should collab Monhun sometime. Yeah. Sure. Oh my god, sorry. Fix my stance. I haven't played Monster Hunter in a hot second. Violety, thank you for the 9 months. Your sub has had a baby. It's a girl. I gotta hit the range. Shut up. Who asked you? Anyway, welcome in everybody. We are drawing today. I am drawing a little commission, just a character design commission for a friend of mine. I am also partner pushing, so if you would like to stick around, that would definitely help me. I am also watching a documentary, short documentary, on Casey Anthony with chat, because, you know, that true crime shit. You know how it is. You know how it is. So you're gonna pay child support? Who is this Atlas you speak of? Who is this Atlas you speak of? I've never heard of somebody so cool in my life. I've never heard of anybody so cool in my life. But speaking as an empath, I think that possibly I'm empathetic to people's bank accounts, and specifically I think that Atlas's bank account is quite hurting. I think that it's hurting. My lord, you're looking quite the refined gentleman. Thank you. Thank you very much. Who is this new paper empath on my screen? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Now, where did that troublemaker Atlas go? Oh, she's not a troublemaker. She's great, that one. That one's great. That one's great. you should all subscribe to her. Or, you know what? If you don't want to subscribe to her, it's totally fine. But if you want to do exclamation point merch, you can indeed buy a merch item. And even when you buy a merch item, it pops up on the screen and you can see the merch. Can you imagine? And we have things as cheap as $5 for stickers or keychains. Well, keychains are 12, but you know what I mean. They're cheap, quite cheap. And we have international shipping. So unless you live in an active war zone, you will get merch. Is that stash waxed? Yes. Of course. I'm a fine gentleman. What kind of fine gentleman does not wax their mustache? Yes, good governor. Thank you, thank you. But we are selling things such as stickers of including me holding a burger. I love burgers. Do you like burgers too? You should buy that sticker. I also have keychains of me and also one of my characters. But who gives a shit about my characters? You should buy a keychain of me. And also, what else have we got? We got a standee, an acrylic standee. It's like a keychain, but you can't put it on your fucking on your fucking keys because it's too big. But you're on Atlas. Oh yes, but I'm speaking for her right now. I've got a big standee, or she's got a big standee. And it's about 8 inches. 8 inches of Atlas you can put inside of you. And it's pretty cool because she drew it and it's got a bunch of little Easter eggs. It's even got the fucking doll on it. Oh, I just threw up in my mouth a bit, but don't worry. I didn't actually. What else? Oh yes, we've also got what else have we got? We've got a desk mat. A desk mat. You can get a desk mat. You want to know what you can do with your desk mat? You can put on your desk. Do you know? You can put on your desk. It's a picture of me. It's a picture of me with a guitar, or a picture of Atlas with a guitar. It's pretty cool. And if you don't want it as a desk mat, you can also get it as a print. It's quite great. It's a delicious print. I've eaten it myself. It's quite good. It's quite good. The doll is on it. Yeah, it is. The doll is indeed on it. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Where did it go? Where is the doll? Where is the standee? Hold on, let me drag it into VTube Studio. VTube Studio. Get in here. Okay. Load that damn thing. All right. Yes, so the doll is right here. Wait, can you actually see that? Yes, you can. There it is. There he is, I mean. There he is. Very small, but there he is. A very, very small Easter egg of the doll. We are holding hands, or he's holding hands with Atlas. About to go play some Overwatch. Okay, this bit has gone on for too long. Anyway, yeah, Joel's in here. Sold? Hell yeah. Wholesome? Yeah, that's why he's frowning. Is that why he's sad? Overwatch? Yeah. I saw the clip that somebody made where he's like, Atlas, you sound desperate. It's because I am. Atlas, your desperation. It's because I'm desperate. That's why. Nobody will play with me. Nobody likes it. Everybody's playing Marvel Rivals now. Which we actually will be playing Marvel Rivals tomorrow if you guys want to stop on by for that. And sold. Excellent. Oh my god, I don't have the merch alerts on this stupid fucking scene. I'm so dumb. Hold on. Where did they go? There it is. Hold on. Paste. Hold on. There we go. I fixed it. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Don't say it because you know I'm cute. Something, 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 soup. Let me replay that alert. Thank you, dear. Thank you, dear. I'll also replay this alert. Yeah. I think this other stuff is from like way earlier, but I don't know. I'm trying to get to at least 50 orders. And I'm at 37 right now. So I'm pretty close. So don't forget to tell people about your stuff. About the stuff. The pre-orders end December 27th. And then it'll all ship out early next year, maybe in about February or March. So yeah. Streaming really be right that? Yeah, it's true. Okay, if you guys gotta run, and if you guys gotta go take care of yourself, I totally get it. If you would like to stick around and watch true crime stuff and generally just any kind of videos with me in chat while I work on this commission, you can do that too. It's very lo-fi here today. Very chill, very calm. Or I guess as chill and calm as you can be while you're watching something like this. But thank you again so much for the raid, dear. I hope that you had a good stream, and I hope that everybody else is having a good day. Yay!
Casey's past would assert that she was rarely sad, rarely angry, but always this bubbly and agreeable personality, even when it didn't suit the situation. She was one of those people where something just seemed off, but you couldn't quite put your finger on it. The evidence put forward suggests that Casey was fake in every single setting and with every single person all of the time, a trait that might go unnoticed in everyday life, yet would clearly stand out when shown under the microscope of a criminal case study. Casey had become so accustomed to this fraudulent way of being that it even came as a natural behavior to her in the extraordinary setting we see here. And the assertion is that because Casey knew just how well she could fabricate this character, she thought she could use it to mask her anxiety, and thus conceal guilty behavior. Casey, in all likelihood, had little to no regard for her daughter. That's not even an argument anymore. But her true temperament here would likely be far more apprehensive due to the concern over her own welfare. Every time the detective insinuated an accusation, Casey kept the same tone, same demeanor, and same confident, lighthearted disposition. If you took her out of this interrogative setting and placed her in the mall with her friends, it would seem completely normal. She would be faking her personality in both environments, yet we are only able to realize it in one. This type of mindset is linked to sociopathy. Whatever the situation or circumstance, they need to have an advantage over you. So how do they do this? They lie, and also calculate how they are going to feel and react to a certain situation before it occurs. The entirety of her focus was on making herself look good rather than being worried about the actual quality of her character. Casey, in a nutshell, was an inauthentic person, long before she ever gave birth to her ill-fated daughter. And her skill at deception alongside her manufactured personality is arguably the most terrifying part of this entire case.
Thank you for buying a desk mat. I appreciate that.
Just under 5 months since she was reported missing, Kaylee's skeletal
I have to
remains
inch
were
myself up a
discovered
little
in a
bit.
swamp less than a mile away from the Anthony household. She
Aw,
was
man.
wrapped in a Winnie the Pooh blanket and then placed in a canvas laundry bag. Duct tape was discovered around the nose and mouth area of the skull, and her death was ruled a homicide. Prosecutors in the
Well,
case
yeah.
then announced they would be seeking the death penalty. There were a multitude of discoveries made in the lead-up to the trial, and many believed it to be an open and shut case due to the damnatory nature of the evidence. On the last day Kaylee was seen alive by anyone other than her mother, and the day many believed she was murdered, Casey Anthony made the following internet searches.
Ooh.
At 7:54 p.m. that same evening, Casey and her boyfriend Tony were seen in a Blockbuster video store. Kaylee was nowhere in sight.
Welcome
and many
in.
presumed she
Sorry
was
about
already
that.
dead and decomposing in Casey's trunk at this point. In the following weeks, Casey went out partying most nights. Just 3 days after her daughter's supposed abduction, she was captured in various photos participating in a hot body contest. 12 days after, she got a tattoo on her back saying Bella Vita, an Italian motto that translates beautiful life. She also made an entry in her diary around the same time which read, "I completely trust my own judgment, and I knew that I made the right decision. This is the happiest that I have been in a very long time. I hope that my happiness will continue to grow." The trial commenced on May 24, 2011. The gist of the prosecution's argument was that Casey suffocated her daughter with duct tape and then placed her in the trunk for a few days before disposing of her body in the swamp. The motive for the murder was the primary focus during their opening statement.
This isn't just a case about Casey.
Do we know why she did it?
Marie Anthony.
From what I remember, because I've seen a lot of stuff about this case, from what I remember, it's literally just because Kaylee's mom wanted to be a party girl. Like, she was never ready to be a mother. She only ever wanted to party. She never wanted any kind of responsibility. She never wanted to be a mom. So she just kind of got rid of her because she's an asshole, you know?
It's a story about Kaylee Anthony as well. Kaylee Anthony was born on August 9th of 2005. It was a Tuesday. And Kaylee lived nearly every day of her life.
Didn't she put her up for adoption or try literally anything other than murder? Hello. I think that for her, it's not putting her up for adoption was either that she felt she was too good to do that. She could have also just left her with her grandparents, but left her with her parents, I guess, with Kaylee's grandparents. But she just didn't, I don't know. I think some part of her saw her daughter as something to get rid of, not something to be like, not anything but that. You know what I mean? Yeah. And also, she's like very clearly a sociopath. Like, I don't know, very clearly a sociopath, because I don't want to like diminish anybody that actually has some traits of sociopathy. But she is like a horrible person, a horrible person, and she doesn't have like she doesn't have the ability to rationalize, hey, that's my daughter. I could probably just give her to somebody that actually will take care of her. Again, her grandparents. From what I remember, because there's a snapped episode about this, and I've seen her on a couple of other things. Her parents basically took care of their granddaughter mostly. She spent most of her time partying and you know, seeing her boyfriends and all this other stuff. She really did not give a shit about that kid. And I don't know. I feel like what could have happened is that Kaylee just annoyed her specifically that day, and she decided to just get rid of her. Because she doesn't have that kind of like, she was like, she felt like, oh, I'm stuck with her for however long. I can't give her to anybody else. But I've never heard of this case until now. Oh shit, dude, this is like one of the most popular cases ever, because given all of this information, she was never found guilty. In fact, I'm pretty sure she was found not guilty because there was a lack of evidence.
In Orlando, called Hope Spring Drive. Casey Anthony, Kaylee's mother, appeared to all outward observers to be what her parents thought she was. A loving mother working hard to provide support for her daughter. But as the evidence in this case and the investigation into the background of Casey Anthony will show, that was an illusion. On Monday, June 16th, Cindy Anthony goes to work, as I've described, sometime between 7 and 8 a.m., and is out of the house until the late evening. George Anthony specifically recalls that at 12:50 p.m. on June 16th of 2008, his daughter Casey left the residence on Hope Spring Drive with Kaylee Marie Anthony. Kaylee was wearing a pink shirt, jean shorts, sunglasses, and a backpack.
I think it was less than that. I thought it was just that she annoyed her on that day and killed her on accident. Well, she was looking up, looking up ways to suffocate. They showed it earlier in this video, like 5 minutes ago. She was looking up on Google, foolproof suffocation, you know? that didn't get her? Nope.
And George Anthony, kissed his granddaughter goodbye and never saw her again. In fact,
from what I remember as well, sorry I keep pausing. From what I remember, Okir, thanks so much for the follow. From what I remember also, shit. I think by the time they found Kaylee, she was mostly skeletal. So yep, I'm still here.
but Casey Anthony ever saw Kaylee Marie Anthony alive.
So they couldn't exactly determine the cause of death. Thank you.
The evidence in this case will establish that there is no other.
All right, I'm gonna ask my friend what they think about this and see if I have to do any more alterations.
Of multiple pieces of duct tape on this child's face, mouth, and nose, other than the specific intent to end that child's life. No one but Casey Anthony had access to all the pieces of evidence in this case. The duct tape, the laundry bag, the blanket, the shorts, the shirt, the car. No one else lied to their friends, to their family, to investigators. No one else benefited from the death of Kaylee Marie Anthony. Kaylee's death allowed Casey Anthony to live the good life, at least for those 31 days.
Although there was a lack of direct physical evidence tying the defendant to her daughter's death, the evidence the state actually had still seemed overwhelming, and they understandably thought relying on the facts alone would easily secure a conviction. The defense, on the other hand, were up against it. So not only did they use charm and appeal to sway the jury's attention away from the evidence, they dropped an absolute bombshell in their opening statements to create as much doubt as humanly possible.
On behalf of the defense, I want to thank you for the sacrifice that you've made in your jury service and coming here and helping us see justice. We know it's no easy task, and we intend, I'm sure both sides, on getting you home as quickly as possible once you have all of the information that you need. Everyone wants to know what happened. How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before ever reporting her child missing? It's insane. It's bizarre.
It's peen.
Something's just not
sorry,
right
not this. I'm responding to what
well, the
Iris just said.
It's actually relatively simple.
Sorry, Casey Anthony is not peen.
Kaylee Anthony died on June 16, 2008, when she drowned in her family's swimming pool. Well, the reason we're all here is because not of the commonality of this tragedy, but of the uniqueness.
I like true crime. I like some true crime. My problem with a lot of some true crime stuff, not all of it, is that sometimes it'll be like this woman doing her makeup talking about like some of the worst things imaginable, and she's just like, yeah, like that sucks. Anyway, you know, it's just like and then like in the middle of it they cut off to be like, anyway, have you heard of thank you for our sponsor Raid Shadow Legends. Anyway, the body was mutilated beyond repair. So I like stuff like JCS or Unpredictable, because it feels like they're actually talking about what the what the victims or the perpetrators are doing beyond anything, beyond just like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of those people that do like the model, like here's my Fenty Beauty foundation. Anyway, she was 6 and her mom turned her inside out. You know, it's just like, it feels very dark-sided almost, where it's like, I I don't know. And like I understand that there is some elements of hypocrisy when I'm sitting here looking like this, watching a video like this. But at the same time, I don't know, man. I just don't like how some like beauty bloggers go like, anyway, you know, it does feel disingenuous, and it feels like you're being advertised to on top of like some really fucked up shit. I remember there was this one channel that was in my recommendeds because I was really on a true crime kick a while ago, and it was like talking about how they put like they went on like in graphic detail about like, I don't know, something really bad, like a kid being a kid being mutilated or something, and in the middle of them talking about this, they're like, but we'll continue talking about this after the sponsor. And then they like, it's like a Bejeweled sponsor or something. And so the screen gets lit up with like all these bright colors and these like stupid character models. And it's like, have you heard of the new game? Fuck My Ass 16? It's crazy. Look at all this stuff that you can do. And you can use my code, fuck me in the ass. It's just, it's crazy, man. And I feel like I feel like I'm being advertised to in between like bites of a case that should never have happened to anybody, and it's very bad, and that kind of stuff turns me off from certain true crime videos so hard, because it feels like profiting entirely off of somebody else's like death, and like when it comes to like children, especially, because, you know, people are always searching for the most fucked up stuff imaginable when it comes to this kind of content. But like when you start getting into realms of like talking about children or it's just that's like the point that I can't listen anymore, because I wanted to find out about what happened to this kid. I didn't want to just hear about its death. I don't remember who it was. I really don't. But I didn't want to just think about this baby's death, or I didn't want to just think about this child's death. I wanted to know what they were like before, and I wanted to know what the media response was, if there was any. But no, it was like just a retelling of how horrible his death was, and then like the video end. Video ended. You can have a fucking ooh mouth, but if you're being respectful of how you presented it, fully changes the tone. Yeah, I feel like in certain aspects, it's okay to just like, I'm just watching a video. You know what I mean? I'm watching a video and I'm talking about what happened with my chat, but I'm not like, it's not trying to profit off of this because I'm doing my other stuff in the background. This is just me doing exactly what I would be doing on my own, just on stream. And I don't do this very often in the first place because I don't even like the perception of the idea of possibly profiting off of somebody's videos when I'm, you know, doing something like this. But it just like really fucks me up whenever people are like, yeah, so here's this other thing. And there's this one fucking guy who I was watching his videos and I was binging his videos, and he was talking about this cartel video, and I was like, shit, okay, I'm interested in find out more about the history of this cartel. But he just like explains the video, exactly what happens, and then the video ends. His video ends. He's like, this happened and this happened and this happened and this happened to this and this happened to this, and she looks like a teenage girl, and I'm like, what? What? It's just like, it kills me, because at that point it's like you're not adding anything to it, you're just describing something so nobody else has to see it. I don't know. And there is this other thing that I watched. This one lady, and she's really great. I think her name is Hannah the Horrible or something. She's really, really, really great. But something that I really hate is when she's doing those iceberg videos of like fucked up things. Like she does it in a way where I find it to be respectful. But we have this joke that my mom's told me about before, and I think it came from like a Uruguayan TV show where it's like they're talking about these guys that broke into this other dude's home, and it's like in this TV show they're retelling this to a crowd of people. Ace of Spades, thanks for the follow. It's a good song. They're retelling this to a crowd of people, okay? So they're retelling this story to a crowd of people where they're like, the men or the father, like a bunch of people broke into the house and the audience is like silent. They killed the father, the audience is silent. And they killed the son, and the audience is silent. And they raped the mother and the daughter, and the audience is silent. And they killed the dog, and then the audience goes wild, like, how could you kill the dog? How could you fucking kill the dog? That's what it feels like to me when I watch some of Hannah the Horrible videos, because she will talk about like children getting, like, she won't like always talk about it, but sometimes she'll talk about children getting hurt and she'll be like, whatever. But like, if she talks about an animal getting hurt, she starts crying, or she's like, I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I can't. I didn't want to talk about this one because it's about an animal getting hurt. And I'm like, bitch, you're giving more respect to a fucking dog than a fucking kid. Oh my God. It kills me, man. It kills me. It kills me. It kills me. I hate it so much when people do that. Like, I love dogs. At no point will I ever prioritize the comfort of like a dog over a human person, unless that human person sucks. But like, come on, man. But it's exactly, it feels exactly like that joke that my mom told me, or that joke from the TV show that my mom told me about. It just, The state of true crime YouTube definitely kind of it leaves you wanting sometimes. Not wanting for like more crime, but it makes you want for somebody who actually like treats these people respectfully. And I have seen a couple that actually do. I only ever watch the ones that really ever do, because the other ones are like slop. They feel like content slop for adults, you know, like Coco Melon for adults that like fucked up things. Like Unpredictable, who I showed you guys last time, who would, she like researches the names of the people so she doesn't go, and like this fucking move that people always do where it's like, I can't pronounce that. And like, if it was on a stream like this, where you can't look it up on the fly, then okay. But if you're recording a video and you come across an ethnic name and you go, sorry, I'm gonna butcher this, or sorry, I'm not even gonna try, I click off the video, because I'm like, put in the effort. Oh my God, put in the effort to pronounce these people's names correctly. Like, actually say their names. Actually say the victim's name. If you skip over the victim's name because you don't know how to pronounce it, fuck you. It just kills me, man. But Unpredictable will search up, like there's a video that Unpredictable did that was about some murders in India, and everything has been researched. So the mother, the father, the perpetrator, the victim, all of their names are pronounced correctly because she actually did the fucking research. And she pronounces names of the places correctly. So like the city that they're from, the place that she goes to, this storefront, or whatever the fuck. Like, it takes almost no effort to just Google how to pronounce these things. But like, no, this fucking bitch doing her makeup while talking about this family of 7 that got mutilated is like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna butcher this, I'm sorry. And Hannah the Horrible does it too, and I'm just like, man, just look up the fucking thing. It's not on the fly. You're not streaming this. You can just write down notes for yourself. It's not that big of a deal. Sorry, I'm gonna get off my soapbox. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm done. I'm taking a drink. Taking a drink. Also, I used to watch Rob Gavigan, or Rob Dyke, or whatever his name is now. I used to watch him, but I don't watch him much anymore. I liked his videos way back when, but I kind of just watched all of the ones that I wanted to watch. And I haven't interacted with any of his latest content. Once his hair started getting long, I got disinterested. Which isn't because his hair is long. I love long hair on men, but that's about the time that his content turned around for me. And I was like, whatever. Maybe I'll give it another try one day. Anyway. Long hair on men. So true. He was in some weird alt-right shit? Wait, really? Oh, man. How the mighty fall. Oh, and he liked anti-vax posts? Well, I never... It's not a good look, but I never want to say that liking a post makes anybody guilty of anything. I only say that because I like posts sometimes just to go through the quote books, the quotes later. But I guess now you can bookmark things. I don't know. But if he was genuinely like into alt-right spaces, and that's fucked up, and I hope that he's not into that stuff anymore. I don't know. I haven't seen him in a long time. Could have been a meme. I don't know. It's been a while. Let's finish up this video.
Of the family that it happened to. You will hear about ugly things, secret things, things that people don't speak about, things that Casey never spoke about. On June 16, 2008, after Kaylee died, Casey did what she's been doing all her life, or for most of it, hiding her pain. Going into that dark corner and pretending that she does not live in the situation that she's living in. This family must keep its secrets quiet. And it all began when Casey was 8 years old and her father came into her room and began to touch her inappropriately. This child, who at 8 years old, learned to lie immediately. She could be 13 years old, have her father's penis in her mouth, and then go to school and play with the other kids as if nothing ever happened. That will help you understand why no one knew that her child was dead.
The trial would go on to last 6 weeks, with the prosecution exposing the truly dark and deceptive nature of Casey's character. While the state relied on fact, the defense clung on to theory and proposed every conspiracy under the sun.
I hate when prosecution uses this fucking defense.
One of the more noted details of the trial
I
was
hate
the
it.
courtroom presence of Jose Baez. He had an exceptional ability of narrative control and storytelling, and his capacity to create a connection with a jury seemed far more adequate than that of the state. This was recognized and mentioned multiple times in the media, yet the overwhelming majority of those following the case were almost certain that it wouldn't be enough to save the defendant. Closing arguments were put forward on Sunday, the 3rd of July.
When you have a child, that child becomes your life. This case is about the clash between that responsibility and the expectations that go with it and the life that Casey Anthony wanted to have. Casey meets Tony. Tony has this life. He's free. He's a club promoter. He's out there at night with the loud music and dancing, and it's a great free life. So she has a choice. A life tethered to a child, or a life
Are you even telling the truth
free
now about
to
her
be
dad? No, I don't think so.
And as hard as it is for anyone to imagine, she had to choose between sacrificing two things. The first was her dreams and the life she wanted. And the second was her child. And we submit to you the evidence in this case shows that the choice she made was her child.
Here we are at the end of our journey. And I have to tell you that I probably think you have more questions than you have answers. And if you recall at opening statements, the final thing that I told you, at the end of the day, when everything is said and done, the one question will never be answered. The key question in this case will never be answered. It can never be proven. And that is, how did Kaylee die? I'm going to start with my biggest fear. I'm going to tell you right up front what I fear may happen in this case. And I want to talk to you about it and explain why I feel that way. This case deals with so much emotion. I know that there were times where every single person in here felt something deep down inside. Your rules of deliberation, what the law is that this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone.
You'll notice that Mr. Baez locks the jury's focus on this while subtly concealing this. He presents the argument that the prosecution has purposely got the jury emotionally invested in the case in the hope it would push them towards a guilty verdict. Yet in this exact same statement, he himself is getting them emotionally invested for the exact opposite reason. While refuting the prosecution's supposed attempt to entice anger, he subtly attempts to evoke empathy. Say what you want about this attorney and the ethics of his conduct, but what you are about to witness is expertly done, and what many believe to be what saved Casey Anthony's life.
And that's because, obviously, we want you to base your verdict on the evidence, not on emotion. And it's my biggest fear because it's such a difficult thing for you to push aside. Kaylee Anthony was a beautiful, sweet, innocent child who died far too soon. There's no doubt about it, and that is not disputed by anyone. But to parade her up here, to invoke your emotion, would be improper. It's improper under the law, and it's improper as to the rules of your deliberation. He went on for a great length of time talking about this beautiful child. Not on his evidence, not on the evidence that was presented before you. It was to set up the emotion for what was to come. And that is exactly how this case was presented. They didn't come right out the gate and show you the evidence. They gave you 2 weeks of testimony that was completely irrelevant and served only one purpose. And that was to paint Casey Anthony as a slut, as a party girl, as a girl who lies, and has absolutely nothing to do with how Kaylee died. And this prosecution was geared in such a manner that it was deliberate, it was methodical, it was thorough, and it was detailed.
Mr. Baez then focuses on the fact that the state has the burden of proof, and thereafter continues to intertwine the two essential features of his argument, empathy and doubt.
Don't speculate. Don't guess. It has to be proven to you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. If you don't know what happened, it wasn't proven. We don't want you to tell us what you think happened. We want you to tell us what was proven happened. And that's the difference here. Because you know what? We can go on and speculate all day long as to the different theories that were posed before you, as to the different possibilities. But the truth of the matter is it must be what was proven. There are no mysteries to solve here. There should be no mystery before you right now. If you have questions, then it was not proven. And that's as simple as it goes. Now, back to what I was saying with their initial setup, the way the case was presented, the first couple of weeks. You see, the strategy behind that is if you hate her, if you think she's a lying, no-good slut, then you'll start to look at this evidence in a different light. You'll start to, well, wait a minute. Maybe I'm seeing something that's not there. And start to actually discriminate against her rather than give her the standard that is afforded to each and every citizen in our country. And that is that the state, that the government come in here and prove their
Iris,
case.
what do we think about a happy trail? Or do you want to make them a twink?
Get away with that. If if we can get a jury to hate her. But you're here to fulfill an oath. You've labored tremendously over this journey. And we're going to ask you to render
Give
a
that
verdict
Forrest
of
a
not
trail.
guilty on these charges because they simply were not proven.
Wink, it must be.
And they're simply not true.
For the 9th Judicial Circuit in and for Orange County, Florida. State of Florida versus Casey Marie Anthony. As to case number 2008 CF 15606-0. As to the charge of first-degree murder, verdict as to count 1, we the jury find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge of aggravated child abuse, verdict as to count 2, we the jury find the defendant not guilty. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida.
I forgot that they said that she wasn't guilty of child abuse. Are you guys crazy?
As to the charge of aggravated manslaughter of a child, verdict is to count 3. We the jury find the defendant not guilty. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. And juror number 12, were these your true and correct verdicts? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Will counsel and the defendant approach the podium?
Well, I hope that this is a lesson to those of you who have indulged in media assassination for 3 years, with bias and prejudice and incompetent talking heads saying what would be and how to be. I'm disgusted by some of the lawyers that have done this, and I can tell you that my colleagues from coast to coast and border to border have condemned this whole process of lawyers getting on television and talking about cases that they don't know a damn thing about and don't have the experience to back up their words or the law to do it.
Holy shit, he is pissed.
And we appreciate the jury. Those of you that have been objective and professional, we like it. Others, we're going to be talking to again. Thank you very much.
Casey did not murder Kaylee. It's that simple.
Fuck you.
And today, our system of justice has not dishonored her memory by a false conviction.
Oh, it paused. Oh, it ended. That's it. That's how the video ends. Fuck, dude. Fuck. That guy was fucking pissed. Oh my god. Holy shit. But yeah, she was found not guilty on all counts. On all counts, she was found not guilty. I fucking hate it when when defense attorneys do the whole I was whatevered by my whatever defense, where it was like they do it so often. They did it with the Menendez brothers years ago, and they're doing it with the Menendez brothers again with that stupid fucking Netflix documentary. Everybody is like, oh, the Menendez brothers, their father abused them. But they've been saying that their father abused them for years. Years. And it's not ever been proven. I haven't seen the new documentary. Maybe they actually prove it. But they were saying that way back when they actually got jail time. Because it makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. They did it with the Menendez brothers again, and I saw people being like, oh, you should free the Menendez brothers. It's like, no, you shouldn't, because they killed their dad. They tried to make it look like a gang hit, and then they took all of his money and they went out on shopping sprees. Like, traumatic experience doesn't excuse criminal acts. Sympathy defense. I feel like in certain cases, when it's actually self-defense, sure. But like everybody immediately goes to this like idea where it's like everybody immediately goes to this idea where it's like I was abused and touched by my significant father figure or whatever in my life, which means that I can do basically whatever I want. And in Casey's case, it worked. Even though she, like, literally earlier in the video, you can see her talking to her dad just fine, and him saying, I want to give you a big old bear hug, and she's like, I miss you guys too. Like, she literally talks to him like anybody else, but fucking no. Apparently we're supposed to believe that her dad had this whole thing. There was never any proof of her father abusing her, which is why we didn't see any ever. Like, ever. There was never any proof of that. She never, and like, you would think that if that was something that she was scared of, she would have started she would have started from it from the beginning. But no, absolutely nothing that she does make any sense. And her fucking stupid ass lawyer finagled a not guilty. And that sucks because she literally cannot be tried again. Nobody can ever try her again for the murder of her daughter. And we can't legally say that she actually did it, even though everybody thinks that she did. We can't actually say that because it's like assassination on her character. And it doesn't even matter because she's in witness protection now because nobody fucking wants her around. But I don't know, man. I hate those defenses. I hate those defenses where they're like, actually, she was touched by so-and-so. So yeah, that justifies killing her daughter. And it's like, not saying that she killed her daughter, but like, you know what I mean? Right? Aren't the Menendez brothers the one with constant grins in every mugshot? Yes, I think so. I think. I don't know. I haven't seen their ugly mugs in ages. I just get so sick and tired of being like, oh my God, please let Eric and the other one out. And you know what? I could be entirely wrong. Because I saw documentaries on the Menendez brothers ages ago. And you know what they all said ages ago? They said Eric and the other one, Lyle, Eric and Lyle were claiming that their father touched them. And there was never any proof of that. And nowadays I see people watching this fucking Netflix documentary going like, oh no, my poor little baby, he's like out of jail. Kills me. This kills the paper. This kills the me. Imagine accountability in this economy. I know. I'm pretty sure they killed their mom too. Yeah, they did. Shit's crazy, dude. Shit is crazy. Val, you said that there was one that you wanted to offer. Did you put it in the Discord? No, you didn't. Give it to me. They killed both their parents? Yeah. Ow, my arm. I can send it here? Yeah, go ahead. Link it. I have a couple of things that I want to watch as well. I have this one video that I really love from this guy named Horses. And I really like his videos, or at least I really like that one. So I want to watch it again. Or unless you guys want to listen to music more. The model looks great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Horses is great. True. I love Horses. Really good, solid, really good, solid video work. I'm burned out on music for now. Okay. Terror in the Deep. The untouchable fish incident. Okay.
Let's unscramble.
Fuck off. What's your name again? Jeff Goldblum. Fuck off. All I ever see you in is insurance commercials and apartment commercials. Fuck off. Do something interesting. Dinosaur.
The ocean is a big place. Its mysterious aura as a place of monsters and wonders has long since captured the minds of us humans. Our fragile, air-breathing bodies aren't exactly equipped to deal with the challenges presented by this environment. So, for thousands of years, this world beneath the waves has been tantalizingly out of our reach. For most of human history, our knowledge of what lived in the ocean depended almost entirely on what drifted to shore by the tides or was brought up from the depths in fishermen's catches. Strange creatures either dead or dying by the time humans were able to see them. The thought of actually observing this underwater domain and encountering its denizens in their natural habitat was seen as downright fantasy. Some of our earliest legends speak of brave heroes who take the plunge into the waters to uncover their mysteries. Some versions of the ancient story, the Epic of Gilgamesh, bear the title He Who Saw the Abyss.
Ooh, the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh's trek to the bottom of the
That's a
ocean
really
in
gay
search of an
story.
aquatic flower that will grant him immortality. Tying stones to his feet and holding his breath, he descends into the darkness. The biblical story of Jonah being swallowed up by a massive fish could be seen as another, perhaps unintentional, attempt at a voyage to the unknown depths of our ocean.
Ayo, for real? I just remember in my last art class, my last art history class, we had to do we had to read the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it was pretty like where it's like, is he, you know, is he, I'm sure that there's probably some analysis somewhere about whether or not the Epic of Gilgamesh is gay, but I always thought that they were pretty gay. Sorry, I was trying to find like a passage or something, but I couldn't find one. Okay, here's one. My friend Enkidu, whom I loved so dear, who with me went through every danger, the doom of mortals overtook him. 6 days I wept for him and 7 nights. I did not surrender his body for burial until a maggot dropped from his nostril. Then I was afraid that I too would die. I grew fearful of death, so I wandered the while. How can I keep silent? How can I stay quiet? My friend, whom I loved, has turned to clay. My friend Enkidu, whom I loved, has turned to clay. Shall I not be like him and also lie down, never to rise again through all eternity? So, I thought that it was pretty gay. Any part with Enkidu is gay as fuck. Exactly. I remember, did you ask the professor? I mean, I remember that the professor gave us an assignment where it was like, if we were to adapt the Epic of Gilgamesh into a modern story, how would we do it? And literally every single person made Enkidu and Gilgamesh a gay couple. Ooh. Okay, back to this.
This story, although largely fantastical, may have been an early attempt on theorizing how a human might feasibly survive the stresses of the deep ocean by giving Jonah an air bubble within the belly of the great fish. It seems the famous Alexander the Great might have expanded on such rudimentary ideas. According to some legends, the Macedonian general was the first man to gaze at the world beneath the ocean's surface with his own 2 eyes. Supposedly inventing a primitive diving bell made of glass and suspending the airtight vessel from his ship.
Dude, he in there.
Inside his new invention, Alexander saw stuff down there that messed him up so bad that he reportedly said upon returning to the surface, "The world is damned and lost." I'm just picturing this undefeated war veteran freaking out at seeing a sunfish for the first time, thinking it's an elder god.
Why is there gay fan art?
Conquer. Over time, many other submersibles would be constructed and refined. And since those ancient days, we humans have explored much of the ocean. Thousands of unique and outlandish species that no one would have believed if they had not been photographed have been discovered. And yet, we are still only beginning to just get a peek at what remains down there. The true vastness of the oceanic depths has led to many theories as to what else lies within it, still unrecorded by us surface dwellers. One early attempt at exploration,
us landlubbers,
Alexander the Great's, led to one incident that still to this day remains unresolved.
Oh, he in there.
William Beebe was a famous American naturalist who traveled all over the globe studying plants and animals from the late 19th century to mid-20th century. He's probably best known for the extensive research he conducted on birds and his theories on bird evolution, many of them way ahead of their time. Most notably, he predicted the...
Hold on. Parabugs, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hi. I hope that you guys had a good stream. After you guys had a good stream, we are hanging out, watching some videos.
85 years before the discovery of microraptor, which confirmed many of his theories long after his death.
Hi!
However, Beebe was also well known for his explorations of the ocean. He, along with inventor Otis Barton, constructed the first bathyspheres, a vessel that should be familiar to any fan of BioShock. These steel submersibles, with their distinctive spherical shape, were capable of resisting the high pressures of the deep ocean, allowing for one or more human occupants to go further than any human had gone before. The two men formed a partnership of sorts, and over the course of the 1930s, would make repeated attempts to dive deeper and deeper into the depths of the Bahamas. It was dangerous work, no one doubted. The bathyspheres were in no way flawless, constantly at risk of decompression, leakage, and dangerous air quality, among many other problems. Though high-pressure cylinders would supply a rather limited amount
Wait, hold on. Is the gay thing holding... Is it wearing a hat? Oh my god, it's an elf. Sorry, it's cute.
nausea and headaches attacked the humans inside.
What's up, Jay?
Cramped and claustrophobic, many dives left Phoebe and Barton bruised.
It's the shit they put you in Iron Lung. True.
You'd have to be insane to attempt what these men attempted, and perhaps they were.
No feet apart because they are gay.
Windows, Phoebe and Barton would gaze into the abyss, darker than any midnight sky. An electric lamp would send out a very small shaft of light into the gloom.
Shaft, you say?
Visibility was incredibly limited. On November 22nd, 1932, 5 miles southeast of Bermuda's Nonsuch Island in the Atlantic Ocean, Phoebe and Barton
they boarded all right.
100 feet beneath the surface. It was here, peering out of the small windows and illuminated by the dim torchlight, that Phoebe describes in his 1934 book.
The close men would gaze at the shaft.
Experience of the whole dive. I would let him tell you it in his own words. 2 fish went very slowly by, not more than 6 or 8 feet away, each of which was at least 6 feet in length. They were of the general shape of large barracudas, but with shorter jaws, which were kept open all the time. I watched them. A single line of strong lights, pale bluish, was strung down the body. The underjaw was armed with numerous fangs, which were illuminated either by mucus or indirect internal lights. The massive man-sized predatory fish, which Phoebe would later dub the untouchable bathysphere fish, resembled larger cousins of the black dragonfish, which are typically no longer than a few inches. The 2 creatures briefly danced around the vessel and its blinding searchlight, curiously, only to drift back into the darkness, far away from the unwelcome visitors.
Little jacket is so cute, thank you.
One can only picture the awe and wonder, but also fear that might have accompanied this experience, being trapped in a stuffy, cramped metal ball, with the ocean violently pushing in on you at all sides, as a pair of inquisitive, glowing alien creatures observe you for the first time.
That's how my mom described me looking for food at night. Are you an inquisitive, something alien creature?
Throughout his dives, Phoebe spotted several other curious and elusive species unknown to science.
Wow!
The abyssal rainbow gar, the pallid sailfin, the 5-line constellation fish, and the 3-starred anglerfish. None of these have been observed outside of Beebe's 1930s visits, and quite controversially, Beebe gave them all scientific names, an action that most of the time involves obtaining a physical specimen for fellow scientists to verify, called a haplotype. Due to his lack of following protocol, Beebe's untouchable fish remain unconfirmed by science. Nonetheless, these exceptional marine fauna remains some of the more plausible cryptids out there, more likely to exist than Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. The incident is unlikely to be an outright hoax, considering Beebe was a pretty reliable scientist by most accounts, and many of the observations he made on other dives have been confirmed by later scientific research. If so, what were these fish, and how come we haven't been able to find them since? You'd expect at least one of them would have ended up in bycatch or something by now. Well, my theory is that some of his untouchable fish species are already known to science, just not by the names Beebe gave them. A few of them might have been simply misidentified and inaccurately described by the naturalist in the poor lighting conditions, and with his admittedly, at the time, not fully functional brain. Is it possible that the pallid sailfin was in fact a species of squid? Perhaps the 5-line constellation fish was not a fish at all, but a type of comb jelly or sonatophore. Maybe Beebe simply incorrectly guessed some of the observations he made. Or perhaps there might be an even more interesting explanation. Maybe the species he described became extinct since the 1930s. Humans have been driving many deep-sea species to the brink of extinction, and it has been estimated that around 158 fish species have become extinct since the year 1900. Or maybe they are still out there, just waiting to be rediscovered by some adventurous human. Hey, as I said, the ocean is a big place. Not big enough for a megalodon to keep going undetected, but definitely big enough for other unknown species. And with that, thank you so much for watching this shorter installment of Trey the Explainer. Hope to see you next time.
Thank you, Trey. Wow.
What's up?
Got perfect gifts
Fuck
for
off.
everyone.
Fuck off. God. Okay, let's watch a horse's video. Thank you for that recommendation, Val. That was pretty interesting. Ah, there it is.
This is the story of a sailboat race, but more precisely, it is the story of ambition gone horribly, horribly wrong, of a regular, everyday man who had dreams grander than himself, and indeed grander than his ability. This is the story of Donald Crowhurst. It was the 1960s. World War II had come and gone. Jacques Cousteau's underwater exploits had crossed into the mainstream. There was Beatlemania, the space race, and sexual freedom. It was a global era of imagination, ambition, and exploration. Sir Francis Charles Chichester was proof of that. In 1966, the English businessman, sailor, and aviator sailed from Plymouth in the United Kingdom all the way around the world by himself. And that had become a big deal, an international phenomenon even. When he arrived back in the UK, the streets were lined with thousands of people to greet him. There was a parade celebrating his accomplishment. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Chichester had only got the ball rolling. People began to ask what was next, what could be bigger and better. The Sunday Times newspaper had purchased the rights to promote Chichester's journey very cheaply. Many other news outlets had passed on the event thinking that people wouldn't really care that much. Those outlets had been wrong, and the Sunday Times made a whole lot of money on a very small investment. So they wanted to dip back into that well. They wanted to do something else involving a sailboat excursion, but the newspaper had to up the ante. Chichester had stopped halfway through his trip. He'd made port in Australia to do some very serious maintenance on his boat. This basically turned the journey into a two-legged affair, and so the conclusion was simple. To outdo Chichester, mankind would need to make a non-stop, single-handed sailboat journey around the world. The idea of a sailboat race was even more obvious considering that the paper's newly promoted editor had covered Chichester's journey. So the Sunday Times created the Golden Globe, a non-stop, single-handed race around the world in a sailboat. The race would start in England and begin south through the Atlantic. This would be the easy part of the journey. These waters were generally accepted as easygoing and enjoyable enough for sailors of a certain pedigree. But once you got down to the Cape of Good Hope, things got much more difficult. At that point, you were in the roaring 40s. These are strong westerly winds found in the southern hemisphere, generally between the latitudes of 40 degrees south and 50 degrees south, hence the name. Skilled sailors know how to use these winds to make their boats go a lot faster. But these winds also create what is basically an endless, inescapable band of terrible, stormy seas. If you manage to get past the roaring 40s, you go thousands of miles past Australia until you get to Cape Horn. Cape Horn is the most dangerous place to sail in the entire world. It has claimed more lives than any other
How's chat
sea
doing?
route.
You guys feeling all right?
Intense winds, 100-foot rogue waves, and brutal currents all make the area incredibly treacherous. Even professional sailors today, with all of their high-tech gizmos and gadgets, still fear Cape Horn. So you can imagine that 50 or 60 years ago, it was a nearly unthinkable route. If by some miracle you then made it past Cape Horn, well, you were on the home stretch. Only a few thousand miles more into the North Atlantic, and you were basically home. There was no evidence that a boat could do this route without stopping. You would need a vessel small enough to be crewed by one man, but strong enough to sail around the world without repairs.
Finally relaxing
Elite
that I'm here.
sailors and
I'm glad.
engineers both agreed that such a boat simply didn't exist. There's also no evidence that a human could do it. Psychiatrists at the time weighed in, and they all agreed that a person would simply go insane if they attempted the race. After all, it was 10 months of intense loneliness, and not just hanging out on a boat loneliness. The sailors would need to be dialed in and focused for virtually all of the trip. Sailing is hard work.
I'm back. I'm back. Welcome back. Okay. I'll save. We are so back. It's okay. Don't worry. We're good. My internet dropped for a second. That's all.
Low round-the-world journey of 5,000 pounds, or about 70,000 US dollars in today's money. One problem was that many sailors around the world were already planning solo round-the-world journeys that summer. They'd been inspired by Chichester and really had nothing to do with the Sunday Times race. So the Times said that any man in the world who completed that route that summer would automatically be eligible for the Golden Globe trophy. It was a way to kind of artificially drum up entrance into the event. If you happened to be sailing around the world, you were in the race. But this meant that the Sunday Times couldn't really vet all of their sailors. One of the most serious competitors was a Frenchman named Bernard Motissier. Motissier wasn't just highly experienced, he had been sailing since he was a child. He'd sailed through monsoons in the South Pacific. He'd been from the Caribbean to France without any type of modern instrumentation. Motissier had also done much of these adventures in a boat he built himself. Like almost anyone else who would do the race, Motissier's motivations were simple. He just wanted to prove that he could. He loved sailing. The Frenchman actually rejected the idea of the competition as a commercial enterprise. For him, it was a spiritual experience. Money made it possible, but he had no interest in prizes or recognition. In fact, before starting the race, Motissier said that any man in the race for fame or money would inevitably fail. Another entrant was Robin Knox Johnston. He was a former Navy sailor, having served in the Royal Navy and the Merchant Navy. Knox Johnston had sailed from Bombay to England in the same boat that he'd be using for the Golden Globe. As far as sailors went, he was the real deal, a force to be reckoned with. In total, 9 men entered the race. Despite the Sunday Times not being able to vet them properly, they were world-class sailors, men who had lived and worked aboard sailboats for their entire lives. Well, all of them except one.
Uh-oh.
Donald Crowhurst was a remarkable entrant in that he was a wholly unremarkable man. He was just a guy. He had a family, he was an engineer by trade. Don sailed on the weekend, but he was leagues away from being a professional sailor. Rather, he had a business selling navigational devices for boats and airplanes. They didn't sell very well, and the business wasn't very profitable. But it fed Donald, his wife, and their 4 children. That was it, though. As far as Donald could tell, that was going to be it. He was approaching 40, and his life had been entirely unnoteworthy. And that frustrated Donald. He felt that he had genuine talent and something to offer the world, something that his life was not allowing him to utilize. Donald had a huge admiration for men like Chichester, men who had achieved grand things on grand scales and who had been recognized for their achievements. These men had accomplished feats that everyone could see and that they would be remembered for. Donald had a vision for himself, a vision to be one of these men. But he just wasn't. So when the chance to enter the Golden Globe came around, Donald knew it was his shot. It was an opportunity that a man could either take or live the rest of his life wondering what if he'd taken. The Golden Globe race had grabbed him and would not let go. This was
He
his
appreciated
chance.
him.
Of course, there were problems. First, racing around the world was an expensive endeavor, and Donald didn't really have any money. Quite the opposite, he had a failing company and an investor in that company who wanted his loan repaid. That man was named Stanley Best. Donald was a pretty charismatic guy. He was intelligent and knew how to handle adversity, generally speaking. So Donald and Stanley made a deal. Making this deal happen might have been the greatest achievement of Donald's life so far.
That's
Donald
sad.
told Stanley that winning the Golden Globe would be the best chance he had to repay the loan. He convinced Stanley that as an engineer, he could build a boat that was super fast and super safe. Stanley agreed to finance Donald's boat and entry into the race on one condition. If Donald did not finish, he was obligated to buy the sailboat back from Stanley. So for Stanley, it was a win-win. He would either get paid off the winnings or get paid off Donald not finishing. For Donald, it was a high-pressure bet. In reality, he could not afford to buy the boat back. He had no savings, and he had already taken out a second mortgage on his home. If Donald didn't finish the race, he'd be bankrupt and financially ruined. Donald was genuinely gambling everything on this race and on himself. The race deadline, October 31st, was only 5 months away. So the competitors were outfitting and customizing their boats to suit the event. Construction was well underway.
Is this just the part in the Star Wars
Donald
The
didn't even
Phantom
have a
Menace
boat to
story point? You know what? I don't know,
So he
but
had
I
to
looked
start
this
from
up the first time I watched it, and it was something that actually happened.
His boat would need to be custom built.
It sounded
As an
very
engineer, Donald
theatrical,
had
but
all
nope,
kinds of
it's for
ideas
real.
about how to make the perfect boat. He really did have a grand vision. He believed that he could win the race. He would build an innovative boat unlike any other. This would give Donald the upper hand and make up for what he lacked in seamanship. With his engineering background, Donald knew how to incorporate the latest and greatest technology to make his boat faster and safer. It was a reasonable, if not optimistic, idea in theory. As construction started on the boat, the other sailors got
Hell yeah,
underway.
brother.
And in the days that followed, as Donald's boat was being constructed, a feeding frenzy began to start.
I can never remember how to perfectly format my citations.
Just click get.
Shut up.
Rodney Hallworth was a press agent and a serial moneymaker. He was basically a hustler. When he learned of Donald, Hallworth saw the potential to make a whole lot of money. Donald Crowhurst was the hometown hero. He was a charismatic, unlikely competitor from England. It was a great story, and Donald was a great person to sell to the public. Donald was originally going to set off from a town called Penzance, but Rodney recognized that Penzance didn't have the facilities, hotels, docks, newspapers, to accommodate the PR spectacle that he wanted to create. Rodney wanted to make a show, so Rodney convinced Donald to start from Teignmouth, another town about 120 miles further back. The distance added to Donald's route would be negligible in the grand scheme of the journey.
Negligible.
So Donald sailed from Penzance to Teignmouth as his maiden voyage to test his boat and to get the public excited. That trip should have been 3 days long. Because of Donald's inexperience and the boat not really being finished, it took 2 weeks. By this time, the national media was watching Donald Crowhurst. The situation was frankly embarrassing. For Rodney Hallworth, it became clear that Donald was not a sailor. Hallworth learned that Donald had done some weekend sailing here and there and could manage a small boat, but he was not a sailor. By this time, though, the public was rooting for him. Rodney had whipped everyone into a frenzy. The machine had gotten going. Donald was the hometown hero and everyone wanted him to succeed, so the show had to go on. But Donald was weeks behind schedule. The boat was not finished. It was not ready to sail. The tech that Donald insisted would set him apart from the pack, was missing altogether. The safety features that Donald had promised would complete the journey for him had not been installed yet. Even the men building Donald's boat implored him to quit, saying the entire idea and the boat itself was absolutely ridiculous. Nothing was in order for Donald's journey, and people would later describe the situation at this time as complete chaos. Day by day, Donald was getting increasingly rattled and increasingly anxious. Donald went to lunch with his wife the day before leaving Tinmouth. During the lunch, he was shaking uncontrollably and repeated himself over and over that it isn't ready, the boat isn't ready. Later that night, Donald was sitting in bed with his wife. He told her that he was disappointed with the boat. Donald asked her if she would be sick with worry if he set off. In response, his wife asked if he would live the rest of his life regretting his decision not to go. Donald did not respond.
I bless your gotcha rolls.
Instead, he immediately broke down into tears and spent most of the night weeping in bed. His wife would later realize that this was Donald asking her to stop him, pleading for her to give him a reason to stay. But it was the last day before the October 31st deadline. His investor had backed the entire enterprise. Rodney Hallworth had whipped the media into a frenzy over Donald Crowhurst. If he didn't go, Crowhurst would face public ridicule, embarrassment, and financial ruin. But most of all, what would become of Donald in his own eyes? This was his chance for greatness. How could he not even try? So the next day, Crowhurst got into his not quite finished trimaran as hundreds of excited spectators looked on. The 36-year-old engineer wearing a tie set off to sail around the world, 2 weeks behind schedule. Mere moments after Crowhurst set off in front of thousands, his ship failed. A piece of equipment at the top of his mast had simply broken. After some delay, as Donald fixed the sail, he got underway in earnest. Donald's family and the adoring spectators watched his boat disappear over the horizon. There was no GPS, no satellite tracking. There was hardly even weather forecasting. So as his boat crossed the horizon, it truly disappeared. By the time Donald started the race from Tinmouth, he was 2 weeks behind schedule. The other boats were far, far ahead of him. It seemed impossible that he would have any hope of finishing the race the fastest. And by this time, the stakes had already become immensely clear. 2 of the other sailors had already been knocked out of the race by stormy seas around South Africa. In early November, Donald had been at sea for 2 weeks. Hallworth had given him a video camera to record his thoughts and experiences. In these videos, Crowhurst appeared calm and confident. He discussed how time alone at sea would be a great indicator of a man's character. He meditated on his situation, and he waxed poetic about the greatness of the journey itself. But his logbooks reveal a man with significantly less confidence. Indeed, it seems things were going horribly wrong right from the start. November 5th, hell of a morning. I was feeling pleased with myself, but then I noticed bubbles from the forward hatch. The boat's compartment was full of water. November 7th, more screws have fallen out of the self-steering gear. That's 4 gone now. The cockpit has been leaking and has flooded the engine compartment and electrics.
Is that the cat from Courage the Cowardly Dog? No, it is a fox made out of A's. Made out of the anarchy symbol. And also A's because this character's name starts with an A.
Donald's logbook revealed that just a few weeks into the race, he had no working electronics, no viable radio, no way of telling the time, and no type of lighting for nighttime. His boat was leaking in one spot 30 gallons per day. The cockpit, meanwhile, was letting in 75 gallons per night. Donald also discovered that his sails were not cut to the correct size. He was only a few weeks into the journey, and his boat was sinking.
Did bro do anything right?
Of the North Atlantic, he could bail water out of the yacht with a bucket, but Donald was headed south, towards the heaviest seas in the world. There, he knew the boat would sink, and he would probably die. The idea of sailing around the world had been magnificent. It would be a life's achievement, a generational achievement. Donald saw it as a great adventure that would be celebrated for years to come. But the reality was beginning to set in. and the reality was not as magnificent as the picture he painted in his head. Donald began to have doubts. His logbook reveals that he put his odds of survival at about 50-50. He was a smart man, and he knew that it would be tough, but if the seas were kind enough, he may have stood a chance in the Southern Ocean. And then news arrived to Donald on the state of that ocean. It was worse than anyone had predicted. 3 sailors had quit the race. 1 capsized, 1 with a stress-induced stomach ulcer, and the 3rd dropped out after barely surviving 27 straight days of horrific weather. Already there were just 4 sailors remaining in the race. Donald relayed reports of his progress and position via Morse code. He was averaging 60 miles per day, which was half the speed of the race's leader, Motissier. Donald's boat continued to sink, and he continued to bail water out with a bucket. There was no question. If Donald kept going in the race, he would die. But an immense amount of money had been invested in his journey. If he bowed out, he and his family would be financially ruined. Forever. In addition, dropping out meant he'd face embarrassment on a national level. Dead or ruined. Those were his 2 options. Donald began to wonder if he could himself create a 3rd choice. The next day, Donald reported that he was sailing at record speeds. He'd gone from 60 miles a day to 243. The home crowd, Crowhurst's family included, was reinvigorated with belief. Donald's reported position by mid-December was approaching the Cape of Good Hope. At this pace, he was a contender for the fastest competitor. It was tremendously exciting, but it was also a lie. Donald Crowhurst was reporting false positions. He was telling England that he was hundreds of miles further along than his actual location. He knew that should he finish, the judges would verify his journey through his logbooks. So he was charting his actual positions for legitimate navigation in one logbook and fictional positions for reporting in another. It seemed like a decent enough plan. The idea was that he could give his family
I've already seen this, but every time I think about it, I'm like,
something
fuck,
to
man.
be proud of. He would exaggerate his position for a while and then retire from the race with some pride intact. For weeks, he continued to send back these false reports of his position in the race. But Donald didn't realize that he had laid a trap for himself. As he continued to report false locations, his reported position became further and further from his actual position. So if Donald retired from the race to a port in, say, Brazil, when his boat was supposed to be off the coast of India, he'd be found out immediately. So what now? Donald could not go home. He could not retire from the race, and most certainly of all, he could not go forward. His boat was still taking in water. The remaining sailors were now nearing Cape Horn. Donald's reported position put him off the coast of Madagascar. Spectators back home, including his family, all believed Donald to be firmly in the race. They thought he was gaining ground quickly on the other sailors. Of course, he was not. His actual position was near the coast of Brazil. In 2 months, the race route would take the other sailors around
I'm glad
Cape
you're having a
Horn,
good time.
and they would arrive at Donald's real position. Rather than be found out,
It's
Donald
interesting to
decided he
see
could simply
somebody who's
slip in
actually
behind them,
experienced this
rejoin the
reaction
race,
to
and
it. Not
sail
experienced, but has
So for 2
experience
months, he
in
would wait
this,
and
I guess
drift
I should
about
say.
at sea. He
You
stopped
were not
all
stranded
radio
at sea.
communication, telling
In this
anyone
way,
that he was having
as far as I
trouble
know.
with his equipment. But there was another issue, one that Donald could have never anticipated because he never sailed in this capacity. He was now entirely alone, and would be for the foreseeable future. There was no direction, no goal even, just him, drifting by himself with water as far as the eye could see. The human mind does not cope well with isolation. When faced with this circumstance, prospect of mind breaking is a matter of when, not if. Donald had a ticking time bomb on his hands, and it was his own mind. Sure enough, Donald's log entries soon became more philosophical and abstract, some may even say nonsensical. The rigging sighs a sigh of cosmic sorrow for weeping doves that die maybe tomorrow. On 12.7 by 10 to the 5 irradiated olive trees, a sigh to fill man's soul with melancholy. Waves sweep away my melancholy.
Bro lost it.
Not more than a couple of weeks later, the hull of Donald's boat split, fractured right in 2 pieces. This doomed the boat to a certain near immediate death. Donald needed help desperately. The boat would not stay afloat like this for another couple months, but if Crowhurst radioed for help, his transmitter would give away his true position. The ruse would be discovered. So, in desperation, Donald sailed to a small naval outpost on the coast of Argentina. The naval officer who he met would later recall Crowhurst looking emaciated, distraught, and nervous. This was an interesting and revealing moment for Donald. It represented one last chance to come clean, to get back to the safety of land. The Argentinians welcomed him with kindness and were more than happy to help repair his boat. At this point, Donald could have simply said, "Nope, that's enough of the lie. People are good, everything will be okay. I'm not going back out to sea." But instead, he set sail for the South Atlantic once again. Donald did not just passively sit around in his lie, but he actively chose to rejoin it. He made the clear, intentional decision to get back to this charade. And so Donald Crowhurst continued to drift off the coast of Brazil. Interestingly, stopping in Argentina probably made things much more difficult for Donald. Chichester and Robin Knox Johnston famously agreed that stopping halfway through a circumnavigation made it easier from a logistical standpoint. You could resupply and refit your boat. But the 2 sailors noted that it made the journey much more psychologically difficult. Being at sea, you eventually became accustomed to life alone on the ocean. It became tolerable, you just didn't know anything else. But when Donald stopped in Argentina, he was reminded of regular life. This would reinvigorate his sense of complete, hopeless loneliness. As Donald would soon find out, that was the last thing he needed. It would only be a few days until the other sailors arrived at Crowhurst's actual position. He'd have to determine when and where to rejoin the race and when to break his radio silence. Most importantly, Crowhurst would need to falsify the charting for a trip around the world. Because again, once he got back to England, the judges would want to verify his journey by looking at his logbooks. Even for an engineer formally educated, this was an incredibly difficult task. Donald would need to falsify a position for every single day that he was supposed to be at sea. It was an incredibly huge task, one that would have been easy to mess up. Indeed, in some way, these fake positions were probably the most impressive part of Donald's trip. To accurately chart these positions required extremely advanced mathematical and navigational skills. Many sailors would even argue that faking this journey is cognitively more difficult than actually doing it. So Donald decided he'd just come in quietly near the back of the pack. He wouldn't win the race. None of the
off.
judges
Shut up,
cared
man.
to see the 4th place sailor's logbook. He'd just be a runner-up, so Donald would likely avoid any significant scrutiny. What's more, he could rejoin the race significantly behind the other sailors, so they would never actually see his boat in the South Atlantic. Donald broke his radio silence and contacted England. His family was overjoyed at the news. After weeks and weeks, they finally heard from Donald. He was safe and alive, and he was coming home. Most excitingly, he was still in the race. He was 4th behind Nigel Tetley, Bernard Motissier, and Robin Knox Johnston. And then the Frenchman Motissier turned around and began heading south. He wanted to sail around the world again. He told his family that he was content at sea and that he'd found himself. So Motissier bowed out of the race and just kept sailing. He described the feeling as both
honestly.
simple and unexplainable. It would be easy to chalk this up to loneliness-driven insanity, but Motissier's logbook
It's like, fuck
indicated
you.
perfectly stable,
I'm staying at
sane
sea, bye.
state of mind. The truth was, Motissier
I like it
had
here.
an intense hatred for the modern commerce-driven world. Further, he thought the idea of sailing in a formal competition were basically incompatible. He was disgusted by the whole thing, and he rejected the race completely. There were now 3 sailors left, with Donald in 3rd place. Robin Knox Johnston finished the race shortly after, earning himself the Golden Globe Trophy as the first man to complete the trip. That left Nigel Tetley and Donald Crowhurst to battle it out. It was all eyes on these 2 men. Whoever won would become the most famous man in England. Of course, Donald had no plans on beating Tetley. His plan was to finish behind Tetley. So Crowhurst telegrammed his family and his press agent saying there was no chance of catching Tetley and that he'd finish 3rd. The crowd at home was disappointed, but they were still immensely proud of their hometown hero. As far as they knew, he'd gone through some of the harshest seas on Earth and managed to complete the race. All in all, it was a remarkable feat. But then, the unthinkable happened. Tetley sunk. He'd pushed his boat too hard in pursuit of the best time, and his boat sunk. The man was rescued, but he was out of the race. And according to Donald's reported progress, Crowhurst himself had sailed much faster than Knox Johnston. So Donald would win by default. There would be no quiet entry into port and no fading away without judges looking at his logs. Instead, every day of his charting would be scrutinized by navigators and race judges. There would be a press conference upon his arrival. Reporters from all over the world would have questions about his journey. They would want to know every last detail of every day.
He was rescued? Yeah, the guy in front of him was rescued, but now he's second.
People would be waiting to greet Donald when he...
Now Donald is second, and technically in first because he did it. He is going the fastest. So technically he's gonna win.
He arrived at port.
But the guy that got rescued wasn't Donald. It was the person in front of him whose boat sunk because he pushed it too hard.
It was going to be a big deal. Donald Crowhurst was a smart man. He knew that it would be impossible to keep up the charade through all of this attention. The truth would come out one way or another.
Yeah, you're good.
There had been a time on Donald's voyage when he had the choice between humiliation and bankruptcy. But now, in a cruel trick of the universe, Donald Crowhurst was doomed to both. Crowhurst tried desperately multiple times to contact his wife. After being alone for so long, Donald needed to talk to her. He knew that no matter what he said, she would be there to aid and support him. But now his radio transmitter was genuinely failing. He could not contact her. Crowhurst now faced a horrific, bizarre, and cruel situation. He'd set out on this journey to become a hero. Crowhurst wanted to achieve something truly grand, and he wanted the world to know it. And now 100,000 people and over 1,000 reporters from around the world would be waiting to give him a hero's welcome. The entire country was elated at his accomplishment. He had achieved all that he wanted. But it was all a lie. Crowhurst, for all his intelligence, had no idea what to do. So he turned his boat around. He began to drift west towards the Sargasso Sea. It was at this point that Donald's mind began to turn. It's hard to say what happened exactly to Donald's mind at this point. The decision to falsify his documents and his increasingly scatterbrained journal seemed to indicate that he was already reaching a precipice, that Donald's mind was already somewhat troubled by this point. Troubled, but still sane. But as he grappled with his options, Donald was no longer able to cope. All of the roads that Crowhurst could see for himself led to the same destination: financial ruin and public embarrassment. Donald took out a journal and began writing something called his philosophy. By the time he was done, Crowhurst would have written 25,000 words of something that seemed to be equal parts manifesto nonsense and religious text. Much of this writing is simply too mathematical and incoherent to even comprehend, so we're left to pick out what we can and piece together what was happening in Crowhurst's mind. Throughout these writings, there are suggestions that Donald was a god or could be a god. And he discusses integrating his mind with the gods or the cosmos. Mathematics is the language of God, however, possesses more poetry than abstract validity. Restated as perhaps mathematics is the only certain ground today man occupies in the kingdom of God. More revealing than the words themselves are the nature in which they are written, scrawled quickly, heavily redacted and annotated, jumbled and scrambled. These writings are quite revealing as to Donald's mindset. They feel at times like the nonsensical ramblings of a madman, at others they are an intimate, disturbing picture of a man who has resigned himself to defeat in its most ultimate form. Cosmic beings are playing games with us. Each man plays cosmic chess against the devil. God is playing with one set of rules and the devil with another. There is no good or evil, only the truth. Donald concludes the whole ordeal, the whole race had been one big game between him and the cosmos from the very start, one that was only now, in his madness, being revealed to him. Concealment. It is a small sin for a man to commit, but it is a terrible sin for a cosmic being. Donald's writings, scrambled and rambling though they are, seem to be directed towards the devil, as Donald himself concedes that he's lost this cosmic game. I am what I am, and I see the nature of my offense. I will only resign this game if you agree that of the next time it is played according to the rules devised by God, who has revealed at last to his Son not only the exact nature of the reason for games, but has also revealed the truth of the way of the ending of the next game, that it is finished. It is finished. It is the mercy. As Donald continued to write, his journal becomes riddled with spelling and grammatical errors that an educated man just wouldn't really make. His writings became fragments of sentences, of thoughts, and even of sanity, spilled onto a page without regard. 10-14-30. My folly gone forward in imagination. Wrong decision, not perfect time, no longer computed. Had disorganizes clocks. 10-15-40. Clocks. There is no need worry about time plus or minus, but only elapsed time. Plus or minus may be meaningless. Important reason for work is lost, understand. 11-15. It is the end of my game, and it will be by done as my family require me to do it. 11-17.
Biden?
It is the time for your move to begin. I have not need to prolong the game. It has been a good game that must be ended.
Joe Biden.
I will play the game when
Wake
I
up.
choose. I will resign the game.
Joe.
11-20-40.
Sorry.
There is no reason for harmful.
Guy lost it. You guys get it, right? The guy lost it. He lost it. He's crazy.
Crowhurst's boat was recovered, but his body was never found. The captain of the ship that discovered Crowhurst's boat later met with Rodney Hallworth, the press agent. The captain gave Hallworth the logbooks he'd found aboard Crowhurst's trimaran. The two men agreed that no one should ever read these logs and that no one should ever know what happened during Crowhurst's final days. But by that time, Hallworth had already sold the logbooks to a London newspaper.
Oops.
Donald Crowhurst was not a cheat, a liar, or a con man. He was an engineer with a family and with a dream. He was a man aiming to achieve something great, who just got lost along the way.
That's a shame. It's a sad story. It really is, because he really just wanted to be some dude. He wanted to be somebody, you know. I get him, but he shouldn't have lied. It's a very sad story.
To anyone.
07 to Donald Crowhurst. Poor guy. It's like if an Atlas OC was real. Don't say that. Come on. No, yeah, for real. He shouldn't have lied about on the logbooks. What next? Oh, the ad cut off the last minute. Sure, hold on. Let me skip this ad. I'll play the last minute, don't worry. Give me a second. This fucking ad is really long and I can't skip it. What the fuck is the point of ads at the end of videos? Okay.
Onto a page without regard. On forward, a lost understand. 1117 name. I will play the. Crowhurst's boat was recovered, but his body was never found. The captain of the ship that discovered Crowhurst's boat.
There's also a closer
later
view of the
met with
video.
Rodney Hallworth, the
Those are videos of the dude.
The captain gave Hallworth the logbooks he'd found aboard Crowhurst's trimaran. The two men agreed that no one should ever read these logs and that no one should ever know what happened during Crowhurst's final days. But by that time, Hallworth had already sold the logbooks to a London newspaper. Donald Crowhurst was not a cheat, a liar, or a con man. He was an engineer with a family and with a dream. He was a man aiming to achieve something great, who just got lost along the way.
Mm-hmm. 07, bro. Okay, let me see. What do I want to watch? Probably off himself? No, I think that he just drowned. He probably died. He probably just died. Got exposed to the elements and it just kind of... Skin cancer sucks, man. Well, he was on the... You guys want to watch some Unpredictable stuff? Let's watch some Unpredictable. You guys liked Unpredictable last time. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. We watched Natalie Holloway last time. What options do we have today? Okay, so we have the Dupont de Lyon's family murders. We have the Jonestown massacre. We have Heaven's Gate. We have the Zodiac Killer. And then we have the Bjork Stalker tapes. It's so funny. It's so funny to see people from Joel's chat seeing each other in this chat like, whoa, it's like seeing your classmate at Walmart. One meme from the Umbrella Academy. Same thing with the Joomfies. True. I'm like a vampire, and I take everybody's chat members and I put them all in my pocket and I run away with him like, hi, what's up? What's up? It's so cute. I love you guys. It's like, I love watching you guys interact with each other. We were abducted? Yeah, but you like it here. You like it here. You like it here. Hi. Zodiac Killer and the Jonestown Massacre sounded interesting. I like I think somebody said the Bjork Stalker tapes. I like that one, but that one is pretty fucked up. So I don't know if I'm particularly comfortable sitting here with my model on screen as this guy shoots himself in the head. The Bjork stalker is so bizarre. Dude, fucking people from Uruguay have absolutely nothing to show for being from Uruguay. We have the Bjork stalker, and we have those guys that crashed in the Andes and ate each other. That's what it's like to be from Uruguay. We got the Bjork stalker, and we got the miracle in the Andes. Take your fucking pick. These people are from where I'm from. In what other situation, in what other world would nobody else would be like, oh wow, it would suck for be from Uruguay, all the crazy people from there. One vote for Bjork. I was talking to them earlier about this movie that I watched that had Bjork in it, and it was so bizarre. It was so bizarre. I was reading up a while ago. I was reading up after I watched the movie, and it was like at one point Bjork was delaying the movie. She was delaying a scene in the movie because she wasn't ready yet. So like every time they would ask her if she was coming to set that day, she's like, no, I'm not ready. And then the day she finally came to set, nobody was there, and she was like, where is everybody? And they were like, the director's not ready. Oh God. I don't really like her. Oh, bizarre. How bizarre. I mean, honestly, she's had some really bad experiences with that specific director as well. I can't remember his name for the life of me. And that movie sucked. Don't watch Dancer in the Dark. It's stupid. Are there any ones on the guy that shot Reagan? I don't know. Not on Unpredictable. I don't think on Unpredictable. I'm not uncomfortable with the Bjork Stalker Tapes video. It's just that I feel as though the tonal dissonance between the guy shooting himself on camera, and like they don't show it obviously because it has to go on YouTube, but the tonal difference of the guy shooting himself on camera, a clearly mentally sick man shooting himself with this little thing in the corner, this being me, might be a tonal difference that I'm not entirely okay with. Especially with what I was talking about earlier about that exact same thing. But I think that I will put on the Zodiac Killer because that one is a pretty cut and dry one. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Sorry, hold on. Ted Cruz.
On December 20th, 1968, 16-year-old Betty Lou Jensen and 17-year-old David Faraday were on their first date. Their plan was to stop at a local restaurant before driving out to Lake Herman Road, which was a well-known lover's lane. A few minutes after parking in a graveled area just off the side of Lake Herman Road, a man parked beside the couple's car, rolled down his window, and ordered them to exit their vehicle. When Betty and David refused, the man got out of his car and drew a .22 caliber pistol. Instead of immediately shooting the two teenagers, the man walked behind the couple's car and fired a bullet into their rear left wheel housing. His intention was to scare the couple and force them to herd to the left side of the vehicle. Sure enough, the two scrambled to exit the vehicle using the passenger side door. The killer then ran up to the driver's side window and pressed the gun against David's left ear, shooting him point blank in the skull. By this time, Betty had already exited the vehicle and was running away. The man ran after Betty, gun extended, and shot Betty 5 times in the back. He then returned to his own vehicle and drove off. Shortly after 11 p.m., a woman stumbled upon the bodies of the teenagers and immediately reported them to police, thus sparking the search for the most bizarre and mysterious serial killer of all time.
Wipe out a school bus some morning, shoot out the tires, and then pick off the kiddies as they come bounding out.
The Zodiac Killer is arguably one of the most notorious serial killers of the 20th century. Throughout the late 1960s and 70s, the Zodiac terrorized most of the larger San Francisco area with almost ritualistic murders, punctuating each murder with detailed letters describing exactly how he did it and mocking anyone who would try to catch him. These letters were sent to several newspapers and police departments that were investigating the cases, along with complicated codes and ciphers that are still being decoded to this day.
Homicide that took place out on a county road about sometime after 11 o'clock last night. A double homicide involving...
After his first murder, the Zodiac stayed quiet for about half a year before he struck again, this murder being much more bizarre than the last. On July 4th, 1969, 18-year-old Darlene Ferrin and 16-year-old Michael Mageau were going to get fireworks for the Independence Day celebrations, but as they pulled out of their driveway, they immediately noticed that they were being followed by another car. Panicked, Darlene made a series of twists and turns to try to lose the other vehicle, but eventually ended up pulling into the parking lot of Blue Rock Springs Park, only 4 miles from downtown Vallejo. As the couple parked their car, their pursuer also pulled into the parking lot and parked to the left of Darlene's vehicle, before immediately leaving the parking lot. But the couple was only relieved for a few moments, because around 5 minutes later, the same car pulled back into the parking lot, and this time parked directly behind Darlene's car. A man exited the vehicle with a flashlight. Michael, thinking it was the police, reached into his pocket to grab his identification and asked Darlene to do the same, but before he could get it out, the man directed the flashlight into the couple's eyes, distracting them for a moment before shooting both Michael and Darlene. More than 7 shots were fired before the man started walking back to his car. The bullets had pierced Darlene's lungs and heart, killing her, but Michael still retained consciousness. While the man was walking back to his car, Michael let out a painful moan. Hearing this, the man paused, and for a split second, Michael could see the face of his attacker, which he later described to the police in detail. Nevertheless, the man heard that Michael was still alive, and returned to Darlene's car to finish the job. As a last resort, Michael tried jumping into the back seat of the car before the man fired 2 more shots at both of them. At this point, the man had gotten back into his vehicle and drove off. Luckily, 3 teenagers celebrating Independence Day stumbled across the couple and alerted police immediately. Although, the strangest part of this whole ordeal is that after the murder, at 12:40 a.m. on the same day, an anonymous man called the Vallejo Police Department with a payphone.
Vallejo Police Department.
I want to report a double murder. If you go 1 mile east on Columbus Parkway, public park, you'll find kids in a brown car. They were shot with a 9mm Luger. I also killed those kids last year. Goodbye.
He then abruptly hung up, making this the first time the Zodiac contacted the police. Later, on August 1st, 1969, the Zodiac wrote his first 3 infamous letters to the Vallejo Times-Herald, the San Francisco Chronicle, and the San Francisco Examiner. All 3 letters were nearly identical. In crude handwriting, the letter read, "Dear Editor, this is the murder of the 2 teenagers last Christmas at Lake Herman and the girl on the 4th of July near the golf course in Vallejo. To prove I killed them, I shall state some facts which only I and the police know." He proceeded to state details about the brand of ammo he used, how many shots were fired, and the victim's clothing. He continued with, "Here is a part of a cipher. The other 2 parts of this cipher are being mailed to the editors of Vallejo Times and San Francisco Examiner. I want you to print the cipher by the afternoon of Friday, 1st of August, 1969. I will go on a kill rampage Friday night. I will cruise around all weekend killing lone people in the night, then move on to kill again, until I end up with 12 people over the weekend." At the end of the letter was an 8-line series of characters, including Greek symbols, Morse code, weather symbols, alphabet letters, and astrological symbols. Complying with the demands of the Zodiac, the Times-Herald and the Chronicle both printed their parts of the cipher in their next editions, while the Examiner waited until Sunday to publish their part because of doubts that the letter was real. The cipher was quickly passed on to Naval Intelligence for deciphering, while the NSA and the CIA also joined the effort. Although, a police chief at Vallejo, Jackie Stilts, wasn't convinced that the letter was real. He publicly requested that the killer send a second letter with more information to prove it was real. Meanwhile, Donald and Betty Hardin, a couple living a few miles south of San Francisco, saw the cipher in their morning paper, and having been avidly interested in puzzles since they were young, Donald and Betty decided to try and see if they could solve it. The couple reasoned that the killer most likely started the cipher with the letter I, or by saying, "I like killing." They also used common letter pairings like the double L that appears in the word kill, and with these assumptions, the rest of the message could be decoded. It read, "I like killing because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest, because man is the most dangerous animal of all to kill." The message goes on to describe the thrill of murder. The letter also says that when he dies, the people who he has killed will become his slaves in paradise. He explains that he won't release his identity because the police will stop his collection of slaves. But towards the end of the cipher, the letters seem to be jumbled up. This led some to believe that this was an anagram. We'll talk more on that later. While the cipher had been solved but not released to the public,
Guys with
the
your little
letters didn't
note-taking
stop. And
things.
only 3
Shut up,
days
leave me
after
alone.
Donald and
I'm
Betty
writing.
solved
I'm
the first
writing.
cipher, the Zodiac sent a second letter. This time, he was responding to Chief Stilt's request for more information to prove he was the killer. The letter read, "This is the Zodiac speaking. In answer to your request for more details about the good times I had in Vallejo, I shall be very happy in supplying more material. By the way, are the police having a good time with the code? If not, tell them to cheer up. When they do crack it, they will have me." This was followed by more details about how he murdered his victims and other details that had not yet been released to the public, which confirmed that the letters were indeed from the real killer responsible for the murders and not the work of a fraud. At this point, the decoded cipher was published all over the Bay Area, and amateur codebreakers across the country started analyzing the letters thoroughly.
You cipher
They
cute,
first turned
gremlin.
their attention to the jumble of letters at the last line of the cipher. It was unanimously agreed upon that it could be an anagram for the killer's real name. Some suggestions were Emmett O'Wright, Robert Hemphill, Van M. Blackman, I. M. O'Wright, and Kenneth O'Wright. Some dismissed this theory and suggested that the jumble of letters were only there to throw them off. After all, the killer did say, "I will not give you my name." After this first string of letters, it wouldn't take long for the Zodiac to kill again.
But he told me at that time that he had killed a guard getting out of a prison. And so I did take him as a killer. To me, a killer isn't a normal person, so I assumed at the time that something was wrong. But as far as a psychopath or...
On September 27, 1969, college students Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard were having a picnic at Lake Berryessa when Cecilia noticed a man walking towards them. Cecilia mentioned it to Brian, but Brian dismissed it as nothing.
And when she says, "I see a man over there," what I'm thinking is, if you look to the left of her, you can see those trees on that hill. That would be another picnic area. So seeing someone on that hill, would be of interest, but not of any great urgency. But seeing someone as close as her would obviously be some cause for concern. And so I'm continuing to talk, and then she says, "He went behind a tree." And so he goes behind the tree where she is, and again, I'm thinking behind those trees over there.
Minutes later, the man was within 20 feet from the couple when he drew a gun. He was wearing a black executioner-type hood with the Zodiac symbol on his chest. As the man pointed the gun, he demanded the couple's money and car keys so he could drive to Mexico. Brian pulled his car keys and only 50 cents out of his pockets and handed them to the cloaked man.
There.
Brian later told police that the man pocketed the...
That's how you that's how you cipher a cute gremlin. With the 3 letters back cipher that I can't remember. I think it's Caesarean. I think. Yeah, it's a Caesar cipher. Yeah. There you go. A Caesar cipher is when you replace a certain word, a certain letter, I mean, is replaced by something 3 not 3, but usually 3, or at least 3 from what I've seen it. Like a certain number of spaces away. So
Foxa Josicute Flipflo 15 live.
thank you. So yeah. I just 1, 2, 3, A, and then you just keep going from there. A, cute gremlin. I used to be really into Gravity Falls, so I learned how to make and read a Caesar cipher. It's not necessarily a talent, but it is something I know how to do.
50 cents and then tossed the car keys back to the couple, at which point the man put his gun back in the holster on his waist. The man told the couple that he was an escaped convict from Deer Lodge, Montana, and that he had killed a prison guard to escape.
This came out since then.
Oh shit.
But he told me at that time that he had killed a guard getting out of a prison, and so I did take him as a killer. To me, a killer isn't a normal person, so I assumed at the time that something was wrong. He wanted our money. And I actually laughed at the moment because I told him, I says, I've only got 75 cents in my pocket. And I says, you're welcome to have it. But if you need help, I'm sure we can.
He claimed that he had already stolen a car, but it was, quote, too hot. After explaining himself, the man pulled out a 3-foot clothesline and instructed Cecilia to tie Brian's hands. After Brian was tied up, the man proceeded to tie up Cecilia's hands. At this point, Brian recalls the man saying, "I'm going to have to stab you people." He proceeded to stab Cecilia 10 times and Brian 6 times. After believing he had finished the job, the man left the scene and hiked 500 yards to the couple's car, and with a black felt-tip pen, he wrote on the car door, Vallejo, 12/20/68, September 27th, 69, 6:30. By knife. The couple, who were both still conscious, were found by a fisherman and his son and were taken to the hospital. And at 7:40 p.m.
It just got drowned out by the by the bits. But thank you, Flip. By the way, I forgot to say thank you.
Much like the last murder, the Zodiac called in to the Napa County Sheriff's Office to report his crime.
Napa Police Department.
Bye.
Murder. No. Double murder.
No.
They are 2 miles north of parking headquarters. They were in a white Volkswagen Carbon Gia. I'm the one that did it.
Cecilia later died from her wounds, but Brian survived to explain the ordeal to the police and press. By now, the police were starting to see similarities in the Zodiac's murders. 1. The Zodiac targeted young students, mostly couples. 2. The attacks all occurred on weekends, 2 near holidays. 3. The murders would usually take place at either dusk or night. 4. The killer would often brag about his murders in letters or calls. 5. Most of the murders took place in well-known lovers' lanes. 6. The murders all took place in or around cars. And finally, 7. The murders all took place near a body of water. These patterns picked up by police suggested a number of reasons for his strange killings. Because most of the victims were couples, the Zodiac was maybe frustrated with couples or love, and potentially could hold a specific hate for women, because in the last 2 murders, the focus for most of the damage was on the woman, causing them to die in both cases, but leaving the men to survive. But with his next and final confirmed murder, the Zodiac would break his pattern.
Guns take the threat seriously. The psychotic killer has already murdered 5. 1 at a lover's lane near a lake just north of San Francisco. 3 others in nearby Vallejo. The latest, a taxi driver in San Francisco. The Zodiac killer seems to crave publicity. He sent letters.
On October 11th, 1969, only 2 weeks after his last murder, the Zodiac entered a cab driven by Paul Stein at around 9:30 p.m. He requested to be taken to Washington and Maple Streets in Presidio Heights, but for some reason, the cab driver drove 1 block past their destination, maybe at the instruction of the passenger. The Zodiac waited for the car to come to a full stop on the side of the road before grabbing Paul Stein's collar and shooting him point blank in the right side of the skull. At this point, the Zodiac exited the vehicle from their rear doors and re-entered the vehicle through the passenger side door. While sitting in the front seat, the Zodiac grabbed the cab driver's wallet and tore off a piece of his shirt before exiting the vehicle once again. While all this was taking place, 2 teenagers who lived across the street saw the cab from their second-floor window and called the police. But while the kids were giving the police a description of the man they saw, the Zodiac was mistakenly described as a black male. This one mistake proved to be massively detrimental, as it allowed the Zodiac to evade capture once again. This was because in the dead of night, a police patrol unit reached the scene and saw a man, quote, lumbering along in the fog. This was later determined to most likely have been the Zodiac. But since this man was white, the police didn't stop him and only asked him if he had seen anything unusual in the area, to which the man responded that he had seen someone waving a gun around a couple blocks to the east, at which point the patrol unit sped off in that direction. If the police had stopped the man or come any closer, they would have seen that the man's jacket was drenched in Paul Stine's blood. But police did find evidence in the cab driver's vehicle. A partial print was found in blood that was later confirmed to be that of the Zodiac's. Also, the kids who had seen the Zodiac quickly collaborated with a police sketch artist to try and come up with a preliminary sketch of the Zodiac. By now, the kids' mistake had already been corrected, and so the first sketch of the Zodiac was drawn and circulated to every cab company in the area. After another failed attempt at catching the killer, the Zodiac saw this as a perfect opportunity to taunt the police department once more. On October 14th, only 3 days after the murder, the Chronicle received another letter from the Zodiac. But this one was different from his previous letters, in that the Zodiac had included a piece of Paul Stine's blood-soaked shirt in the letter. It read, "This is the Zodiac speaking. I am the murderer of the taxi driver over by Washington Street and Maple Street last night. To prove this, here is a blood-stained piece of his shirt. I am the same man who did in the people in the North Bay area. The SF police could have caught me last night if they had searched the park properly instead of holding road races with their motorcycles, seeing who can make the most noise." The letter continues, ridiculing the SFPD before ending with a chilling threat. It reads, "School children make nice targets. I think I shall wipe out a school bus some morning. Just shoot out the front tire and then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out." The Chronicle published the letter in their next edition, but excluded the school bus threat at the request of authorities. Despite the advice, the threat was released a mere 2 days later.
"School children make fine targets. I think I shall wipe out a school bus some morning. Just shoot out the front tire and then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out."
Now, what are you doing to protect the school buses, particularly in San Francisco, from that?
In San Francisco, we have been, since the first day, since the reception of this note, and up to now and continuing, we have a number of plainclothes officers following buses in the morning and in the evening.
"I shall wipe out a school bus some morning, shoot out the tires, and then pick off the kiddies as they come bounding out." That was the threat of the Zodiac killer. Now, every day, police cars follow the buses which would be likely targets. Officers armed with shotguns take the threat seriously.
While the world was informed of the school bus threat, panic swept over the Napa Valley Unified School District, who were in charge of the school buses. School bus drivers across the district were given a set of instructions on how to handle an attack from the Zodiac. 1. Continue driving with a flat tire. Do not stop. 2. Tell the children to get below the windows and lie on the floor. 3. The driver will continue driving and turn on all lights while sounding his horn. 4. The bus driver should not stop until he has arrived in a well-populated area. 5. Upon arrival at this location, a local law enforcement agency should be notified immediately. Despite the claim from the Zodiac, no such attack ever occurred. Later, after working with the police officers that mistakenly allowed the Zodiac to walk free, a second sketch of the man was made, making him older and his jaw thicker. This sketch was then circulated to the public, replacing the original. With his letters in full swing and the San Francisco area in the palm of his hand, the Zodiac did something that shocked everyone throughout the country. At the end of the month, on October 22nd, the Zodiac called the Oakland PD and asked to speak to Melvin Belli, a prominent lawyer at the time. He said he wanted the lawyer to appear on a TV talk show so that the Zodiac could call in and talk to him on the air. The talk show the Zodiac was referring to was the Channel 7 talk show, which usually started at 7 a.m., but began half an hour early that day. After waiting for 40 minutes on the air for the Zodiac to call in, the telephone finally rang, but hung up almost immediately. The next call came in at 7:20. This time, he stayed on the call for longer, and after being asked if he had any other name other
I'm
than
gonna
Zodiac,
see what's in this folder.
the man said Sam.
1 second.
Talk to us. Just tell us what's going on inside you right now, Sam.
Oh, right.
Please.
I have headache.
Right. How long have you had those headaches, Sam? I mean, a long time?
Since I killed a kid.
Well, was it before December that you had the headaches?
Yes.
What?
Were you in service that you might have had an injury in service? Did you ever fall out of a tree or downstairs? Were you ever unconscious?
I don't know.
You don't remember. Does aspirin do you any good?
No.
Doesn't do any good. Sam, that stuff never did me any good either when I had it. Sam, let me ask you this. There's some reason why you go to a particular doctor or a particular priest, and some reason why apparently you wanted to talk to me or Lee. Is it that you feel that we have compassion for people who get in trouble? Or is it you feel that we can do something for you? Or is it you feel that we have enough integrity that if we promise you something, that we're going to stick to it? Well, let's find out why he wanted to talk to. Why did you want to talk to Mr. Belli, Sam?
I don't want to be hurt.
If it all boils down to the question of you're giving yourself up, if you could be assured that you wouldn't get capital punishment for myself.
I don't want to give myself up.
Huh?
I want to kill those kids.
The Zodiac called the show a total of 35 times, but only 12 of them were heard on air. But people were still hesitant on whether this caller was really the Zodiac. To confirm, the only 3 people who had ever heard the Zodiac's real voice, Nancy Slover, who was the telephone operator on duty when the Zodiac claimed responsibility for the murders, David Slate, who was the police officer who had seen the Zodiac the night of the cab driver murder, and Brian Hartnell, the survivor of the Lake Berryessa stabbing, were all brought in to verify the voice in the calls. All of them agreed that the voice they had heard was much deeper and older than the one in the calls.
We try to give it to him. So
you both sound convinced that this is the man, but this is not.
No, we're not convinced, really. I'm not convinced.
I'm convinced that this is a kook.
Well,
I mean a sick man.
Yeah.
Not a kook in the sense that he's perpetrating a hoax.
Not necessarily. I listen to the program. My opinion, for what it's worth, my opinion is that this is no hoaxer, no prankster. The man on that show, I sincerely believe, has a problem, has a mental problem, but he may or may not have been the so-called Zodiac person.
Who's the character
Further
you've been working on?
investigation discovered that
Do you mean the person that I was working on just now? This one? That is my friend's character. What's up, Spy? How are you, man?
the calls were actually made from the Napa State Hospital by a mental patient, effectively proving that
this
the
character
Zodiac
is
was
Iron
not
Mouse.
the one making the calls. In the following weeks, the Zodiac would send 2 more letters boasting
I'm
about
good.
2 more murders. In the first letter, there's a card that reads, "Sorry I haven't written, but I just washed my pen." On the inside it reads, "This is the Zodiac speaking. I thought you would need a good laugh before you hear the bad news. You won't get the news for a while yet. P.S. Could you print this new cipher in your front page? I get awfully lonely when I'm ignored. So lonely I could do my thing." This letter also contained another cipher, and since his last one had been cracked in a day, the Zodiac decided to make this one considerably more challenging, now known as the Z340 cipher. This cipher remained unsolved for over 50 years, until a few weeks ago, an international group of 3 amateur codebreakers used computer software to finally crack the Z340 cipher. This cipher requires the letters to be substituted, read diagonally, rearranged, and flipped while also skipping certain words. It was due to the complex nature of this cipher that it remained unsolved for so long, but once it is finally decoded, it reads, "I hope you are having lots of fun in trying to catch me. That wasn't me on the TV show, which brings up a good point about me. I am not afraid of the gas chamber." The letter continues and says that he will have his slaves work for him in the afterlife, a belief that he expressed in his first letter back in 1969. Although the letter doesn't give us any clues as to who the Zodiac was, it does confirm that it was not the Zodiac who called into Melvin's show. Not only that, but it also confirms that the Zodiac keeps up with his own publicity and was in fact watching the show. The second letter the Zodiac sent in 1969 read, "This is the Zodiac speaking. Up until the end of October, I have killed 7 people. I have grown rather angry with the police for their telling lies about me, so I shall change the way of collecting my slaves. I shall no longer announce to anyone when I commit my murders. They shall look like routine robberies, killings of anger, a few fake accidents, etc. The police shall never catch me because I have been too clever for them." The letter goes on to list some facts that the police departments got right and wrong. In a 7-page rant, the Zodiac states that the police sketch that was circulated is correct, but quote, "The rest of the time, I look entirely different." He also states that contrary to what the police say, he never left fingerprints at his murders. He says that he'd been leaving fake clues at his murders to, quote, "keep the cops happy." He then goes on to describe the moment where he got stopped by police after the cab murder. P.S. 2 cops pulled a goof about 3 minutes after I left the cab. I was walking down the hill to the park when this cop car pulled up and one of them called me over and asked me if I saw anyone acting suspicious or strange in the last 5 to 10 minutes. And I said yes, there was a man waving a gun and the cops peeled rubber and went around the corner. After he recapped his encounter with the police, the Zodiac wrote step-by-step instructions on how to create a bomb with household items. But the following sentence caught investigators' attention. The Zodiac writes, "What you do not know is whether the death machine is at the site or whether it is being stored in my basement for future use." If the Zodiac was telling the truth that he had a basement, it would drastically reduce the list of possible locations where the Zodiac lived. First, the Zodiac having a basement means that he lives in a house and not an apartment building. And second, basements aren't that common in the Bay Area, so either the Zodiac didn't live in the Bay Area, or in revealing that he had a basement, he had made a possibly fatal mistake.
Dude, if I was the cop that fumbled the Zodiac killer, I would kill myself. Can you imagine? Oh my god.
I believed him when he said I was going to die, he was going to kill me. Don't panic, don't scream, don't yell. Just wait and see what happens. You know, he could have stopped at any time and physically been stronger than I was. I was like 7 months pregnant. I had a little kid on my lap.
On March 22nd, 1970, Kathleen Johns was on her way to visit her sick mother in Petaluma with her 10-month-old baby. She was driving on Highway 132, a rarely used road, when a car seemed to be following her. In the near midnight darkness, Kathleen decided to slow down and let the car pass her. But before she could do so, the car started honking its horn and blinking its lights at her. Knowing how dangerous it was to pull her car over with a stranger behind her on such a deserted road, she kept driving. The car behind her noticed this and accelerated into the lane right beside Kathleen. From his passenger side window, a man shouted that Kathleen's rear tire was wobbling. Still skeptical of the man, Kathleen waited until she had made it to the freeway to pull over. The man pulled over behind her and told her again that her rear tire was wobbling. He then offered to fix it, explaining that he had the appropriate tools in his car. Kathleen agreed, and so the man retrieved his tools and tightened the lugs on the woman's vehicle. Once the man finished fixing her tire, he notified Kathleen and returned to his car. After merging back onto the freeway and driving for a few seconds, Kathleen's whole rear tire spun off. She attempted to pull over once again when the same man came back. Seeing her tire completely detached, the man offered to take her to the nearest gas station. Eventually, Kathleen agreed. They started driving down the freeway, but to Kathleen's surprise, he completely passed the gas station before passing a number of exits as well. At this point, Kathleen knew something was wrong but didn't say anything. The man took her to various rocky, deserted roads before breaking the silence and saying,
"I'm gonna throw your baby out the window."
Terrified, Kathleen began frantically thinking of ways to escape. In the panic and chaos, her best and only option was jumping out of the passenger side door. The next time the man pulled up to a stop sign, she executed her plan, finally escaping the car and rolling into a ditch. After the Zodiac had tried and failed to find her in the ditch, Kathleen waited on the side of the road until a female driver saw her and offered to take her to a police station. When she arrived at the station, she talked to a police officer about her situation, and after being shown a police sketch of the Zodiac, Kathleen strongly believed that he was the one who had abducted her.
looked up on the wall, and there was one of those composite drawings of the person I just spent this time with. Turns out it was the Zodiac, and I didn't know who that was at the time. It meant nothing to me.
After police units went back to retrieve Kathleen's car, they discovered that it had been set on fire, most likely by the Zodiac to destroy any incriminating evidence. Around a month later, on April 19, 1970, the Zodiac sent another letter in cipher. The letter read, "This is the Zodiac speaking. By the way, have you cracked the last cipher I sent you? My name is," followed by a 13-character cipher which, when decoded, is supposed to contain the Zodiac's name. But because the cipher is only 13 characters long, it is nearly unsolvable. There have been thousands of possible solutions to the cipher, but no way of knowing whether any of them are correct. The letter continues with the Zodiac claiming he's killed 10 people to date, and that he would have killed more, except the bomb he was going to use was a dud. The second page of the letter shows a diagram of his new and improved bomb and how it works. Of course, the newspaper and the authorities kept any mention of a bomb threat hidden from public knowledge in order to prevent panic. For the next 4 years, around 8 Zodiac letters were sent to the Chronicle, containing much of the same information and pleas for attention as his previous letters. One more cipher was sent, and when deciphered, it apparently contained the location of a bomb that would go off in the fall of 1970. No bomb was ever found or detonated. In one of these letters, the Zodiac claimed responsibility for Kathleen John's abduction, confessing that he lit Kathleen's car on fire after failing to kill her. His final letter was sent on January 30th, 1974, and seemed to review the movie The Exorcist, before once again demanding publicity. At the end of the letter, the Zodiac's final score was written: Me 37, SFPD 0. Police had only confirmed 5 murders and 2 attempted murders from the Zodiac, so his claim of 37 murders could very well just be an exaggeration. The Zodiac did previously say in a letter, though, that he would not continue announcing his murders, and he would make them look like accidents, meaning the final murder count could technically range anywhere from 5 to 37. Because of the magnitude and popularity of this case, many people have claimed to be the Zodiac for attention, or given false tips to police, making it very hard to identify who's telling the truth and who's not. That being said, one of the most likely suspects in the case, and one that the police identified very early on, was Arthur Lee Allen.
I'm not the Zodiac killer. I know that. I know that deep in my soul.
Suspicion first arose about
I can't
Allen
believe
when a
he
friend of his,
ratioed the
Donald Cheney,
SFPD.
voiced concerns he had that Allen was connected to the Zodiac killings. Donald Cheney explained that Allen and him used to go hunting together, and at one point, Allen had asked him, "Have you ever thought about hunting people?"
He said he would give himself an identity and write letters to the editors, and he'd have a name, and it would be Zodiac.
Allegedly, Allen had started explaining
How
how he would
convenient.
murder people, and how it would be impossible to track him down because he had
How
no motive. Donald Cheney
convenient.
also claimed that Allen had said he would sign letters to the police as the Zodiac killer. Allen later denied any recollection of this conversation. After this tip, police went to question Allen. In the interview, Allen had said he had an interest in guns, but only owned .22 calibers. A witness would later state otherwise. Allen was also dishonorably discharged from the Navy, which was a critical clue because the character profile of the Zodiac indicated that he most likely had military experience. The terminology used in the Zodiac letters indicate military, specifically Air Force language, in terms like unflappable, which is an adjective that means calm and clear thinking. There were also footprints that were found at a few crime scenes that indicated that the Zodiac most likely wore wing walkers, a brand of boot that is only sold at military outlets. His knowledge of guns and cryptology is also likely learned in the Navy. When asked where he was during the Lake Berryessa stabbing, Allen had said he spent most of his day at his house, but he had no witness to support his alibi. Allen also owned a watch from the company named Zodiac, whose brand logo was the infamous Zodiac signature. Because this was the only time that the signature and the name Zodiac ever appeared together before the letters, it is assumed that the Zodiac took his name and sign from the watch brand, which Arthur Lee Allen owned. In 1991, Michael Mageau, the man who survived one of the Zodiac's shootings, had later identified Arthur Lee Allen as the person who appeared most similar to the man who shot him, therefore making him the most likely Zodiac suspect at the time. But despite the circumstantial evidence, fingerprint and handwriting analyses did not match between the Zodiac and Alan, and the police sketch of the Zodiac didn't resemble Alan at all. Although, police kept him as a person of interest because they had speculated that the fingerprint found in Paul Stein's cab wasn't from the Zodiac. But before any concrete incriminating evidence surfaced, Alan died of a heart attack on August 26, 1992. He remains the sole and top suspect. Another possible suspect is Richard Gaikowski. Gaikowski was the editor of a counterculture newspaper based in San Francisco, where most of the Zodiac's killings took place. There are a number of clues that connect him to the Zodiac, such as his army service as a medic in the 1950s, meaning he fit the military assumption for the Zodiac. But unfortunately, 80% of Richard's army records were destroyed in a fire, so not much more is known about his time in the army. Although, the main reason Gaikowski became a prominent suspect was the long and frequent letters the police would receive from a coworker of his who nicknamed himself Goldcatcher. In these letters, Goldcatcher claimed that Gaikowski had frequently talked about committing violent acts similar to that of the Zodiac. In 2009, Goldcatcher provided voice recordings of Gaikowski's voice, and Nancy Slover, the police dispatcher who took the Zodiac's 911 calls when he reported the murders, and one of the only 4 people who have ever heard the Zodiac's real voice, confirmed that the voice recordings of Richard Gaikowski matched the voice she heard on the phone that night.
What's the code? Until the code is broken, you have never any way of knowing whether it's a real code or whether it's just a fake code. Don't worry.
The last part of that was even more like what I heard in the first part.
Lastly, in the cipher that supposedly contained the Zodiac's identity, the word Geik appears, and some speculate this might be a nickname for Gaikowski. Unfortunately, most of the evidence against the suspect are claims made by the anonymous Goldcatcher, who has very little credibility, so none of these claims can be considered conclusive.
The mystery has never been solved, and now one man claims to have indisputable evidence. He knows who the killer is. Gary Stewart, author of a new memoir, The Most Dangerous Animal of All, says the serial killer is his father, Earl Van Best, Jr.
The final and one of the most popular suspects in the Zodiac case is Earl Van Best, Jr. The basis for suspecting Van Best comes from the book The Most Dangerous Animal of All, authored by Gary Stewart, who claims that his biological father, Earl Van Best Jr., was the Zodiac killer. When this book was published, it became very popular among the general public. The author claims that his father lived in California at the time of the killings and was very interested in ciphers and codes. He also matched the composite sketch of the Zodiac and had many strange friends, including a Satanist and a Manson family member. Some of the more concrete evidence was the fact that a handwriting expert found that the handwriting on Best's marriage certificate matched the handwriting in the Zodiac's letters, making this one of the few times an expert certified a match to the Zodiac's handwriting. Unfortunately, critics quickly dismissed the suspect because there was not enough evidence against him. The facial match to the composite sketch was a very loose one, and it was also later determined that the handwriting on Best's marriage certificate actually belonged to the minister who officiated the marriage and not to Best himself, therefore effectively ruling out Best as a suspect.
That's funny.
Throughout the late 1960s and 70s, the fear of the Zodiac killer gripped the San Francisco area and sent the whole nation into a frenzy. Although, even decades after the last letter, there are still many aspects of this case that remain unsolved. Not only is the identity of the Zodiac killer unclear, but the number of victims could range from 5 to nearly 50, and the translations to his cryptic ciphers are still being decoded 50 years later. Despite all of the publicity that this case received, the identity of the Zodiac killer remains one of the most popular unsolved mysteries in true crime history.
Hold on, this is Bob. Dude, that was a banger. Lemino also used it for his BD Cooper vid. Man, I haven't watched Lemino in a long time. So I guess we just gotta hope that he's dead now. I mean, he's obviously dead now. He was a grown man when he committed the murders, and it's been over 50 years. I've been here the entire time watching this. For those who came in recently or was just watching or whatever, this is the channel. Hold on, let me link you to this video. This is the channel. It's called Unpredictable, and it has a lot of really good, really good true crime stuff. Want to watch his JFK or Jack the Ripper vids? Hold on, let me open them up. Let's see if they haven't. I don't want to watch something super long right now, but it was like too long. The Kennedy assassination is way too long, but that looks so interesting. The BD Cooper one is, or DB Cooper one is only half an hour long. I think I have seen this guy before. I've watched his Cicada 3301 video. Maybe he was a vampire and is still alive. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, by the way, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, tomorrow, if we're able to, and I probably will go over this again at the end of the stream, so like in half an hour. But tomorrow, if we're able to, I think that we're going to be playing Marvel Rivals, which I hope is good. I hope. So, yeah, we're gonna play Marvel Rivals tomorrow. And I hope that it works. So this model will also probably be the one that I use tomorrow, because Marvel Rivals is very heavy from what I remember. And for those that were not here earlier, I am hoping that next week I will do an Overwatch like game with an Overwatch game night with the community. So I will have custom lobbies open. You guys will DM the mods your battle tags, and we will add you to a custom game, and we'll just play it like a normal ass game. Yeah. You sound super sleepy. I'm always super sleepy. My coffee and I didn't have any coffee today actually, but I had my Monster, and my Monster has long worn off by now. Yeah. I'm sleepy. Okay, let's watch the DB Cooper one, because I've heard of that case, but I don't think I've ever seen this guy's video on it. So let's watch this. Wait. No, I want to watch the vanishing of Flight 370. Sorry. I love these videos of missing airplanes. I love videos of airplanes that have gone missing. Yeah, this is Malaysia flight, right?
Delivery Malaysia 370, good morning. Malaysia 370, standby.
At Kuala Lumpur International Airport, a Boeing 777 is preparing for departure.
Malaysian 370, request level. 370, we are ready, requesting flight level 340 to Beijing.
Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 is a daily passenger flight between Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
710 smash? Who? Me? Or the art? This thing or me? I'm much more smashable in the other model. Also, for those that don't know what that other model is, hold on. Hold on. The plane, true. The plane is smashable. This is what I normally look like. For the people that came in today and have never seen me before, is what I usually look like. But the other one is, my God, after seeing the other one for so long, or after seeing the gremlin model for so long, I'm like, oh my God, I have a face. Look at how cute I am. Oh my God, I'm gonna yawn again. Okay. Let me switch back. I'm sorry, it's hard to switch back sometimes. Come back here. There you go. Want some cherries? I just came back from work. Sure, man. Why not? I would love some cherries. You got expressions that aren't happy and super happy? No.
And Beijing, China.
370, 32 right of takeoff. Nice.
42 minutes past midnight, Flight 370 is given clearance to depart. On board are Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah, First Officer Farik Abdul Hamid, 10 cabin crew members, and 227 passengers.
Number control, Malaysian 370. Malaysian 370, Lampu radar, good morning. Climb flight level 250. Morning, level 250, Malaysian 370. Malaysian 370, climb flight level 350. Climb level 350, Malaysian 370.
Less than an hour into the flight, the plane is cruising over the South China Sea at an altitude of 35,000 feet. The night sky is clear, and the weather is calm. Flight 370 is then instructed to signal air traffic control in Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam, as it is about to enter Vietnamese airspace. The flight controller in Kuala Lumpur says goodnight, with no sign that anything should be amiss.
Malaysian 370, maintaining level 350. Malaysian 370. Malaysian 370, maintaining level 350. Malaysian 370. Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9. Good night. Good night, Malaysian 370.
1 minute and 43 seconds later, the aircraft suddenly vanished from radar screens at Kuala Lumpur, Ho Chi Minh, and Bangkok. This form of positional tracking depends on a signal being emitted by one of two transponders aboard the plane, and so its disappearance would suggest both transponders ceased to function, or the system was manually deactivated by someone on board. All subsequent attempts to contact and ascertain the whereabouts of Flight 370 are unsuccessful. The aircraft has seemingly vanished without a trace. After missing its scheduled time of arrival in Beijing some 4 hours later, Flight 370 is officially declared missing. And in the wake of that announcement, the most expensive search effort in aviation history is about to commence. The search was initially concentrated around the location of the flight's disappearance between the South China Sea and the Gulf of Thailand. The search area was soon expanded, however, after the Malaysian military disclosed additional information. Unlike the radar system employed by air traffic control, long-range military radar does not rely on transponders but use reflectance to track the position of aerial targets. A review of the data collected by the Malaysian military revealed that moments after contact with Flight 370
Was the goblin in the skirt?
The aircraft
Yo, mama.
deviated from its scheduled flight path with a subtle turn to the right, followed by a prolonged turn to the left. The aircraft had then flown back towards and across the Malaysian peninsula before turning right near the island of Penang. It maintained this northwesterly heading until it escaped the radar's coverage. Over the next few days, the Strait of Malacca, the Andaman Sea, and the Bay of Bengal was scoured by a multinational fleet of aircraft and vessels, but there was no trace of Flight 370. Meanwhile, investigators began to analyze the aircraft's satellite communication records. Like all modern airliners, Flight 370 was equipped with a satellite communications terminal, or SATCOM, to send and receive transmissions to and from the ground. Prior to departure, the SATCOM terminal had logged onto the satellite network and established a connection with a ground station in Perth, Australia. That station then maintained a detailed record of all the incoming and outgoing traffic between it and Flight 370. This is what it contained. Prior to the flight's disappearance over the South China Sea, everything appeared to be working as intended. Then, at some point during this portion of the flight, the SATCOM link was severed. For whatever reason, the terminal ceased to respond. But 3 minutes after the flight vanished over the Andaman Sea, the terminal requested to log back onto the network. The SATCOM link was successfully re-established and was not disrupted again until nearly 6 hours later, when the flight is presumed to have crashed due to fuel exhaustion. During these final hours, 2 attempts were made to contact the plane via satellite telephone. Both calls were acknowledged by the SATCOM terminal and would have been routed to the cockpit. Yet, they went unanswered. The terminal had also responded to 5 automatic status requests. In short, if the ground station had not heard from the aircraft in over an hour, it would transmit a signal to confirm the terminal was still online. While these transmissions did not contain any information about the flight's position, investigators were able to measure the distance between the satellite and the aircraft at the time of each transmission, based on how long it took those transmissions to be sent and received. This generated 7 rings of possible locations from which 7 of these transmissions are thought to have originated. By taking fuel consumption, speed, and other factors into account, flight path analysis indicated the most probable origin of the final transmission to be somewhere along this arc in the southern Indian Ocean. The search effort shifted accordingly, and as the region fell within the jurisdiction of Australia, the Australian government took charge of the operation. Over the next few weeks, the search area was progressively refined to account for oceanic drift as well as improved estimations of the flight path. But this part of the southern Indian Ocean is so remote it took 6 days just to get there. A new fleet of aircraft and vessels gradually covered more than 4.5 million square kilometers of ocean, but Flight 370 was nowhere to be found.
If someone pretending to be you tried to log into your Cash App...
What the fuck? Ew.
If the impact with the ocean had been sufficiently
I make
forceful,
guns
it was possible to...
and medieval weapons behind my house when I'm bored. Your turn. Mention a weird hobby. I pretend to be a piece of paper on the internet when I'm bored.
resulting sound had been recorded by underwater listening devices known as hydrophones. This possibility was investigated, and 4 hydroacoustic monitoring stations had recorded something. While the timing and direction of the sound were reasonably consistent with the final satellite transmission, the estimated origin was not. The sound was in all
nothing. Don't worry about it.
nothing more than geological activity. Flight 370 was also equipped with 2 underwater locator beacons which had a battery life of some 40 days, and as the deadline approached in early April, signals with a pulse and frequency somewhat similar to the signal emitted by the beacons were detected at depths of up to 3,000 meters. An autonomous submersible then spent weeks scanning the seafloor where the signals had been detected, but no wreckage was ever found. And nothing would be found until more than 16 months later, when a discovery was made on the opposite side of the Indian Ocean. On the 29th of July 2015, a group of people were cleaning up a beach in Reunion, a small island to the east of Madagascar, when they stumbled upon this 2-meter-long metallic object covered in barnacles. Aviation experts quickly identified the object as a section of an aircraft wing known as a flaperon. Upon closer inspection, internal markings including dates and serial numbers conclusively ascertained the flaperon belonged to Flight 370. Even though Reunion Island is some 4,000 kilometers west of the search area, and more than a year had gone by since the flight disappeared, the location was consistent with simulations of debris dispersal patterns. There was now tangible evidence that Flight 370 had crashed somewhere in the Indian Ocean. The discovery of the flaperon prompted numerous searches along beaches and shorelines of southeastern Africa, and at least 31 additional items of interest have since been recovered and examined.
I'm almost out. I'm almost done today. I've got about like 15 minutes before this video ends and I head off for the day. But I'll be back tomorrow and Saturday. So guys, please don't forget to attend the streams. I'm trying to get that partner, you know me. What do you usually start? What time do you usually start? I usually start at 3 PST. So about 8 hours ago, sorry. 8 hours ago I start. So whatever time it is for you right now, 8 hours before that.
Some of
I
these
appreciate
items
it though.
include
I really do.
a section
Thank
of the
you.
outboard flap from the right wing.
Yeah,
piece
6
of
p.m.
cowling
EST.
from one of the two engines. A partial door from the nose landing gear.
Thank you.
A section of the vertical stabilizer. And a mangled casing from one of the embedded headrest monitors. 18 of these items were identified as either likely, highly likely, or almost certain to have originated from Flight 370, whereas only 3 could be confirmed. The remaining 11 could not be identified. There were no traces of an explosion found on any of the debris tested, nor was there any evidence of a fire except for 3 small burn marks on one of the unidentifiable items. The search for debris was further aided by Earth observation satellites. Analyses of satellite imagery from March of 2014 uncovered a number of images which appeared to feature man-made objects floating on or just below the surface in the southern Indian Ocean. However, the images were not nearly sharp enough to resolve any identifiable markings, and multiple searches notwithstanding, this debris was never recovered. A satellite image taken mere hours after the final transmission also captured what appeared to be a contrail some distance away from the search area. A later analysis, however, concluded it was most likely a shadow from a somewhat linear cloud formation. The underwater portion of the search continued for months and eventually years before it was finally suspended in early 2017, by which point some 120,000 square kilometers of seabed had been scrutinized. The search effort was then resumed by an American salvage company known as Ocean Infinity, but after more than a year of searching, they too came up empty-handed. Unless the final resting place of Flight 370 can be located, it may be impossible to determine exactly why it crashed. Nevertheless, there have been no shortage of theories.
Yay, theories, yay!
On the day of the disappearance, 2 of the passengers raised suspicion as they had boarded the flight with stolen passports, which immediately prompted concerns of a hijacking. But investigators were unable to link the 2 men to any terrorist organizations, and soon determined they had traveled under false identities because they were seeking asylum, not due to any nefarious intent. Similar suspicions were raised when one of the passengers were identified as a flight engineer, who might have possessed the necessary expertise to take control of a Boeing 777. Apart from the 239 persons on board, Flight 370 carried nearly 11 metric tons of cargo. Among the items listed on the flight manifest was a shipment of lithium-ion batteries, which led some to suspect a fire might have broken out mid-flight. For instance, the crash of UPS Airlines Flight 6 in September of 2010 was the result of a fire that was ignited by a pallet of lithium-ion batteries. Another potential source of ignition would be an electrical malfunction. The crash of Swiss Air Flight 111 in September of 1998 is thought to have been caused by a fire within the electrical wiring above the cockpit. The fire damaged and disabled multiple avionics systems, including the transponders and SATCOM. In the case of Flight 370, the sudden loss of communication and subsequent deviation from its scheduled flight path might have been a direct response to a fire. The 2 pilots may have turned back towards Malaysia to attempt an emergency landing at the nearest suitable airport. But no such attempt was ever made. Instead, Flight 370 kept going and remained aloft for another 6 hours. Some have theorized the crew might have been incapacitated by a sudden or gradual loss of cabin pressure. For instance, when Helios Airways Flight 522 failed to pressurize in August of 2005, the pilots quickly fell unconscious. Yet the aircraft continued to fly on autopilot for more than 2 hours until it ran out of fuel. Airline pilots are of course trained for such an event. In the event of cabin depressurization, an automatic system is designed to deploy oxygen masks to give the pilots enough time to perform an emergency descent to a more breathable altitude. The data recorded by the Malaysian military radar does indeed contain altitude information, but it is highly inconsistent. In fact, the Boeing 777 is incapable of performing the extreme altitude fluctuations recorded. At one point, the aircraft exceeded its maximum operating altitude by more than 15,000 feet before making a 50,000 feet nosedive in less than a minute. Attempts to recreate these maneuvers on a flight simulator were unsuccessful, and thus the data was deemed inaccurate and unreliable. If Flight 370 did lose cabin pressure at 35,000 feet, and the pilots were incapacitated before descending to a more oxygenated altitude, it might explain why the aircraft remained aloft for as long as it did. What is a bit more difficult to explain, however, are these alterations in heading. Flight simulations have established the aircraft must have been under manual control during the initial left turn, as the bank angle or inclination of that turn was beyond the limits of the autopilot. Subsequent turns, however, could have been either manual or automatic. But for the autopilot to have made these course corrections, someone with the requisite knowledge must have programmed it to do so.
Just what?
The only other alternative is that the aircraft was in fact under manual control. In late June of 2014, several news outlets reported that a special investigation had identified the captain of Flight 370 as a prime suspect. A search of the captain's home had uncovered a flight simulator which supposedly contained a suspicious route which ended in the southern Indian Ocean. At the time, there was no official acknowledgement that such a route had been recovered, and a lengthy public report issued by the Malaysian government in 2015 made no mention of such a discovery. Then, in 2016, confidential documents pertaining to a forensic examination conducted by the Royal Malaysia Police in May of 2014 was leaked to the media. These documents made it clear that such a route had not only been recovered, but thoroughly examined. Soon thereafter, the Malaysian government confirmed the existence of this simulated flight path, and this is what it looks like. It should come as no surprise that many regard this as damning evidence of premeditation, but according to investigators, it is not quite so evident. The data recovered consists of 7 coordinates, 2 in Kuala Lumpur, 2 in the Strait of Malacca, 1 in the Bay of Bengal, and 2 in the southern Indian Ocean. The data was reconstructed from a file that had been automatically generated and saved by the simulation software a month before the incident. However, it's not clear whether the coordinates originate from the same flight session. In other words, it might not be correct to simply trace a continuous line between these 7 coordinates, as they could be from separate sessions. The forensic examination by the Royal Malaysia Police simply concluded no activity captured conclusively indicate any kind of premeditated act pertaining to the incident of MH370. Even so, the similarities between the simulated route and the presumed route of Flight 370 directly influenced the search
jump
operation.
scare.
Australian investigators considered the possibility of someone deliberately
It's Iron Mouse as Juliet from Lollipop Chainsaw.
Off the fuel exhaustion. If so, the plane could have traveled an additional 200 kilometers. Alternatively, the range could have been reduced by a controlled ditching prior to fuel exhaustion. While ultimately deemed unlikely, these 2 scenarios did affect the search effort. If the captain steered Flight 370 off course with the intention of crashing in a remote part of the southern Indian Ocean, his motive is an even greater mystery. Sahari Ahmad Shah was 53 and married with 3 children. He had more than 18,000 hours of flight experience and a spotless track record. Investigators found no evidence of financial issues, and his monthly expenses before the disappearance indicated nothing unusual. He had no history of mental illness, nor had he displayed any recent changes in lifestyle or behavior. He was raised on the island of Penang, which has led some to speculate the flight's second turn to the southwest of Penang was the captain getting a final view of his hometown. Some believe a hijacking could have been politically motivated, as Zaharie was an avid supporter of a democratic opposition leader who was sentenced to 5 years in prison mere hours before Flight 370 took off. Others point to unconfirmed reports of marital issues, but this is contradicted by the official investigation and disputed by family members. The only real inconsistency noted by the final report is that the captain failed to repeat the assigned radio frequency during the last verbal communication.
Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9. Good night. Good night, Malaysian 370.
It would have been standard procedure to repeat the assigned frequency as the captain had correctly done a few minutes prior.
370, contact lampu radar 1326, good night.
Alright, 1326 Malaysian 370.
Whether this omission is indicative of anything but a mistake is anyone's best guess. By all accounts, Captain Zaharie was an affable and well-respected pilot who was passionate about aviation, as evident by the photos and videos he shared on social media.
Hi everyone, this is a YouTube video that I made as a community service after learning.
The co-pilot was found to be even less conspicuous. Farik Abdul Hamid was only 27 and due to marry a fellow pilot. He had nearly 3,000 hours of flight experience, although only 39 hours in this type of aircraft.
Oh my God.
Much like Zaharie, Farik had no financial, mental, or interpersonal issues of note, nor was there any evidence of conflict between the two of them. Some questioned the plausibility of a pilot-instigated hijacking due to the apparent lack of interference by the other pilot. Well, when Ethiopian Airlines Flight 702 was hijacked by the co-pilot in February of 2014, he did so by merely waiting for the captain to take a bathroom break before locking the cockpit door behind him. The co-pilot was then free to divert the Italy-bound flight to Switzerland to seek asylum. The only noteworthy piece of evidence in regards to the co-pilot of Flight 370 is his phone. You see, when the confidential documents were leaked, they also confirmed another long-circulated rumor, namely that a cell phone tower had briefly established a connection with an iPhone 5S belonging to the co-pilot as Flight 370 approached the island of Penang. According to investigators, it was not a phone call as has been widely reported by the media, but merely an automatic location signal. Why this information was omitted from public reports, we may never know. So what is one to make of all of this? On the one hand, the simulated flight path seems suspicious. On the other, it is difficult to cast any substantial doubt on either of the two pilots' character. It is equally difficult to deny a hijacking is consistent with the available evidence. Then again, we're missing some quite major and literal pieces of evidence. The final report issued by the Malaysian government in 2018 could not attribute the loss of communication nor diversion of Flight 370 to a malfunction. Instead, it is believed that someone manually manipulated the aircraft and its systems. For instance, investigators believe SATCOM was manually disabled by a sudden and prolonged interruption of power. Then, once power was restored, the terminal simply rebooted. Likewise, the alterations in heading are believed to be the result of manual inputs. With that being said, the uncertainty of these findings are repeatedly emphasized due to the limited evidence available, and the report does never explicitly state the flight was hijacked. In fact, no real conclusion is reached. Both the Malaysian and Australian government agree that Flight 370 crashed in the southern Indian Ocean, but that the cause is indeterminable without the wreckage, the location of which has managed to elude some of the foremost aviation experts in the world, as well as an impressive arsenal of cutting-edge technology for more than half a decade. Authors, aviation experts, and independent investigators have all chimed in to offer their own thoughts and theories as to the nature of the crash and the location of the wreckage. Some believe there was no crash, but that the aircraft was shot down by an American naval base in the middle of the Indian Ocean. The satellite transmissions were then supposedly forged as part of a massive cover-up. Others believe the aircraft turned right towards India and traveled as far north as Kazakhstan, completely undetected. Debris was then supposedly planted along shorelines of southeastern Africa as part of a massive cover-up. Another theory suggests the aircraft was remotely hijacked and controlled by someone on the ground. While Boeing and other companies have experimented with technology that would allow for an aircraft to be remotely controlled, no commercial airliner is known to be outfitted with such a system.
Well, yeah.
On the less conspiratorial side, the assumption that Flight 370 flew in a straight line and at a constant speed after turning left towards the southern Indian Ocean might simply be incorrect. In early 2018, a French team of independent investigators proposed an alternate flight path, whereby an attempted landing on Christmas Island led to a crash site much further north than the region identified by the official investigation. While a surface search of this area was conducted about a week after the disappearance, the underwater phase never reached this far north. As of the making of this video, the search operation has been suspended, but there have been talks of potentially resuming the search. For now, it seems, the vanishing of Flight 370 will remain a mystery.
Yeah, probably. For now. For now. All right. Wow. Hello. I remember this flight being on the news. I remember the same damn thing. Oh my God. I am so enamored by plane, like missing planes and shit, or planes that have crashed. But my God, does it make going to the airport very scary. Okay, let me see who's online right now. I'll stay for raid. Yeah, let's raid. All right, you guys want to raid big or small today? Who are we thinking? What are we thinking? They are a fascinating topic. I love them. I love them. I love them. My bad. Okay, so for big options, we got Cerebrus Raccoon. Thanks for the follow. Wait, that sounds so cool. Cerebrus, but he's a raccoon. That's awesome. So we got Iron Mouse, we got Michi Mochivi, we got Kiwi, we got Snuffy. We got Hime Hajime, Him Hajim. We got Kokui, we got Grimmy. We got Vesper. We got Shindigs. We got a whole bunch of shit. Hello, thank you for saying my name is cool. It's cool as fuck, man. I like the idea of a raccoon with 3 heads is like horrifying. I love it. I don't know who we're gonna raid today. You look gorgeous. Thank you. Thank you. You guys want to raid Mouse? Yeah, sure. Why not? What is she doing today? Oh, she's just hanging out. You could raid Sasha Grey. Oh, is she? Oh no, she went on bathroom break. Oh my, I'm sorry. She went on bathroom break. Damn it, I missed stream. I'm back on tomorrow, don't worry. Tomorrow I will be... Oh, that's from Mouse's stream. Tomorrow I'll be on, I'll be online playing Marvel Rivals, I think. Unless it crashes. Tomorrow is Rivals. Yes, we're playing Rivals tomorrow. And then Saturday we're gonna watch the Streamer Awards while we draw. We will be drawing Iron Mouse shit on Saturday. And I'll take some art requests, my usual 3 on that day. And your time right now is 11:16 p.m. Then your time, I start at 3. I start at 3 p.m. PST. So 8 hours from now. 8 hours before now, I mean. Yeah. Okay, so Mouse went to the bathroom, and sometimes she takes a long time, sometimes she doesn't. We also have Snuffy, who I've never rated before. We have Michi, who I have rated before. We got Zeus. I say Nio, but it's odd for her to be live this late, so she may be ending soon. Oh yeah, she just ended. That ending screen is kind of cool. It's now safe to exit Nio's stream. That's awesome. My lightning ocean? Which one is that? Is that Beachy or is that someone else? Oh my god. Oh, Zeus. Zeus. Oh my god, sorry. I'm so sleepy. You guys want to raid Zeus? Let's raid Zeus. Zeus! Your son has returned. Okay, hold on though, because she's on ads right now. Okay, let's get the raid. Let's get the raid message up. Okay, so tomorrow you guys join me for some Marvel Rivals, and then I will probably get tired of it. So after that, I will probably play Overwatch. Smile. Don't forget to follow me on my socials. Oh wait, why are you waiting? Oh, yeah, you copied the whole thing. Don't forget to follow me on my socials. And don't forget to get some merch. I love my merch. You guys should totally get some. We're going to be rating Zeus, who is currently playing Unpacking. And she's only been live for about 3 hours, so she might be on for a little bit longer. You guys send her my love, and I will see you tomorrow. Hold on. We're not rating that Zeus. Hold on. Wrong one. There's a VT at the end of her name. Oh, she has a follower-only chat. That's fine. That's fine. Zeus is cool. Zeus is cool. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Marvel Rivals. Really good turnout today. I really appreciate everybody that stuck around. I hope you guys liked my gremlin model. We will be using it again tomorrow. And then on Saturday, I'll go back to my usual one and we'll alternate as much as I can. But yeah. Hold on. Okay. I'll see you guys. Something in my eye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Hold on. There we go. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
You were my candy girl. Where did I put the bottle? Right back here. Oh my god, Atlas, hi! Hello, Atlas! Howdy! Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hello! Oh yeah, I forgot. I'll probably message you later. I'll probably DM you later about something. But I don't know if, like, time zone-wise you should be available. But seeing how you're available at this time, maybe. Hello, gorgeous. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay right now. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hi. I'm Sue. Sue's Mythos or Mythos. Hello, hello, hello. I am just playing unpacking. We're unpacking a lot of things. And no, we're not unpacking bad things. We're unpacking other things. Oh, I can't put it here. Never mind.